All right, so I decided to go live this morning, which is really highly unusual for me on a Tuesday or a Thursday morning because I'm always watching the Bearded Picker. But today I'm hoping will be a monumental day. I'm 13 subs away from 1,000, and I'm really hoping by going live today, maybe I'll hit that. So we'll see. I know I'm talking to myself right now because I don't think anybody is in here. Actually, so it looks like maybe one person is, but I'm going to pack orders and I'm just planning on hanging out today. I don't know. I'll probably take a break for lunch or maybe just run upstairs and grab something and then come back down. I might stay live all day today. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of just winging it today. I don't really have anything on my plate unless my mother calls me and says that she needs me. She just went to her eye doctor's appointment. She spent the night here last night because we went sourcing yesterday. And she said, I might as well just stay at your house instead of driving home because she has a doctor's appointment this morning. And it's like 10 minutes from my house versus like 40 minutes from her house. So she spent the night here and they're going to dilate her eyes. And sometimes she has a hard time driving. Can y'all hear me okay? I didn't do my normal check like I always do. And I see I do have 4 people in here. So let me know if you can hear me okay. So I'm going to pack my eBay or my Amazon order first. I sold this. It's a Bullets sweatshirt. I don't even know. Washington Bullets. I don't know NBA teams at all. I know NFL, but I don't know NBA. So, okay. So let me... Oh, here. I know people are probably like, "Oh, I'm bailing because the Bearded Picker's on, and I'm going to watch him." I think I have a few people who watch me and watch him, and he definitely has great content. Well, sometimes he has great content. He's definitely entertaining. I watch him. I love him. Okay, so I'm going to package this. Grab a poly bag. I had gotten a ton of these sweatshirts. And slowly selling them. Oh, good morning, Jennifer. Thank you so much. I am your favorite channel. No, that makes me blush. Do you see I changed my name down there to like a reddish, excuse me, a reddish color because this week is Valentine's. I got my water just in case. I think I have maybe like a cold or something coming on because I've been really stuffy. I keep getting stuff in my throat. Been waiting for it to advance, but it's just kind of like hanging at that same level. Not getting worse or better, which I guess is good. It's not getting worse, but I wish it would get better. So I bought a bunch of these and they're slowly going. So I have one. I had a high price alert on Amazon. Because somebody came on the listing. I was the only person. Someone came on the listing and they dropped their price to, I think it was $1.65 plus shipping. And their shipping was reasonable. I'm thinking $1.65. So I was selling mine for like 12 or 13 and I got a high price alert. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Holly. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted because I got you over here and it came up on my live feed before it came up here. So I was like, so yes, good morning, Holly. Thank you so much for stopping in. And good morning, Sambai. That is how I feel. Oh, I know. I've been like, I think it was on Monday. See, I just got a tickle again. I think it was on Monday. I hope I'm not going to be like this all day. Because if it's going to be like this all day, I'll probably will end up stopping my live stream sooner than I was hoping to. I have cough drops. The only problem with cough drops is I buy the sugar-free. Where are they? Wild cherry. I think they're sugar-free. If you eat too many of these, you'll spend some time in the bathroom. I got these. I saw them when I was cleaning my office last week. And I closed them with eBay tape. I haven't used that black and white tape in a while, so. Speaking of that, eBay, I forgot my eBay tape upstairs. My husband used it on Monday, and I keep forgetting to bring it down. Yeah, so Monday I started, and I knew I was going to be spending Wednesday with my mom. So I said, I'm glad I'm not doing anything on Tuesday. I can kind of see if I'm going to feel better or not. And it didn't really go anywhere. So I felt safe enough to spend the day with her. I don't know. I know, even though I have a Patriots cup, well, can I tell you, we are huge. We were huge Patriot. I guess we still are. Maybe not huge, but Patriot fans in this household. My husband and I both love the NFL. I know I've said it on here before. This year, I don't know. I just didn't get into it this year. I don't know if it was a pandemic, because it got political. Like, I don't know why, or because I got rid of Tom Brady, which I wasn't never really a big Tom Brady fan. I guess I was never a big Tom Brady fan until he left. And then I was like, oh, and I used to like Cam Newton, but the way he acted after he lost the Super Bowl, I lost so much respect for him that when they drafted him, I was like, yeah, I have no interest in watching. So I still got them. I got mugs. My husband got 2 tattoos, Patriot tattoos on his body. So we're pretty big. We're pretty big fans. I have my Gronk jersey. I didn't wear it. I probably should have, but I did not wear it on Sunday. All right, I'm weighing this. Hey, it weighs 15.9 ounces. Perfect. Just enough to still go first class. I love it. All right, so where's trying to open my my mouse, my battery. I don't know. I put a new battery in my mouse, but my mouse keeps going dead, so I have to open it, and I think the connections might need to be cleaned. I've had this mouse for so long, so I need to fix it, because every now and then my mouse just dies. Oh, you had a mini ice storm last night. Ooh, what state do you live in again? I can't remember. Bluegrass. Where's Bluegrass? Is that obviously south? Kentucky? Yes, Kentucky is where you live. That's right. Wow. We haven't had a really bad ice storm in a while. So good morning, Julie. Yeah, I lived through, I think it was 1998. We had a really bad ice storm here. We were without power for a long time. My mom worked for the electric company, and she worked really, really long hours. They actually put them up in a hotel because it was so unsafe for them to even drive home. So there was a hotel close to her employer. So I'm a big Browns fan. I cheer the Browns big time. I'm all for the underdog, big time underdog. And I said, even if Tom Brady wasn't on the Tampa Bay team playing against Kansas City, I would have been cheering for Tampa Bay, because they haven't won in so long, and Kansas City just won last year. But if Aaron Rodgers would have been in it, I would have been cheering for him, because I really like Aaron Rodgers. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Kentucky. See, I thought you were Kentucky. I'm in squealer country. What is squealer country? West Virginia? As I'm thinking squealer as in pigs, wild hogs. Okay, so I got to print this label. Had to open it. You know what I hate? So if you've been watching some of my videos, you know that I have bins I put all my stuff in. Twice today, as I'm going through the bin, I'm thinking, oh no, I'm getting to the bottom. I'm not finding my item. And I'm thinking, I just did inventory. I have everything. And I get to the very last one, and this is what this was. And then I have another item, get the very last item, and there it is. That's weird. So the last items. This is the only thing I have FBM, because I have hardly anything FBM anymore. I've been sending everything into Amazon to deal with, because I just didn't want to work that hard anymore. All right, 15.9. Hear my husband moving upstairs. Probably because I'm talking, I woke him up. 1. So what's everybody doing today? Besides hanging with me, which I so appreciate, you guys. Did y'all see I'm so close to 1,000 subscriptions? I'm trying to think of what to do if I hit 1,000. So many people do giveaways and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do a giveaway. I've been giving away stuff all year. I don't know what to give away. When I lived in Nashville, they were more common, and we had a few really bad ones. Yeah, I bet you they're like that certain part of the country where it's just that between the warm and the cold air, so it's makes it rain turn to ice instead of snow or just rain. Yeah. Oh, central Pennsylvania. Yeah, my husband went on a boar hunt in Pennsylvania. I'm trying to think of where we have that boar. I don't think it's in our living room. I don't know where he put it when we moved. Oh, I'm in Tampa Bay. Okay. Oh, I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I thought you were saying you were in Tampa Bay. Okay. Maybe you are. I'm a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan, and I need to thank you for Tom. I know, isn't he? He is really the greatest. He makes the game so much more fun to watch. I'll tell you, I don't remember how many years ago when they were behind playing Atlanta. And my husband, who is such a huge Patriot fan, like he's been a fan more than I have because I didn't become a fan until I got married to him. And actually, I was a Buffalo Bills fan because I wanted to cheer on a team opposite of him. And then over time, I when I started doing fantasy football, I started becoming like a real Patriot fan. And he is so great to watch. And they were behind by so much at halftime. So many people went to bed. Like so many of my friends were like, yeah, Patriots are never going to win. They went to bed. And I kept telling my husband, it's Tom Brady. You guys, do you not remember that it's Tom Brady playing? And he came back and won that game. Like I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. He came back and won that game. Like it was an amazing thing. He is really, really good to watch. There are Tom Brady haters out there because you know what? There's always haters against anybody who's a winner. And so that's what I think, no matter who it is. But yeah, so I really like, and and they were really pressuring him to, at the end, they were asking him a question when he was getting the trophy and they announced he was MVP. I didn't hear the question, but his answer was pretty much saying that he wasn't going to trash on the Patriots. Like, he plays for Tampa Bay and he was all about Tampa Bay. So I thought that was really, really classy of him. Okay, so let's go to eBay. I should check. I wonder if I have any Etsy orders. I forgot to pull those items if I do. Oh, I got one Etsy. All right, I'm going to have to pull that one later. Okay. I sold some of those folders. Good. Get them out of here. I only got 7 orders for eBay today. But I pulled all the items ahead of time. And so one of the things I sold was this right here, this budget planner. At the beginning of the year, if you see anything that's budget related, people love it. So this is sold at Walmart. So they have a Walmart sticker on the back, and then up here it says Pen and Gear. So I actually take those stickers off because when I took a picture, I didn't have the sticker on. So I use my little Scotty peeler here, and I take that sticker off, and I send it without a sticker on it. And they don't really need the sticker to show that it's new, but I don't need people to be like, hey, she's reselling that from Walmart, and then look at Walmart and see that, geez, it was $2.88 at Walmart, and they paid $14.88. So let's peel this off. I live in Iowa, but about 10 years ago, I had to pick a team, and I picked Tampa Bay. Really? That's it's interesting that you picked that team. Because you could purchase Bucks gear for cheap on eBay. That's funny. I never realized until I started thrifting how you can go into thrift stores and find NFL and college stuff. Like, my gosh, why didn't I know about Goodwills? And because in Vermont, all we had was, there was no Goodwills when I was growing up, and when my kids were young. We had a Salvation Army, but it was really small, similar to like what I have here. I have no Goodwills here. I have to travel 3 hours to get to a Goodwill. And we have a really, really small Salvation Army. That's it for chain ones. Everything else is like church and stuff, but limited hours and small stuff. We don't have good stores here, so what you find is mostly just Walmart brand things. But so when I started getting into eBay, I was like, my gosh, look at all the University of Vermont sweatshirts and all this stuff. And I realized if I would have known that when my kids, especially my daughter, was in college in Massachusetts, I would have hit up the thrift stores to find her gear instead of buying it from the bookstore, because man, that stuff is expensive. All right, so I'm gonna use, I think I'm all out of my small bubble. I wish I had some more, but this is it. I'm gonna use this one. Off it goes. I know the other day I said I usually wrap everything in tissue paper, but I'm not gonna do that today on this one. This is good. I think I got 4 of these left. 6 ounces. Somebody made a comment the other day that you only get $50 of priority mail coverage when you print on eBay when you're not a top-rated seller. And now that I'm above average, I got to remember, if I'm going to do priority, I got to print it from private ship. Because most of the time it's the same price, but if it's going to give me $100 coverage, then I'm going to do it. I printed something, I think it was not yesterday because I didn't ship, but the day before. And after I printed it, I said, oh, shoot, I forgot. Should have went because it was, I think, an $80 purchase. Hopefully it doesn't get lost because I would only get reimbursed $50. Well, speaking of that, I got to check. I put a claim in to the post office. It got denied. I had to appeal it. I got to check and see if this is all set. Check and see if they did anything with it. I'm guessing probably not because I heard they were quite a ways behind because that was a November claim and I just got the letter last week saying they denied it. Okay. The other thing I got was this. Oh, what are these marks on the back? Hold on. I didn't notice this when I got it. So look at the back of this. Hold on. I don't know if you can see. See like this mark right here? I don't know if you can see it, but there's like these black marks. Oh man, I gotta get a blind for this. Why didn't I buy one yesterday? There's these marks on the back. I think I'm gonna send it and see if they say anything, and I'll refund them if they say something. I mean, it's on the back. It's on the back. I mean, it doesn't do any like harm to the product, but I mean, I think if I was to get this, I probably would say something. I probably would not be happy. It doesn't look like it's anything I can clean off. Oh, well. TB knows well how to lose. They were bad, too, for a while. Been Brown since the early 80s. When they moved to Baltimore, it killed me when they got a ring. Yeah, there was a long period of time when the Patriots were not good. And my husband has been a fan of theirs for all that time. Before Tom Brady even came into the picture, he was a fan. All right, so this is another, this is a little like a Christian pocket planner. This is God is my refuge and strength on the front. These have done pretty well. I didn't realize how many people buy Christian stuff. So I watched a YouTube video, and I don't know who it was, but on the video they were, maybe it was, I don't know if it was Jason T. Smith's channel. They were talking to somebody, I think it was his channel. They were talking to somebody who sells like Christian related things, like rosaries and all that kind of stuff. And like little saint things. And he was talking about, there was a male and female, husband and wife, I think. And they were talking about how, like, you don't want the saints that are really popular. You want the saints you don't hear about. And there's good money in them. So now when I see religious things, I definitely look at them differently. I used to do a series called Scavenger Hunt. My sister told me the other day I really need to get back on doing that because she misses it, because she learned quite a bit from it and actually has made some good money from the knowledge that I had shared. And I don't know, maybe I'll get back to doing those, because actually it was like research for me too to learn how to do stuff. Doesn't matter the envelope size when it's first class, so I'll just keep it what it says. So yeah, so I did tissue paper this one. Isn't that weird? I didn't do the other one though. I'm gonna print my little. All right, so this is weird. All right, you guys get the true me when you watch my show. So you see that I don't really like that black mark. I don't want to cancel the order. I'm just gonna send it, and if she says something, I will refund it. But I'm gonna put my little thank you for supporting our small business. I hate that you can't see stuff because of the glare from my window. I know I keep saying that, and I don't do anything about it. But it says, thanks for supporting our small business. I printed on my 450 label thing. And then I'll put it right here. So when they open it, I'm going to give up. When they open it, they'll see that. So I'm hoping they'll see that, and they'll be like, oh, it's a small business. I don't want to say anything. I'm a Christian woman. Isn't that kind of mind games? I feel kind of bad in some way, but I mean, again, it's not really hurting the product by those marks. I don't know what that, I must have bought them like that. I bought quite a few of those. Okay, this doesn't do any good. I'm out of tape. And all right, I guess I could put this on it. Yeah, because I don't have any more. I'm not doing Amazon. I only had that one Amazon, so I'll put my eBay tape on it. So I'm going to talk about Brickseek later today. So what I'm hoping to do, and I got to figure out how to do this. Might have to reach out to Tommy Bernard and find out. He's so smart with YouTube. If you're not subscribed to Tommy Bernard's channel, you should subscribe. And if you're also not subscribed to Adventures with I think it's called Adventures with Victoria. Hold on.
Problem with this,
whoops.
I'm telling you, for the most part, it's.
Sorry, Beard. I'm not watching you right now. Let me find Adventures with Victoria. Just want to get her channel copy. I'm going to put it in here just in case you guys aren't subscribed. She's got a good morning show if you're available at 7:30 to 8:30. She talks about anything and everything. But she just started this Reselling University channel where she's bringing in people to talk about stuff. But she's really, really close to 1,000 subs. So if you're not following her, you should follow her. I would love for both of us to hit 1,000 by the end of the week. That would be amazing. I'm hoping I get it by the end of today, but that would be amazing. So if you have reselling friends, let them know about my channel. So I started at the beginning of the year. I wanted to put together a series, a playlist that just talks about like the different tools that I use for my business. So last week I talked about Inventory Lab, and today I want to talk about Brickseek and how I do Brickseek. So what I'm doing is I'm taping the end. So I folded this over so it wasn't like just big flapping around. And somebody had told me one time, a postal person, to tape this because mail will get stuck in here when it's going through the sorting machines. Mail gets stuck. So I am going to tape. And who was it that said the other day they like this tape because they'll peel it to where it says eBay exactly? Right now it's saying eBay exactly, and it fits perfectly across this area that I need to tape. Isn't that cool? Okay. 5 ounces. 5 ounces. Ship your order. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Did I already put this in? I think I did. The label is up on my screen, but I never hit print. Let me make sure this is the right item. Of course, it doesn't show you when it goes back. Open packing slip. Yep, this is her. This is them. It's going to Daytona Beach, Florida. I'd like to go to Daytona Beach, Florida right now. It is cold here. I'm pretty sure it's single digits. Hey Siri, what's the temperature outdoors?
It's 12 degrees outside.
Oh, 12 degrees, heat wave. My mom says, I'm sitting. That's not bad to make. What do you think? I'm still sitting in my car. I told you, Ma, I had to sit in my car for 45 minutes before they called me in for my eye appointment. I was about ready to pull away and say, see ya. All right. So yes, they were, I sold a number of Bibles, low buy-in. Some can be long tail. Yeah. I picked up some Bibles because somebody was saying Bibles sold really well. When I first started 2 years ago, when I first started Amazon, I picked up these, I was going to the Dollar Tree and buying a lot of their books to send in for Amazon, which did really well. I really probably should go back to doing that. But I picked up a couple Bibles and threw them up on eBay, and they still haven't sold. I don't think I'm asking very much for them. But they're just, your general King James or whatever they're called, Bibles. I don't have a Bible. I should ask my mom who has the family Bible. I'm assuming my mother probably still has it. Okay, so I sold my last massager. I think I may have packaged one of these on Monday. But I sold my last one. I meant to raise the price of this one because it was the last one. I forgot. I need to do stuff when I think of it, or I'll never get it done. Because it sold for $20. Oh, that's right. They pay shipping. That's probably why I didn't do it. Because I say, oh, I need to raise my price, but then I remember, oh, that's right. I have shipping included because most of my items are free shipping. So I paid, it was either $8 or $9 for this, and I sold it for $25 plus shipping. So that's pretty good. I think these will go in. Actually, I might as well grab, because I got those camels. I need to grab shoebox boxes. Oh, these are my last 3 shoebox boxes. I love these boxes. I use these for so much. Wonder if I should do a video on boxes. Wonder how many new people come to my channel. Wonder if I should do it. It's a thing with my channel. I do kind of eBay and Amazon, plus other things, but so if you're an Amazon seller, you probably don't like my eBay stuff. And if you're an eBay seller, you probably don't like my Amazon stuff. Unless you're thinking about maybe going into Amazon someday. Sorry for that tape noise. I need one of those quiet tape things. So I get Bibles at estate sales, Holly says. A few sold quick. Others are long tail. Yeah, I've heard so much about them. And if you look at sold, some of them can go for good money. Did I wrap this last time? I think I did. I don't think this is long enough. I think I ripped this for something else. So I changed to 2-day handling recently because I lost that top rated seller status. And yesterday I didn't ship. That was really nice. My mom and I took off and we went shopping. And I ended up, we left the house at 8. And my post office doesn't open till 9:30. I didn't want to have to come down here and package things. I was searching for this the other day. This is that box resizer. And I'm like, where is this? I searched everywhere. It had fallen down. I was so glad when I found it. I love this. I really need to find a home for it so I know where it is all the time. I did clean that area of my desk off over here. I wonder if it would fit in that little organizer thing I got. I picked up this organizer that you're supposed, it was actually, I'm a happy planner fanatic, but you put happy planner sticker things in it, I think. But I put it on my desk to put my Goo Gone is in it, and I don't even know, dental flossers, things I might need when I'm sitting here at my desk. It's kind of variety. That's where I have my cough drops. I was watching Shed Flips, and somebody had made a comment. It may have been on Tommy Bernard's show because I think he's a fanboy for Lonnie from Shed Flips. But he was talking about he uses a workbench table with the drawers that you would put tools in. and stuff. And I was like, what a great idea. So I was watching his video this morning when I was getting ready. He's getting his RV delivered today. So I was watching his video and I'm like, I really should get one of those. I really like the idea of all those little tiny drawers to put stuff in. Definitely if you're an Amazon seller, those are great drawers to put all your clear poly bags and all of that. I have like an art and craft drawer that I have my poly bags in. I don't know why I'm sitting here cutting without even realizing what I'm doing right now. So I'm resizing the box. I know I probably should have cut more than what I just cut off. I'm resizing the box so I don't have to use my large bubble wrap. I gotta cut this. I gotta cut that. Off you go. Okay, make my box to this size so it fits perfectly. I resize so many boxes. So I asked if anybody uses Brickseek. I don't think anybody answered that question. Does anybody not know what Brickseek is? I was mentioning to a friend the other day, and she'd never heard of Brickseek. And I belong to some Facebook groups where people would talk about Brickseek, and somebody would say, "What's Brickseek?" And I'm thinking, man, you are introducing yourself to a whole new world of being able to source. Okay, let's see how much you weigh. 2 pounds, 11 ounces. All right, let's go to Pirate Ship. Although this doesn't need 100% or $100. So we don't really need Pirate Ship. But we'll check Pirate Ship. But remember the other day there was no savings using Pirate Ship. Seven and a half, 9.5, 5, 9.75, 9, 7, 5. That's right. You can't put in halves here, so I got to do 10. 8.35. Oh goodness. Fethi. That's a weird name. Fethi. I love seeing the different names that people have. Okay, here we go. It's already in here. Let's see what Pirate Ship. I love Pirate Ship. You remember my weights and measurements. 8.35. Same price. So we'll go through eBay. That way it takes it out of my pending payouts. The only thing is that I do like when I use Pirate Ship because then I put it on my credit card where I get points. But it's easier for me when I just get that lump sum. That's what I want to talk to you guys about. My my eBay. I was doing my eBay accounting. I know I did put it in my video, on my planner video, but I really need to do a video on the accounting and the reports and stuff I pull because I realized I had been making an error on my accounting because prior to managed payments, I would always just go to my invoice, pull my invoice, and that's where I'd get all my eBay fees. And then I'd go to my sales report and I would see what my total sales were for the month. And that's what I would put in for my revenue every month. Well, once you switch to managed payments, it changes because they take that fee out of your payout. So you have to go to your managed payments reports, pull that report, get those amounts of fees, and then you got to go to your invoice and get those fees. 2 places to get fees. I only was getting them from the one place. So I have to go back and redo it. That was on my to-do list for today, but I don't think I'm going to end up doing that today. I don't think I'll finish 2020 today, but everything else is done except for that. Well, in my travel expenses minus mileage. So anytime I've done overnight stays and my meals, all that kind of stuff, I still need to put all that in. Which I got to go through all my receipts and pull all that stuff out to put it in. All right, so next I have baseball cards. Man, these have been slow selling. Slow. I picked up quite a few of these. I think I may have returned, I don't know if it was this one or football cards. Ended up returning some. I was like, oh, I bought these for my son. I bought the wrong ones. He wanted that those other ones, but you don't have them. I played like stupid mother thing and returned them. I do not like to return stuff I buy for reselling. I very, very rarely return it unless I get it home and I find it has a like damage or something, then I'll return it. Unless the damage is minor, and then if it was for Amazon, I'll just throw it on eBay and not return it. But these were, I don't know how much was these. These were $10.98, but I had picked up a lot of them, a lot. A friend of mine had mentioned, oh, Bowman come out this week, buy them. So, because, basketball were really popular. So these are Bowman baseball cards. So I picked up a lot. I cleared the shelf. Yeah, bad idea. So I'm still selling them here and there. I think I break even. Hold on. Actually, these I'm going to put in a box. If I remember right. Where's my 6x4 boxes? There they are. So these I put in a box because, if there is like a really, valuable card in there, I don't want it to be damaged because of my shipping to them. So I'll put it in a box so they get it undamaged. I do that for items that I know are collectible. I'll do that because you don't have somebody to get it, like a Funko Pop. A lot of people will collect those but don't ever open them. So I put my Funko Pops in protectors and all that kind of stuff to help them out. I'm going to tissue this. It doesn't need it, but I don't want it to be bouncing around in the box. All right, so Hoppy Girl, you said you don't use Brickseek or you don't know what it is, one or the other. So Brickseek, which I'm gonna share my screen when I'm all done this and talk about it, because what I want to do is part of my series is show things, and then I want to take it from this live and cut out that bit and then have its own standalone video, which I'm hoping I can do. Because with StreamYard, I got the free one, and you can't share your screen unless you are live. You can't like do a pre-recorded and share your screen. Kind of a bummer. So 4 ounces. So I was thinking of doing that, and then otherwise I would have to like do it through OBS and then record just me like this and then mix the two. And that's too time consuming. 5 ounces. I wish this would have stayed under 4 because it would have been cheaper. 4, 6, 358. Oh, they paid $18.86 for this, by the way. See, and I paid $10.98. So after fees and my $3.58 in shipping, like I'm not making much, maybe a couple dollars. I'm not making much. I dropped my price just to get them out of here. I tried to sell them in a big lot, so I'd get rid of a lot of them at once. But nobody wanted a bunch of them. So once I broke up the lot, they're starting to sell. I don't know how many I have left. Let me see. I'm trying to think of how many I started. I started with a lot of them. I bet you I had like 50 of them. I got 7 left. So working my way through the pile. Yeah, so I use Brickseek to figure out how much, what the stock level is of items at Walmart. They do, well, for me, I only use it for Walmart and Lowe's because I don't have a Target, an Office Depot. Well, I do have a Home Depot, but that one's like a half hour away. So if you have the UPC, which I'll be showing you, but you can use UPC and you can scan and see. So if you, let's say I went to, I think I use this as a prop a lot, this hand cream. If I went to Walgreens and I found this, or I went to my Walmart and I found this wherever, And I was like, wow, this is really profitable. I'm wondering if they have any more anywhere, even for your own personal self. You can put in the UPC and it will tell you how much is on hand at all of those stores around you. So I'll do that if I know that one year they had the Blue Yeti microphones. I think it was 2 years ago, went on clearance. And I went around and picked all the ones up I could so I could resell them because, man, you could make some big money on those. And I'll do it. Beats headphones, which I have some of those. I have to list. I wonder what I did with them. I have some Beats headphones I got for $11. So I like it for that purpose. So here's another shirt I bought. This is that other shirt that was in the very bottom. This is a Colorado Buffalo, the t-shirt. Yeah, it was the very bottom. And I'm thinking again, oh my gosh, how do I not have this? No, very last one. In a pile of like this many of them that I'm going through. I was getting worried as I kept going through it. These are really nice t-shirts. Like the quality of them is nice. This one is a Champion brand. But it's that like lighter, like not really thick t-shirt, which I like. All right, 6 ounces. I think once I do my Brickseek video, I'm going to open up my live stream if anybody wants to jump in on it with me. Let's see. Who was it that I sent? Oh no, somebody on here wanted an invite to Clubhouse, but they never sent me their phone number on Instagram. I don't know if you're on right now, but if you want an invite to Clubhouse, I need your phone number. So I said just instant message me through Instagram, unless you wanted to put it here and everybody can see it, which I wouldn't do, because I have, I think, 2 invites left. And I've hit up friends and stuff. Let me see how many I have left. Oh, it says I have 5 invites. They just gave me 3 more. I have 5 invites. Nobody wants them, which I could resell them on eBay. Guess how much? I'm going to look up. These people are selling them on eBay. So you could always join and then resell your invites. Clubhouse invite. Let's see how much it went for. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's 1,700 of them for sale right now. Let me look at solds. So somebody sold one for $6, $5, $14.99, $6, $19.95, $5, $8, $20, $8. This is just today, February 11th. $9.99, $8, $12.99, $4.25 on auction. Somebody put one up on auction, only went for $4.25. $8, $6.50, $21. So $24.99, $29.99. But the thing is you sell it, then how do you get it back, right? Like, let's say somebody sends you it. They send you the invite and then you say, oh, I never got it. I'm sure you'd get your money back. Oh, massive pileup. Hold on. There's breaking news. Massive pileup traps driver, shuts down interstate in Fort Worth. Ooh. Hope they're okay. Oh, that was me. So it was you, Tracy? Yeah, I never sent a message to anyone on Instagram before. Oh, maybe you did send it. Hold on, let me check. I don't think I checked Instagram yesterday, but I kept checking it on Monday. I don't think I checked Instagram yesterday. Oh, I got to click on 3 requests. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry, Tracy. I see it. Oh, I get people message me from Clubhouse. Kelsey. Nice to meet you. I'm Kelsey on Clubhouse. Oh, hi, Kelsey. All right, Tracy. I will send you that right this minute. And accept your... I'm glad I said something. I keep forgetting that. It's like Facebook. If somebody's not your Like if you're not following them and they're not following you or something, it kind of goes into that spam thing. All right, how do I'm going to have to write your number down. Tamara, don't say it out loud. I'm trying to find a scrap piece of paper. I've got so much paper around me. How come I can never seem to find a piece when I need peace? If you're saying, what is Clubhouse? So for those who were around when I was talking about it on Monday, Clubhouse is a new app only for the iPhone or the iPad. And you have to, has to be like a newer, you have to have the latest iOS edition. So you can't use an old iPhone. Like the iPhone 6, somebody tried it and it wouldn't work for them. I'm sure I'm writing her number down, trying not to say it out loud because normally I talk as I'm writing the thing down. So I'll say something else. So you have to invite them by their phone number. So I got to add her as a contact. Promise I won't use your phone number for anything else. No. Yes, add. Why won't it? Choose a contact to add to favorites. Oh, I'm under favorites. Like it wasn't working right. It's almost like it's the first time I've ever added somebody on my phone. Tracy. I'm going to put reseller so I know who you are. So when I look in here and I'm like, who's Tracy? All right, so Clubhouse. It's like a podcast, but it's live. So there are no pre-recorded things. If you want to hear a topic that somebody's talking about, you've got to go in and listen right then and there. It's audio only. There's no messaging. There's no video. It's just audio. So you pop into a room and you listen to the speakers. If you want to become a speaker, you raise your hand and they'll let you come on. A lot of times they'll say, they'll be like, you can go on and ask a question and then pop off. There's reselling ones. I've gone into ones about keto diet. I've gone into Alzheimer's because that's a passion of mine is Alzheimer's study and stuff. Interesting stuff because there were doctors and high-level researchers. There's celebrities that are in there and stuff like that. So it's just kind of neat to hear them and to be able to talk to them if you have a question and stuff. I don't really follow the celebrities. I popped into one the other day, Lindsay Lohan, because I just wanted to see what kind of crash mess was going on in that room. But yeah, I find it just really interesting. Like you can have so many different topics. There's a veterans one that I like to go into and just kind of hear what they have to say. But you have to be on the app at the time that they're talking about it to even see that it's going on. Now you'll get notifications at the top saying that, like for instance, mine says, like at 10 o'clock, there's a Thursday business strategy one, circular economy founders, no idea, devotional time for mindset. But right now there's a reseller morning grind going on, breakfast with champions, the Millionaire Breakfast Club. I was listening to that this morning earlier. Health versus wealth, scaling online coaching. So if you're looking to start a business, there's a lot of like real estate stuff. Oh, here's another reselling one going on. Let's chit chat and post our thrifted looks. Well, how can you post your thrifted looks? You can't, it's, hello person, you can't post anything. It's all audio. A lot about Bitcoin lately. I got vaccinated for COVID again. A lot of ones in other languages that I don't even know what they're talking about. Hey, good morning, Thomas. So yeah, whoever you follow on the platform is what you'll get in your feed. So if you're following a real estate agent, all of a sudden you'll start getting these real estate stuff, like Real Estate Coffee Cafe. I'm obviously following a real estate person. Fitness and nutrition. Don't even know what that word is. Another language. Oh, the Go to Hell morning show. And you got to watch it because when you pop in to a room, they see that you're in there. So, for instance, let me go into the reseller room. I'm just going to show you. So you can't go in. I'm going to turn it down. So you can't go. So this is a room and it shows you, these are the speakers in the room. And then you'll go down here, and these are people in the room that the speakers are following. So sometimes that's good because you can be like, oh, I'm going to follow them. Like I'm right. I use my Bitmoji or whatever they're called. So I'm being followed by one of the speakers in that room, and then it has the people not being followed by somebody. So you'd show up down here, and so you can't go into a room and just spy, right? Somebody's going to know you're in there, which is kind of interesting because sometimes I go into rooms where, like, I was in a room last week, and it was like a Black Lives Matter group. They were talking about Black conservatives or something. So I just kind of went in just to see what they were talking about. I think I was the only white person in that whole room. So I probably stood right out. But it was really, really interesting conversation they were having. So I was listening. So I didn't get up and talk or anything, but you can listen. But there are some questionable topics that you got to be careful if you went into that room, because there's sometimes just curiosity makes me want to go into a room, but I won't go into them because then people will know. And then your friends, if you go up on a stage, you'll get a notification that your friend is up on the stage. So if Tracy, I didn't send you that invite yet. Once I send her this invite, if Tracy goes up on the stage in one of these rooms, I think you're my only Tracy in my books. It just says Tracy, so I just sent it to you. So if Tracy was to go up on the stage, I would get notified that Tracy's on the stage talking. So if you go up on the stage and you're talking in boyfriends who cheat on their girlfriends, right? I'm going to know that that's where you're talking. That's because those are type of topics that are in here too. So there's a lot of business related topics, but then there's a lot of entertainment, as I call it, topics. All right. So Tracy, should be good to go. And how are you doing today, Thomas? Are you working today or are you lurking? I am hanging out here hoping that at some point I hit my 1,000th subscriber. That'd be really cool. We'll see. I'm at 987. So I know that the big Scott, the Bearded Picker, is on right now, and a lot of people are in his channel. I'm hoping that when he gets done talking, maybe some people will see that I'm on and pop over. But in the meantime, I got a small audience. Hey, good morning, Emily. All right, so I am packing my orders. I only got a couple left. So I sold these. It's so weird. All right, for those who sell on eBay, because on Amazon, if you get the buy box, all of a sudden your stuff might sell, but you might, I'm about to go hit a few Walmarts. Oh, awesome. I went into a Walmart yesterday and I don't think I bought anything for reselling. Oh, I did. I bought some, I don't know if I'm going to resell them, but I bought some Ozark branded, like travel cups, the insulated steel ones or whatever they are. But so on Amazon, you can have like 30 items on Amazon, right? And you're not selling. And then all of a sudden you sell them all. Well, that's because you got the buy box, as they call it on Amazon. So when somebody is shopping on Amazon, they just click add to cart and your item sells. If you're in that buy box, you're the person who's filling that item. So if you shop on Amazon and you've never sold on Amazon, man, there is so much to learn. When you become a seller, you become a better shopper on Amazon. If you are just clicking on the buy box, add to cart, you could be spending more money than you would if you were to take the time and just see what other sellers there are, because sometimes whoever is in that buy box is not the lowest price. So if you looked, you might find something cheaper, even Prime. Sometimes there will be a non-Prime offer in the buy box, but there's Prime offers not in the buy box. It's really, really weird. But so when this happens on eBay, when all of a sudden you have something and nobody's buying them, right? Or it's been a while. And then all of a sudden you sell, I had 2 of these left and I sold them both in one day. I'm like, what? How come all of a sudden somebody is searching for these, right? This is what I sold. Damn glare. That damn glare. So these are Lennox and they're camels. And they go with the First Blessing Nativity is what's called. So, they're a piece that you'd put with your nativity set. I picked these up after Christmas of 2019. on clearance at Macy's.com. I bought a ton of Lennox items. You know, they didn't have a markdown this year. I kept checking over and over and over again, and there was nothing ever marked down, but marked down enough for me. So the retail of this is $140 on the bottom. Can't see the price, but 140 bucks it says. So I was selling these on Amazon. I don't know how much. And then they kind of just stopped, which I think I need to remember to go and take. Hold on. Now that I'm thinking about it, let me go, because I took down yesterday. I sold one. I was out and about, and when I stopped to eat lunch, I said to my mom, I'm like, oh, I got to take down my inventory that I sold one. And then as I'm eating, I'm like, so I got an offer. I was selling these for $63, I think. $63. And I got an offer for $50. And I accepted the $50 offer because I've had these for a while. I think I paid like $9 for it. So I'm like, okay, I'll accept the 50. Well, a few hours later, I get another offer for $60. And I'm thinking, did this person not realize I already bought it? So I checked, completely different buyer. And I'm like, well, heck yeah, if I accepted 50, I'll accept 60. So I got 2 of these I'm packing today. Sold them both. Isn't that weird? I just find it so odd how you can sell. So I was asking $59.74 on Amazon. And I sold one for $60 on eBay. All right, I just took that off from eBay. Not from Amazon. So how do you get the buy box on Amazon? That is a good question. How do you get the buy box on Amazon? Thomas, anything to look for? Yeah, so I will tell you that I look, and then I'll answer your question, Hoppy. Almost no toys are left on clearance in my Walmarts. I found some sporting goods items. They had some muzzle loading black powder items on clearance. I called my husband on FaceTime to see if he wanted any. And he goes, how many do they have? They were black powder bullets. And I said, I don't know, like 20 of them maybe. And he goes, we'll buy them all. Ended up being there was 25 of them. So I bought them all. They were $5. They're normally $21 at Walmart. But he says they're very hard to find. Black powder bullets, for your muzzle loader. So I said, so I got them home and I looked them up on eBay, and they're going for $39.99 on eBay. There's no listing on Amazon, but there is on eBay, because you can sell like ammo, but these are not considered ammo. So I told him, take what you want, and I'm probably going to sell the rest because that's $40, $5 into 40. And that's 40 plus shipping. So, all right, I'm going to bubble wrap this. It probably doesn't need it, but again, you know me, I love to bubble wrap. All right, so that's what I would look at. I didn't see much else at Walmart right now on clearance. I feel like there just is not a lot. I didn't see anything in electronics. I went through some household. I didn't see much. Don't buy grape nuts. People are getting restricted in that now because that's what's popular. I don't know. See, I don't know if there's even anything like Easter wise to pick up. I've been really struggling with what to find for Amazon lately. I don't think this is even going to slide, so I am not going to Frankenbox it. I'm not going to cut it down. All right. So question of how do you get the buy box on Amazon? That is a tricky question because people wonder that. So my trick is you don't always have to be the lowest. And it used to be if you were FBA, so you sent your stuff into Amazon, so you became Amazon Prime eligible, unless you were doing that through FBM, which is expensive, in my opinion, because you have to ship everything within 2 days. You would get the buy box. But last year, all that changed. With COVID, so much changed where they were giving the buybacks more to fulfillment by merchant people, or what they also call MFN, Merchant Fulfilled Network, I think is what the M stands for. Those people were getting the buy box more. So sometimes things would be at Amazon, but they would put like me shipping it as the buy box. I also think sometimes the more you have, the better metrics you have, you might get it. Like, it's all a guessing game on how Amazon figures that out. So I don't really have the right answer. I just try and match the current buy box price. If, and when I'm sourcing and finding stuff and scanning it, I'll look at the buy box price. And if I can match that, then that's, and there's profit, then that's what I will match. I have a repricer and I have it compete against trying to match the buy box all the time. That's my strategy for my 1 pound, 6 ounces. That's my strategy for the buy box. Oh, I don't need to measure it. The measurements are on here. I didn't cut it down today. 14. Oh, maybe this one. Well, no, they paid 50, so I don't need to go with pirate ship for this one. 15, 7, and 5. Well, that's not bad. $7.96. Where's it going? Oh, it's only going to Vermont, right next door. Very nice. That's cheaper than sending it in a priority mailbox. Or priority mail padded. Perfecto. Emily, just getting started on Amazon. I'm looking into books lately. I started off with some books because everybody says start off with Amazon with books. The thing that's nice with books is a lot of them, if their rank is good, sell pretty quickly because a lot of people buy books on Amazon. And the more items that you sell on Amazon, even though there may be a small profit, the more stuff will start to open up. So when I first started, I was doing a lot of books. I was going to some of the book fairs. Of course, I don't think they're even having them right now. I went to like the local book fair at the library and bought so much. And the lady was so happy. I walked out with like 3 of those big IKEA bags full. And she was so excited. But some of them I scanned and I was like, holy smokes, there's a lot of profit in this book. But man, they were a slow mover. And I ended up dropping the price to finally get them to move. I might even have, actually, I don't think I have any of them left. I think I've sold all of those books, actually, from that one book fair I went to 2 years ago, though. And then I started going to the Dollar Tree. And the trick with the Dollar Tree is I got some here because, I don't know, until you learn how to read Keepa, it can become really tricky, and I made some bad buys. And I have some books that are, I think I got like maybe 10 of them sitting here because I was buying all of them, and then ended up being they weren't really that good of a seller. Actually, I think I have more than that because I was buying them from Ollie's too. Every now and then I'd find them on Ollie's, but you got to be careful if it's a book that has like a little remainder mark. So there's just like a black dot or a red dot or maybe a slash. Somebody took a pen and just put a little dot on the end of it. That's called a remainder mark. You cannot sell those as new. You have to sell them as like new or used, that type of stuff. So you can't sell them as new. But if it didn't have any marks, I sell it as new. If it's new and I bought it from a place where I can say, hey, yeah, I bought it from Ollie's, brand new, it's new. But I was buying them from the Dollar Tree, and the Dollar Tree and Ollie's put stickers over the UPC so you can't scan the UPC. But if you use on the Amazon app, there's a little, in the search bar, just like eBay, there's that little camera. You can scan the front of it, of the thing, and then just look to make sure it says hardcover or soft, and put in the $1.08 it costs because I pay tax here in New York, just like Emily. So I'd put in $1.08 and I would see if there's profit. And I was buying a lot of books from the Dollar Tree, a lot of them. And some of them had really good rank, but a lot of them are really slow because you got to remember if the Dollar Tree has them, it's because publishers got rid of them because they were not selling. So just be careful of that. All right, so I got another camel, my last camel. Ooh, he seems like he's really rattly in here. He doesn't sound broken, but he doesn't sound like he is as secure as the other one. I better check him. I don't want it to not look like it's used by opening it, because I have not opened these at all since I bought them. But he is definitely more rattly. He's in his foam. I shouldn't say rattly, because it's not like he's broken. Hey, good morning, Beth. He's definitely not broken, right? No, you're not broken. But why are you not so secure as the other one was? I don't know. I don't want to add anything because I don't want to look like it's like been used, and so hopefully he makes it there okay. The other ones have made it, no complaints. Well, good morning, Beth. Beth, I gotta tell you, I feel really bad. I gotta get with Adam because I know he asked me to be on his show. I am just not a nighttime person, and he asked me one day, where was I going? Oh, I had to go to the dentist and get 2 crowns. I have been grinding my teeth, and now I wear a night guard at night, but even during the day, I find myself, my jaw hurts because I've been I clench my teeth. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on, but I have a couple crowns, and I had worn the crown from the porcelain right down to like the metal type area. And I was having issues with some of my crowns popping off. So I started going to a new dentist here because we moved over here. And he's like, yeah, I think he said I have like 8 crowns that need to be replaced because I've worn them down so bad. I got a whole mouthful of crowns. I've got such my teeth are wicked soft. My dentist used to say, I mean, that's the thing. When you have soft teeth, you can get cavities so easy. And as a kid, they weren't putting sealants on them. In my age, my kids all have sealants. But they, hold on, gotta grab some bubble wrap. So I went to the dentist, and I knew I was going to be there. It was a 3-hour appointment. And I said, I don't know how I'm going to feel. And he wanted me to go on that night. So I told him I couldn't because I was busy. And then I think the next night was, or the next week, something was going on. So I was supposed to be on last week, but I never got back to him. Some nights I deal with, I don't know if anybody else does, but I used to have really severe seasonal depression, like really, really bad, where I had to take medication. And I actually just started taking medication, antidepressants again for anxiety medication, because it's supposed to help with my teeth clenching during the day. I don't know. I don't find them clenching as much, so maybe it's working. But I don't, in this winter time when it gets dark, thankfully now it's like 6 o'clock. Hold on, I got a drink. I think it's been about an hour since I've coughed, so that's pretty good. So in the wintertime when it gets dark, when it was getting dark at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, I am ready. I'm in bed by like 6:37. Like, it is really bad. But I'm up. I'm up at like 4 in the morning. So lately, I've been going to bed at like 7 at night. So last night, I got home with my mom from shopping. We were sitting on the couch watching Tim Allen. I can't remember his show. Last Man Standing. They're like the reruns. And watching that, and my eyes were just burning. And I was just like, and I cannot usually sleep sitting up, but I closed my eyes at some point. It must have been a commercial or something. I woke up at like 8:30. I was like sleeping on sitting up on the couch. So I'm like, I'm going to bed at 8:30. But I literally went to bed at 7:30 because I fell asleep at 7:30. So I want to go on his show, but man, some days are so tough for me that I'm just really, I hate to commit saying, yes, I'm going to be there, and then be horrible because I'm so tired. Like, oh, I don't know. So part of me is like, maybe as like the season gets little where it's later, because right now it's like 6 o'clock and it's still light out. Isn't that horrible? I don't know if anybody else deals with that, with the holiday, with winter and just the sun setting so early. It's almost like my dad had Alzheimer's and he had sundowners. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, sundowners syndrome or sundowners. And what that is it for him with Alzheimer's, as soon as the sun set, he actually became like irritable, but he would be ready to go to bed. And we used to have to say, Dad, you cannot go to bed at 4:30 in the winter. Like, you cannot in December go to bed at 4:30. You will be up at like midnight and be wide awake at midnight. And it was so hard to keep him up until at least 8 or 9 and then let him go to bed. It was so hard. And he would become so combative because he wanted to go to bed. But it was a nightmare to let him go to bed that early. It became a nightmare because then, unless you're willing to go to bed at 4:30, you know you're going to be up early. But that's how I am. So I feel really bad because I would love to support his channel. And I watch his reruns, and so many of them are, oh, I haven't been a guest since he changed to 5 p.m. Eastern. Oh, did he change to 5? Because I thought he was still doing it at 7. Last week it was still 7. And I watched, because I've been watching his reruns, and I felt bad because one day he was like, oh, I was really, really hoping to have this Amazon seller who does RA. And he was talking, I knew he was talking about me, and I felt really bad because he mentioned you, Beth, and he goes, well, he said 2 people I know have reached out to her on Instagram. And I'm like, oh, that's me. I feel so horrible. I feel so bad. But I was watching his video, and the people that are in the chat are people who don't come in my chat at all. So it'd be a whole new audience for me, which would be nice. I don't know. I thought about, because I was able to stay up for the Super Bowl. So I'm like, okay, but I was not good. I was not good company. We had people over, and oh, remind me who you're talking about. I'm talking about Adam's Exploits channel. It's 7 your time, 6 my time. Yeah. So he I stayed up for the Super Bowl. I was so tired. You know those like Snicker commercials where people are like hangry? I kind of get like that when I'm tired. That's why I feel like I wouldn't give the best me if I was on his channel. I just feel like I wouldn't really be me because I would just be tired, and I'm not a nice person when I'm tired. Ask my husband. He'll tell you. When I'm tired, what's the other thing? He can always tell when I'm angry. We were just talking about that the other day. Hey, this one's only costing $7.96 also. That's awesome. This one's going to New Jersey. That's so weird. I still find it so odd that 2 people are looking for a nativity camel in one day. So weird. There's always that saying, like, oh, if you want to sell something, touch it or talk about it. I kind of felt like that as I was going through my bins. All of a sudden, I would sell something that I haven't even looked at in the last year. And I'm like, that's really weird. Maybe it's because I just did inventory and touched that item. All right. That is that. That is I think that's all my orders. Let me just make sure. I don't think I sold anything on Mercari. I don't have hardly anything listed right now. I really need to get to cross posting. I went and deleted everything off from Mercari, and I'm adding stuff back in. I've canceled so many live streams because I just wasn't feeling it. Yes, Beth, I know. That's why I've been listening to, I've been mentioning Tommy Bernard's channel. I watch him in rerun because he starts at 10 at night. And he's always saying how, because he talks a lot, he does a lot of analysis of YouTube and stuff. And he's like, yeah, if you're consistent, if you do something consistently all the time, YouTube likes that. And don't start something consistently if you're not going to be consistent. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not consistent. As you guys, anybody who's on this channel knows, I am not consistent. I try and do things, but there are days I'm just like, when I was doing my Monday on the Noontime Monday show, there was Mondays where I'm just like, I'm just not feeling it today. Like, I do not want to go live. But many times I would go live, and afterwards I was like, that actually went really good. I was really glad I went live. But I don't know. My big thing is, I just sold something on eBay. My big thing is, how come I didn't hear the cha-ching? I just sold a telephone. I didn't get a cha-ching. I left my phone on just so I could hear the cha-ching because I like that. What was I going to say? I don't remember. Yeah, so my big thing is not always just like not feeling it, but I don't want to be like, oh, I got to stay home today because I have a live scheduled, right? Like if it's a nice day and I want to go out sourcing, and I have nothing else going on, I want to go source because that's what makes me money. So I'd rather go do that than have to stay here to do a live that I've scheduled. So yeah, so I haven't been scheduling anything. And although I was looking at not really fully looking at my analytics, but just like the views and stuff. And I noticed some of my lives do really well with views, but I don't know if those views are good views. Like somebody could pop in, like I just had 14, now I only have 13. So somebody that are watching right now, so somebody could have popped in really quickly and then been like, oh, I don't want to listen to her. And then like pop right out. So you get that as a view, but it's not a good view, right? If they're just popping in and then leaving, it's not a good view. So I don't know maybe I should look at which one gets the most comments. So I'm trying to decide whether to do lives or pre-recorded. I like pre-recorded because I can do it at any time. All right, nothing on Macari. Oh, I did have that one Etsy. And then let's see, Posh. So every day, even though I don't do anything on Posh, every now and then I'll sell something. So I still check it every day. No Posh. And what about Bonanza? I don't remember anything coming through for PayPal. Which reminds me on PayPal, I got a chargeback. I got to see if they've updated the status. Nothing on Bonanza. All right, let me check PayPal. See how my issue is on PayPal. I had somebody buy something on Bonanza, sent it, and then I think it was the day before it ended up getting delivered. I got a thing from PayPal saying that somebody said it wasn't their card had been used or something. I don't know. Why would you use somebody else's card and order something online, which gives you the tracking of where the item was delivered, versus if you're using somebody's credit card and you're going to go to a store and buy it, the chances of them figuring out who you are pretty slim, unless you go to like a Walmart or something that's got cameras. But if you went to smaller stores, let's see. So Orlando purchased a GE refrigerator filter, but it went to a Beatty, which is really funny. Is I know exactly where it got shipped because I went to my home state of Vermont, and I know the town and everything. There is an open dispute. Okay, so they have not done anything with this. Why does it take so long? This was on January 23rd. It takes so long. When did I reply back to them? January 26th. Oh well. Release the funds. $67. We may get snow here in Houston on Monday. Really? Gosh. Welcome to my world. I got so much snow out here. I mean, like, we got a lot of snow. I need about 3 days of 45-degree weather with rain all day. That's what I need. It'll take care of this snow. It'll probably also create flooding, which wouldn't be a good thing. Okay, Etsy. I need to go get these Carolina. Let me go to eBay because I got to find out where they are on eBay, because I put everything. Oh, that's right. I got that new sale on eBay now. Carolina pad. Carolina pad. Oh, I already took it off from eBay. Unsold. Been trying to be really good when I sell something on Etsy to take it off from eBay. In this case, I was good. All right, I'll bring it back. I got to go to J. Hey, want to see something I created? Share screen, Chrome tab. Let me find it. Okay, no. Application window. Oh, here it is. This is what I created for when I have to run, because when you're doing a show by yourself, sometimes you got to run to the restroom. This is not what I'm doing. I got to go to Tote J and pull these. But look, this is what I created. There you go. All right, J And I got to go grab those. I should grab a bag where I'm at it. Isn't that cute? So people don't know how to drive in it. It is so true. So prior to this job, I worked for the military, and I had, what was that noise I just heard? I had to go to, oh, it's this. My bag is hitting the microphone little thing. So when I was, prior to this job, I worked for the military, and I had to go to Andrews Air Force Base, usually every month. And I would always laugh when they would be like, oh, it's calling for snow. Like, we're closing down. Like, the whole city closes down. All the base closes, everything. And I'm like, what do you mean you're closing down? They're like, well, people aren't used to it. They don't have enough plows. It's so funny because, you know, when you live in an area where there's snow it seems like all the time in the winter, then, you know, there's times when we would have snow at the beginning of November, and we would have snow all the way to April. We would never see green grass at all. So, yeah. Hey, good morning, Charlene. Is it Charlene or Carlene? Do you say car or char? I think it's car, if I remember Carlene. Alrighty. I figured I might as well get these things in a bag. As my husband comes down, I'm hoping he makes my run for me. Okay, so this is what I sold on Etsy. I think I may have shown these before, but they're already bagged. I bought these from a liquidation, put them on eBay, cross-post to Etsy. All right, it is Carlene. Okay, that's what I thought. So they're an organizational folder by Studio C. Hot chocolate is the line of the design and stuff. But inside, they are just like folders. What do they call those? I think you used to buy them for school or whatever. So they're just, you know, like they have like the half a page right here so you put stuff in. But there's 8 of them inside this. So it's just for, I don't know what you'd use it for. But I got a ton of these from a liquidation company, and they're a slow mover, but I paid $1.44 for the 2 because I grouped them into groups, most of them. And I sold this one for, actually, let me look at Etsy because that's eBay's price. Print. I hate that you have to like go to print your order receipt to see how much you sold something for. So I sold these for $20.58, and I paid $1.44 for them. Right, free shipping, but shipping's nothing when they're lightweight. Use these poly bags. It's going to Schenectady, New York. Somebody in my, I always feel it's funny. I say like my neighborhood's Schenectady, but it's still like 4 hours away or so. But I feel like it's still my neighborhood. So weird. Okay. I feel like that when I send stuff to Syracuse and Rochester. I feel like they're my neighbor, even though it's a ways away. Emily's my neighbor, even though she's a ways away. All right, 13 ounces. Ship today. All right, let's just read in the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, it's really weird when things shut down because of snow, but safety reasons. You know, I used to be like, people can't figure out how to drive in it until they said, well, we just don't have as many plows. So if we're going to get 4 inches of snow, we just don't have the plows to deal with 4 inches. So it takes a while for the roads to get clear. And I'm like, okay, then that makes sense. Because they would all turn to working from home those days. See, we are neighbors. The internet makes you close. I know, isn't that weird? Don't you? I mean, every now and then I think of technology and I get like weirded out. Like, it is crazy that you can pick up a cell phone that has no wires, right? And you can call somebody in Australia and be talking to them within seconds. Isn't that odd that all moves that fast to get to like Australia? And to think that all of this stuff, like when you think about what life was like, let's say in 1920, right? My great grandmother was born in 1899. So in 1920, she was 21 years old. And you think about what her life was like, and everything that we have today was all there in 1920. They just didn't have, the scientists hadn't discovered whatever it was to make things happen like that, like cell phones and stuff. It's just so weird. I get weirded out by stuff like that. I'm in such awe that there's such brilliant people out there to create things like that. Like to create rubber to make tires and to create plastic. It's remarkable. Or to create plants that taste like hamburger, right? I haven't had any Beyond Beef, but my husband was asking me, what was it we had the other day? And he goes, is it fake hamburger or is it fake meat? Was it? I don't think it was that steak. I don't remember what it was. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It's not. That is an option on Blue Ribbon we're doing, but I have not ventured into that. All right, so I did sell a item on eBay just now. Let me go grab that. Might as well ship that out, even though I don't have to, right? I could wait till Monday, but I'll be good and ship it now. Ship by February 16th. Why would that be 16th? Isn't today's Thursday? Friday? Monday. That's 2 days. I'm pretty sure I have 2-day handling. All right, so this is my last one. I got to go to F and grab an AT&T prepaid singular flip 3. F. I need to find my selfie stick. I went to record something the other day for you guys, and I had to hold it out like this, but I was like, where's my selfie stick? I don't think this one sticks good on it because I have one of those. I got this sock poppet, and it doesn't, because most of the time it makes it stick out so the clamps don't fit right. That's the way it is on my dashboard now. But I like it. I was getting, my pinky was getting so sore because when I'm holding my phone and I'm scanning at like Walmart, right? So I would sit here like this, but I would always, before I had the sock poppet, sock pocket, I don't know what it's called. But I was always using my pinky to hold my phone up. And so I would, be scanning and scanning and scanning. Well, I put it on one of my travel time chit chats, and somebody said, oh, you need one of these. So I went and bought one, bought a 3-pack because they were on clearance at Walmart. So now I can do this and not have to use my pinky, and I can sit here and scan and all that kind of stuff. So I love it. I love it, but it makes it so it doesn't fit into like my dashboard holder and a lot of stuff I have because of this. But it's still better in the long run. I like it. Okay, so this is what I sold. These were on clearance at Walmart, maybe the summertime or maybe early fall. How much did I pay for this? $8 for this phone, and sold it for $34. I will tell you, when I was in Walgreens this week, did I say Walmart earlier? I meant Walgreens if I didn't say Walgreens. Walgreens. I was at Walgreens and I noticed that they just marked down the ones at Walgreens right now, but they're not low enough for me to buy them. But I will be keeping an eye on them, and when they drop low enough, I will buy them again. I did sell one at Christmas time, and the person said they were like, oh, it didn't work, or I don't know, they complained about something. And I'm like, what do you mean? It was brand new. And I didn't refund them. I was like, all right, send it back. I think I even had free returns at the time. They did not send it back. So it got closed in my favor. And I really think so many people will open returns hoping that you will refund them. So many people just refund. I belong to some Facebook groups, and so many times people are like, especially in like the thrifting board, they say, oh, just refund them. You know, it's just easier, just refund them. You shouldn't waste your time fighting it, or you shouldn't waste your time doing whatever. Just refund them. And I'm like, hell no. I will literally take a loss to prove a point. Because that's just me. I was telling my friend Michael that recently on something. I'm like, no, he ended up refunding, but I'm like, no, I would have taken a loss. Send that sucker back to me. I don't care if it costs me money. You're not keeping my item, and unless I know that I made an error. If I know that I made an error, then yeah. I will own that. Let me weigh this just to see. I don't think it weighs a pound. Before I grab a box. Yeah, I mean a bag. Uh-oh. I think I might. Nope, I got one left. I got some more. Oh, I did have a small one left. It was hiding. I'm going to grab one of these. It's taking me forever to package today. Of course, when orders come in after you're done packaging, it is cool. So I'm just bubbled this one. I probably should. So how often do you say, okay, this is a $45 sale. Should I put this in priority, or should I stick with first class when it's $45? 13 ounces. Let me see how much it is if I add insurance to it. I've had pretty good luck lately with the post office. I haven't had very many delays. I do have an international delay right now that's going to Luxembourg. And she reached out to me. It was a big purchase. She purchased, I think it was like $200 worth of stuff. Maybe more than that. Happy Planner stuff. Because I've told you guys, people in other countries cannot get Happy Planner stuff. So they will look to you to be able to buy it on eBay. Joseph, Miami. Make sure I got the right one. Joseph, Miami. Oh! You received $4. What did I get $4 for? I don't know what that's about, but I'll take it. I'll have to figure out. I'm looking to see. No, okay. Pirate ship. And the 14 ounces. I'm going to just put insurance on this and see. 12, 8, 2. Insurance on, what did I say it was? $34.86 before their taxes. So 35. Let's see how much insurance is. If I add insurance, it comes up to $6.41. So that's still cheaper because it's 75 cents to add insurance, which most of the time I just self-insure. So it's $6.41 is cheaper than $8. If I would have gone priority, it would be $8. Print. I added insurance to that international order because it was, oh, I buy you a taco. You know, it said Holly, but I don't think I know your last name. And that's why I was like, that's weird. Who bought $4 on it? But because really the only thing that comes through Amazon, PayPal now is my Bonanza sales. That's why I'm thinking, what did I sell for $4 on Bonanza? Well, thank you for buying me a taco. You know, I had such a hard time deciding whether or not I wanted to do that, because they have this thing called Buy Me a Coffee, and it's on some like YouTube channels that I follow, in a podcast that I follow, Pure Hustle podcast. They do Buy Me a Coffee, and I've purchased coffees, multiple coffees. I think one channel I watch all the time, which I talked about earlier, Victoria. Oh, there you are, Victoria. I'm just gonna say you, because I bought you like 5 coffees, I think, one day. So I put a link to your channel earlier. I'm hoping you get some new subs. I'm hoping we both hit 1,000 by the end of the week. That would be a really nice Valentine's Day gift for us. So if anybody is not following Adventures with Victoria, actually, let me just say control. I bet you there it is. It hadn't even come off from my paste. It was still in my copy of my clipboard. Make sure you follow her channel, because we need to get to her to 1,000. But yeah, so I finally said, I think it was last week, I'm like, because somebody had said to me on I think it was my ungating video, they're like, I really wish that you had super chats and stuff, because I'd like to pay you for whatever. And, and I've always said, one of the reasons I started this channel, and one of the reasons I had my Facebook group, which if you're a member of it, I have no control over it now because of my account being hacked, and Facebook absolutely SUCKSing, because they have no customer service. Facebook has no customer service. There's no phone number. There's no email. There's no contact us form. There's nothing. But so I started this because I was in so many groups, and so many of them made you pay for all their information. And getting started, like, there was like just basic stuff, and I was like, my gosh, I gotta pay money for this and this and this and this, and I'm like, I need that money for sourcing, especially with Amazon. That it got to a point where I'm like, I'm gonna create a channel where I can give this information for free, because I know what it's like to start out. And when you have limited income to start out, a little limited sourcing money, it's hard. And it still makes me like, some of the things are so simple, like how to get ungated in toys, that it just drives me crazy. There are still people who charge people on how to get ungated in toys, because it's out there. If somebody just took the time to do a search on YouTube, they would find their answers to so many things. And if you had to pay $200 for that information, I just hate it. I was very fortunate that I had a really good friend, Tiffany, who shared information with me. A lot of it she paid for, and some of it she was privy to, like these certain groups that she was a member of. I think she was a moderator of some of them, and gave me some information, which I owe her a lot for that. Unfortunately, she passed away last year, so I don't really have a way. My way of doing it is by giving back to the community like she gave to me. So that's what I do. I wanted to send you some, but can you send me your PayPal? In my no, it's probably not on the description of this one, because I didn't put a description, but I have that buy me a coffee. But I was like, well, I only have 1 coffee a day, but hey, send me tacos, because you can choose anything. This summer I'll probably change it to buy me an ice cream cone. But yeah, it is really sad. She ended up committing suicide. I had no idea. And I had been trying to reach out to her for like 3 months, and I never had like her phone number. It was all through like instant messaging, or whatever it's called today, DMing, PMing. And she belonged to a Discord group, and we were all like, where's Tiffany? And yeah, unfortunately we found out somebody had posted her obituary, and we're like, oh my gosh, what happened? And then we realized what had happened. So if you are ever in need and need somebody to talk to, I'm always an open ears any time of day. Even if I'm tired and cranky, I will switch that off for something like that. So, yeah. So my PayPal is Yellow Brick Road Reselling. At gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat here. If you want, please don't feel obliged to give me anything, because you know. My plan is hopefully to become monetized, and if I could make $25 a month on my YouTube, that would be amazing. So I could pay for StreamYard or Restream or whatever the other one is. I downloaded it, but I haven't played with it yet. I just to cover my expenses would be really good. Yeah. Oh, hey, Michael. I was mentioning you earlier. Maybe that's why you came in, because you heard me. Your ears were ringing. Michael, the Thrifting Goomba, he has... Actually, I think you're... I don't know if you're a mod or not. Hold on. I'm going to go to my live stream here. Oh, yeah, you are. Hey, feel free to leave a link to your channel, Michael. Michael's a good friend of mine. We've been reselling friends for a couple years now. And he has a show that he does on Wednesday nights. I don't know if you did it last night or not, but 10 o'clock at night, Michael, that's way too late. I cannot stay awake. I looked at that taco thing, but I only use PayPal gifting. Oh, okay. They have thank you, Victoria. They have that buy me a coffee is all through PayPal. So I don't really know how they make money off of it. I have no idea how they make money off of it. Because if somebody was to send me $4 for a taco, I get $4. So I don't know how that works. No idea. Oh, we didn't do the show because of the auction for Robin. Oh, I started watching that last night Victoria was on with Nana Tink. I didn't realize that was for Robin. It didn't say it in the title. If that's the auction, because they were saying this morning they raised, was it 7,800, something like that? That's amazing. That's awesome. For those who don't know, somebody in the reselling community, Robin, she had an aneurysm. They thought it was a stroke and sent her to a hospital, transferred her to a stroke hospital, ended up being an aneurysm. So if anybody is of a praying type, it would be great to say some prayers for her recovery. It's really great when people in this community, something happens to one. Oh, the auction for Robin was on Donna's channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, I feel bad I didn't hang out, although I fell asleep at 7:30 last night, so I'm not sure how good that would have helped. I fell asleep on the couch. Yeah, I love to see how many, anytime anybody is in need, people all come together. Like there was somebody who had COVID, Pinching Pesos had COVID last summer, and they were asking everybody just to put on her playlist, put on her channel, so she would get the revenue from YouTube. And I just sat here and I put it on, and the way my computer is set up is if something's playing, it never shuts down. And I would leave for the day and go sourcing, and I'd come back and it'd still be playing. So I mean, I was just playing her playlist just to help her out in that way, because there are things you can do to help somebody that don't cost you anything, right? Anything but maybe your time. But in this case, it wasn't even my time. I could literally put it on things I've already seen 3-4 years ago and just let it play and know that it was helping her. So I got $130 for my plushes. I was so happy. Oh, you put on some plushes? That is so funny, Beth, because Larry, I think, Victoria, you can confirm this because I know you guys talk a lot, but Larry is always sourcing plushes. And I don't know, people are sending him plushes. I think I got from Victoria's show the other morning. And so I was looking. I'm glad to see you're on there, Tracy. She just sent me a text. She's on Clubhouse. So I was, I just got sidetracked now. Oh, so there was an online auction last night. It started at 6 in my local area, and I was watching it, and they the preview was a big pile of plush. I wonder how much that went for. I was thinking of bidding on it because there was something. Actually, let me pull this up. Maybe you guys can. I'm going to show you what was on auction. Let's see. I had a phone number. Facebook is asking me to add a phone number. Yeah, like it matters, Facebook. Because you let somebody into my account who didn't have access to my phone and my phone number. I had somebody offer to get me unblocked. I had to pay him $55. I didn't know if it was legit, so I didn't do it. Confirmed. All right. So I wanted to pull up. I gotta remember her name. I'm gonna pull up this. Why is it not coming up? I think her name is Jackie. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, that's great when things sell for a lot of money. Because a lot of it is people will overpay just because they know it's going for a cause. That's great. So happy to hear that. I wish I would have realized I would have donated something. Okay, so I'm sharing. This is the page for. Oh, you guys are so nice. Thank you, Carlene. Okay, so this is the auction. Okay, this is the Facebook page. And oh, see, here's the plush. Look at this. I was gonna bid on it because look, it's got Paddington. And this looks like the guy for looks like Elmo. And this looks like I don't know what that person's name is, but like from Sesame Street, I think. And I thought, okay, and look, it's a koala bear. So I thought, okay, I wonder how much that went for, because I would have bid on it, but I fell asleep. I didn't see it come up by the time I fell asleep. So what I like to do is I'll sit and go through, because they put up this preview. Right, this came up yesterday morning, but the auction was at 6 last night. So I'll look. Now it's local pickup only, so you can't like bid on stuff and then have them ship it to you. And it's really weird. It's on a personal page. Like it's not even on the website or like the Facebook page of the company. It's odd. I'll look bigger since I have two on the you have us on the big screen. Good morning, Michelle. I don't even know what this is. Looks like some type of presses, right? That makes like sandwiches or whatever. Who knows? But look at these little guys. I've never heard of this Sweet Frog family. So I like if I can look all this stuff up ahead of time, I can find out what I should bid on stuff. But I mean, it has some Toy Story stuff in here too. I picked up, this went for, sometimes people bid so high. Now this isn't the ones that I saw. Sometimes people bid so high that I'm like, you could buy that on eBay cheaper. So I'll see something on eBay that's selling for like $50. And next thing you know, they're bidding like 75. I'm like, well, just buy it from eBay. All these cameras. See, I don't know anything about cameras, but I would try and zoom in and look stuff up. Let's see what else they had. These went for hardly anything. I think they went for like $3. Oh my gosh, these went for so much money. These pictures. And this one and this one, isn't that weird? I don't see a crack. They must have broke them in the thing, because when they went live, this had a crack right down it and this one had a crack down it. They're like, oh, they're brand new, but they have a crack on the front. She's got a crack, but not on the front. Let's see. Oh, isn't that cute? I would have bid on that if I would have seen it, depending on what it goes, how high it goes. I would have replaced this though, because this is nasty. But owls, I don't know. These puzzles, they had one that was really, let me see, I'm looking at it sideways. Like, why wouldn't they flip their pictures to make it easier for people previewing it? Like, these are old. There was one I had. that was sealed. Oh, wait, this is a Pokemon one right here, down here in the corner. Can you see? Yeah, you can see my mouse down here. That was a Pokemon one. I tried to hurry up and look it up, but their auctions go so quick that you have to do your homework ahead of time, because if you wait until they're doing the auction, you'll miss out. I don't know if these are popular. I meant to look to see. I was shopping yesterday, so I didn't have time to like look any of this stuff up ahead of time. But I don't know if completed hookah rugs, if they're popular or not. I know paint by numbers, surprisingly, are popular. And like, sometimes they just have like junk. It's mostly we don't have estate sales around here. These are our estate sales. They're auctions. And that's what people will do. Elvis Presley. Like, see, it would have been nice to put in some of these albums just to see if any of them are like big bolos. I have no idea. And there's been a lot of this stuff lately. I don't even know what this, like CB radio maybe? No idea. No idea. It's a way, I guess, a fast way to learn. General Electric radio. Oh, I think the thing earlier was an 8-track player, by the way. These old. I'm trying to find. There was something that I was watching. I think I only was able to watch a few things. This, nobody was bidding. And I think finally it started at like $1. And I think this only went for like $5, this set. Nobody wanted it. They're about ready to end it. And somebody finally bid. It's weird how they're about ready to end something. Somebody will bid, and then somebody else will bid, and somebody else will bid. Meat grinders. Oh, this silverware. This had a bidding war. Maybe these are real silver. Maybe that's why it went so high. But this set right here, I think it ended up going for like 40 or $50. But they were showing this silverware that's in this tray, and it's like junky. Like this doesn't look like anything that's nice. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would pay. Oh no, this is the silverware right here. This set right here went for $40. This is the one that went for 40. But look, like this is nothing that's nice. I don't know. I don't know why somebody would spend that much money on that. And like this, look how nasty these are. People were bidding on this. Gross. Oh, and there's some lights. Oh, there's some lights I'll show you. Hopefully I'll get to them. These percolators. This one went for high. This one was up there too, if I remember correctly. More than I thought it would go for. That was a bidding war for this punch bowl with these shot glasses. That didn't go for much. This didn't go for much. These are sealed 8-track tapes that you record on. I don't know if they were. Again, I didn't get a chance to look up anything. So, Flippin' Frozen, Donna, unfortunately, she passed away recently. She was big into this, and she got me starting to look at this type of stuff. She used to be a regular on this channel. So I thought of her when I saw this big pile. This went for $30. People were bidding on these. Like, these looked, when they had this live, they were like scratched, and they look better in this picture than they looked on the video when they weren't live with it. But this went for more than I thought it should have. I think it was like $25. I just thought that was too much. Oh, so these right here. Oh my gosh, I fell asleep when they were bidding on these is when I fell asleep. But the bidding got up there so high, and you'll see all down here. Well, you can't see really, but all down here is so rusted. It's so bad, like really, really bad. And like this is broken. This globe is broken, but these are all like vintage. I don't know, maybe vintage lamps are worth something. I have no idea, but they were pretty gross. And this one, I think somebody got this for $1. It's a gun rack. I don't know how much that went for. Remember, I did a scavenger hunt on trolls. These weren't the brands that are really high and popular, though. I don't know what brand it was, but they didn't look like the ones that are worth a lot of money. I ended up not bidding on anything. Nothing caught my eye, or the bid got so high, or I fell asleep and didn't even see what they were bidding on. Like, a bunch of hair picks and brushes, Avon containers. Like this one I remember wasn't going for very much. I don't remember how much, but it was nothing I wanted to deal with. My mom goes, "Oh, Amazon or Avon, that goes for a lot of money." Well, some of them do, but not most of it does not. Oh, these were aprons that somebody embroidered. These were really pretty, but every time they picked it up, they were talking about how many stains there were on them. So I didn't bet on them. I don't want to deal with having to get out stains. I was going to bet on this. I thought they were sheets, but they're curtains. And I didn't have a chance to look up stuff, so I don't know if the value of these would have been worth it for curtains, but it definitely would have been worth it for sheets. I don't know how much it went for. I probably should have still bid on it because people will buy this to use it for craft projects. Oh, you didn't know that she passed, Carlene? She did. I don't know what she passed from. I think it was the week after Christmas. I'm thinking it was the week after Christmas because we had texted each other on Christmas Day. Michelle and Donna used to come on a lot together. We had a chat together. Yeah, it was very sad to hear that. I've lost a lot of internet friends. What's sad is that her family didn't even know that she had this whole reselling community and that she even really resold. So they didn't even know to like reach out and tell us about it. So it's kind of, I'm thankful I got my sister, so she will at least reach out to you guys, post something or do whatever she can do to let people know if something happens. I don't even know what this was, a blanket or a rug. It's really pretty. Looks pretty. A lot of crap. All right, so you guys probably don't really care about this, but look at that fur coat. I wonder how much that went for. So I like to look and see, and sometimes I should do this sometimes before they go on an auction. I should come on and be like, okay, this is what they're auctioning tonight. What's it all worth? And I gotta look it all up because there's nobody that watches my channel right now that I know of that live close to me. Let me click on this. Stop. Go back to you guys over here. There we go. Don't predict your death. I'm not predicting my death, but it is important that you have a plan for, well, first of all, if you're a reseller, if something was to happen to you, right? If you were to be Robin and have an aneurysm and you're in the hospital, do you have a plan? Does your plan person that you have know that they're your plan person? And do they know how to do stuff? Do they know how to log into your account to put it on vacation mode? I have steps up here. I have a bulletin board right here, and I have steps up here that I printed for my husband, screenshots of how to ship anything that is Amazon FBM if something was to happen and he had to ship for me. He's done it for me when I've been traveling before. So he's at least, familiar with that. But do you, if you have a password to your computer, do they know how to get into your computer? Do they know how to do all that stuff so they know what to do? And I think it's important to know that you have something. I have been thinking lately about making sure, because I talked to my sister Amy, who's been on here every now and then, Vermont Maple, she goes by. Again, if you need maple syrup, she has a website, RaymondSugarHouse.com. If you need maple syrup products, she makes really good maple candy, maple cream, maple syrup. And we're getting to be that time of year, right? Later this month, we should have our sap should be flowing in our maple trees. So I told my husband, because we were talking about this probably a couple months ago, that if anything ever happens to me, I got so much stuff. You guys watched my video a few weeks ago. I showed you how many rows of stuff I have. And, I said, what are you going to do with it all if something was to happen to me? And he's like, oh, I'm just going to have a free for all. People can just come and take it. And I said, well, make sure you talk to my sister, like have a garage sale or something and try and sell it. Don't just give it all away. Some stuff you can give away, but there are some things of a high value in this room. So I wouldn't want that just to be given away. Oh, good morning, Laura. I'm guessing that Scott must have just ended his stream. I missed him this morning. I decided to go live instead. I don't think I've ever done that. I usually will wait on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It won't go live until 11. But I said today, I'm going to have to watch him in rerun. So I think it's really important to have an exit path, an exit strategy for your business at some point, figuring out, what are the plans. If you have stock, does your loved one know what to do with it? If you don't have, anybody like a significant other, like I have a husband, if you don't have that person, do you have somebody else that you can trust with what to do with your stuff? Or I was watching, I think Laura, I think it was you that shared with me Grumpy and Sunshine's channel. He had changed his name and I hadn't seen him for a while. John, he also goes by Grumpy. He was I think he's still a big Amazon seller, but he lost his flag business through the pandemic. It closed down on him, unfortunately. But I was watching his channel the other day and he was talking about his exit strategy, and he's working with a lawyer to come up with, legal stuff. Can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. Not a will, but the other thing that you put your stuff into, a trust. So he was coming up with his trust and all that. And he's like, I could be like, when I die, and who cares? Whatever happens to my stuff, who cares? I'm gone. But if you've got family and stuff, you want to make sure they're still taken care of and all that. And for my case, I just want to make sure that my husband realizes what to do, right? If I have sales and they don't ship and I lose my eBay account, who cares? I'm dead. No one's going to use it again. But I just want to make sure he realizes what to do with all this stuff. So we've had that conversation because I got a lot of it. And Amazon, right? He's got to know to figure out what to do with Amazon, to go in and at least hopefully just sell my stuff out and be done with it. My wife takes care of everything financial. She uploads all the passwords to me every couple of months. Well, there you go. I do all the financial stuff. My husband I don't even think he knows all of the banks. Like, my mother's always on me because we have multiple bank accounts, and she's always like, you need to just get one. I'm like, well, everyone at one time had a reason, and we've just have kind of kept them, and I'm okay with it. But my husband would be clueless. He would not know. I really probably should put that as a list of something I need to do this year. Have a who wants to ever talk about their death, right? But I'm not a spring chicken anymore. I'm 52. But I need to put something into a book that just says, this is where we're banking at. This is this and this. I told him the other day what our bank account balance was in one of our accounts. I shouldn't have done that because then he just wants to go spend it all. I'm at Walmart. I'm going in to look for ribbon. Are you still on YouTube? Yes, I'm on YouTube. So her eye appointment must have went well, which is great. She had, I think it's cataract surgery. In January, she had one eye done, and a week later, the other eye done. But I knew they were going to dilate her eyes, and she has a really hard time after they dilate her eyes, because when you live in the north like us and you've got white snow, even without your eyes dilated and the sun's out, it is so bright. So having your eyes dilated with it is really, really tough. So, all right, I want to talk about Brickseek. And I'm going to go through a little bit with Brickseek because I wanted to, I'm going to talk about Brickseek because I want to find a way that I can cut this portion out later and put it as a standalone for anybody who wants information about Brickseek. So I'm going to go through it. If you guys have any questions about it, let me know. Before I do that, I just want to show you. So tomorrow, no, today's Thursday, Saturday, I'm putting my craftiness to work. I'm going to make this. You probably can't see it because of my stupid window. Oh yeah, look it, because the sun's moved. Isn't that cute? I got these wooden circles. My husband actually stained them. I got to paint that strip today on it. Bought that flowers, but my mom is now at Walmart Hey, see the snow reflection in my phone? Look at all that snow out there. Mom's got to find a ribbon for me. But you can put hello, but look at this one. You can put your last name or whatever. So I'm going to make one of them this weekend. We'll see if it comes out good. But I couldn't find any bows yesterday. We went to Hobby Lobby, Michael's, and Joann's. No bows. No bows. Actually, we found one bow, but it was like $8.99, and they only had one, and I needed 3. And making my own bow, I'm not a bow maker. Okay, so Beth, I want to start making wreaths for my new house. Yeah, I like having that like craft outlet. I used to be really creative, but now I have no creativity. I pretty much have to copy what somebody else has done. I can't like come up with my own ideas anymore. It's really bad. All right, so let me talk about Brickseek. I know there was someone on here earlier who said they hadn't used Brickseek before, but I wanted to be on the screen because I wanted to show you how I use Brickseek and then what I do with Brickseek, especially with Amazon, but also with eBay. So even if you're not an Amazon seller, this is some ideas that you might be able to use Brickseek for. Let me share my screen. Actually, before I get started, I hear my husband coming down the stairs. Let me warn him I am live because a lot of times he's in his underwear. Sorry, I was walking back from bringing my mail to my husband, and my mother was calling me. I'm like, I told you I was on YouTube. She goes, I didn't call you. I'm like, yeah, you did. So she pocket dialed me. Okay, so let me get to sharing my screen here. I'm gonna share my entire screen because I want to share let's see, Brickseek. I'll look over here. Make sure it's going up. Okay. Okay, so I want to show you because I want to show you what I do. So I'm not just going to share this one tab. I want to show all of them. All right, so Brickseek. It's not an ad, and I'm not getting paid to share with you with Brickseek, but I wanted to talk. I was mentioning earlier about the different like resources and stuff that I use for my reselling business, and this is one of the ones I use. Now, I will say earlier today I was talking about the bearded picker. One of the things that he told me, or told his, not me, obviously not me personally, but like told his audience, was that to be successful on Amazon, you want to not shop at the Brickseek because everyone is shopping at Brickseek, which has its points. So if you are doing retail arbitrage, it is really good for you to be able to go to stores that aren't on Brickseek because there are people using Brickseek to source. But I still find Brickseek extremely profitable for me. You have to be like aware of price tankers, especially again on Amazon, because everybody is seeing what's on sale and they'll go out and they'll get it and so forth. So there are, I mostly use this for Walmart I'll tell you right here. Let me click on this or hover over this. So you can see that Brickseek will give you information on these locations: Walmart, Lowe's, Macy's, CVS, BJ's, Target, Office Depot, Home Depot, and Staples. Now, primarily, these are if you're going to do the inventory checker part of it, not if you're going to see like what's on sale or stuff like that. You're limited to others, like less stores than this, which I'll show you those. But they have paid versions of Brickseek and they have free versions of Brickseek. I'm just going to look over here every now and then in case anybody has a question. There will be a delay because I'm not watching, actually. So I'm watching the chat on YouTube. So, all right, so I'm going to go over the different areas. The free version will let you use this inventory checkers area. Let me see if I'm logged in. No, I'm not. Good. So you can look at this. Anyhow, so I was mentioning earlier today. So let's say you go into a store. Let's say you walk into Walmart and you see something you really like, and you're like, "Oh, I wish I knew all the other Walmarts that have that product." So earlier I used this hand cream as an example. I'm going to use that for this. So what you can do is you can click on Walmart. And you could type in the SKU if you know that from Walmart, or you can, in this case, I don't know the SKU, so I'm going to click on UPC, and then you can type in the UPC, or if you have a scanner, whether it's this type or I think my wireless one's over there. I have a Bluetooth one too. You can just scan the UPC and it will put it in for you. And then you type in your zip code. And then you say check inventory. So it populated saying it's the J.R. Watkins hand cream. The page is going to refresh with my zip code info. Let's hide this. Okay. No, don't say there's no. Oh, maybe they don't sell this at Walmart. So it says no results found. Let me find something they sell. Okay. Let me grab something I bought yesterday. All right, Pokemon. Pokemon items are popular right now. So I will pick up anytime I see Charmander, definitely, but there's other Pokemon too. So we're going to use this Charmander. He is a regular price item that's not on sale. So he should come up. Check inventory. So if I wanted to go out and buy all of these Charmander plush that I can find, I would come here, put in the UPC, put in the area. It doesn't sell at Walmart, Beth said. Well, Beth, I can tell you that Watkins hand cream. All right, why is this saying no results found? What is going on? I'm not logged in, but I shouldn't have to be logged in to be able to see this. All right. Okay, let me try something else. Let me just move my whole bag over here. I picked up these cups yesterday. This is what I was mentioning to you, Thomas. Let's try this. If this doesn't work, I'm going to log in and see if that fixes the problem. You shouldn't have to be logged in, though, to see. Oh, here we go. Hey, this one worked. That's so weird. So must be no stores around me are carrying this. That's very odd. All right. So here we got this tumbler. So I actually picked up these because a couple reasons. Number one is I'm taking out my Cricut and I want to play with it this weekend. So I'm thinking if this, I could use this, take off this wrapper and put a saying or something on the, with my Cricut, which prints like on vinyl, and I can decorate my mug. So I bought. Oh, it does. Well, good morning, Cornhusker. I had to look and see what time it was. See if it was still morning here. Zip code, and you can look at the inventory for your area. So in this case, it shows that Potsdam, New York, which is the zip code I put in because that's my closest Walmart. There are 6 of these in stock at $6.55. And in Messina, there's 3 to 4 of them. Now, these numbers are not always correct when you get in the store. Now, it's correct in the system because what Brickseek does is they have access to Walmart's inventory levels, but sometimes there might be a case of these that is sitting in the back room, not out in the front. It could be somebody grabbed this, put this in their cart, ran and showed their mother, or then decided, oh, I don't want this, and just stuck it in the baby area, right? So it could be with the baby stuff. So when you go into look for this tumbler, you're not going to find it because it's not where it should be. So all that could make your numbers off. So they, so you gotta have to, I mean, sometimes it's way at the top. It won't be on the shelf because it's way at the top still in a box. So sometimes you have to hunt. You can ask employees to see if they know. They can check, and they can, on their like handheld thing, it will show where things are. So that might be able to help you in that way. So I bought this yesterday right here. I was in Watertown yesterday, and you could see that this was $5. That's what I paid for this, $5. The other thing I do is, so if I only wanted to buy these for $5 and I pulled this up, sorry, go back up, I'll be like, okay, my local area, these are my 3 within an hour. Okay, this one is 10 minutes from me. This one is 35, 40 minutes from me. This one's an hour. Next one would be Augsburg. And I'm assuming that doesn't even have any in stock because it didn't even show up. Oh, here we go, Augsburg, out of stock. So if I only wanted to spend $5 and not $7, right, then I would not even put this on my list of things to buy. So again, for the free level, actually, I'll show you on the next thing what I wanted to show you. So that's how you use the inventory checker. So you can use this again for all of these different stores. So what I like is if you found something at, let's say you were at Walgreens and you're like, oh, this is really nice. This has got great profit. I'm selling out a lot of these. You can check Walmart and see if they have it at Walmart. Check Target and see if they have it. You can kind of like bounce around and check all these different ones to see if they have those items. So I'm not going to give you all of the areas of Brickseek because I'm sure there's so many areas I don't know about, but I wanted to show you the areas that I use the most. All right, I'm going to log in. I'll say, let's hope it doesn't show my email, my password. And it didn't, thankfully. Okay, so now that I'm logged in, I have the extreme level. I normally have the $9.99 level, which I think is just called premium, but I upped it for the first time ever to the extreme in January because there was such a great deal going on with toys, Legos, and stuff that my local store, that Potsdam store, they were not lowering their prices like all the other stores were. So I paid for the extreme so I could get quicker access to when they lowered it. So with extreme, as soon as a store lowers their price, you can see it on Brickseek. If you have the premium level, it takes like 2 or 3 days before it hits the premium level. So with extreme, you get first access knowing that it's on sale to go and get it. Where premium, you just have to hope that for the last 2 days when it was marked down that nobody else was going to grab it. One of the things you'll hear about a lot at Walmart is hidden clearance. Well, that's because you'll see on a website like Brickseek that something is marked down to $5, but when you go into the store, this might still be sitting on the shelf saying that it's $7.55. But by seeing it on Brickseek, you'll know that, oh, it's really $5. You take your Walmart app on your phone, you scan the UPC, and it will verify that, yeah, it's $5. So what's nice about Extreme is you'll get notified of a sale or that something is marked down. but you won't, like Walmart itself, the employees may not have already gone and labeled stuff. So the general population going into the store wouldn't know that this is $5, or let's say this was down to $1. The general public wouldn't know that it was $1. They would still think it was the $7.55 or whatever and would walk right by it. That was happening a lot with the toys because there was so many that when you have one employee working in the toy department, it takes them the whole day to go and re-sticker everything and label it. So if you know that something is on sale, you can get in there and grab it before everybody else realizes it's on sale. Hi, Maggie Doodle. We are talking about Brickseek, just to let you know. I'm kind of sharing resources this month and last month of things that I use in my reselling business. So I'm logged into my account. So now you can see that there's this premium members area and then there's the extreme. I'm going to show you the premium because this is what I mostly use. Because I usually only pay the $9.99. Right now I'm paying the $29.99. I'll probably go back down to the $9.99 soon because there's just really nothing right now that I'm chasing to make it worth to pay the extra $20. But there's no, like, I paid that extra $20 and it paid for itself a bazillion times because I scored pretty well with some of the toys that I got already this year. All right, so under the premium area, the members area, there's this markdowns by store. Then there's today's markdowns and then popular searches. Popular searches is nice because you can see what other people are looking for. I don't usually take the time to do it though. I usually just do the markdown by store because again, I don't have a lot of Walmarts in my area. So I don't really care about today's markdown because let's say, I think Michael, you just said you had 3. Yeah, 3. Oh, you're laughing at me having 3 within an hour. I know people who have like 12 within an hour. So if you have a lot in your area, then you could do like this today's markdown and then go off and see. So I'll just show you what this does. So this will show you, okay, these are the things that were marked down today. So like this Barbie Hello Kitty red dress is now down to $1 and it's in 2,816 stores. Well, it doesn't mean that it was marked down in my store. So, I mean, it's great if you're, I don't even know why it would be great because honestly, I don't care what's marked down in everybody else's store. I want to know what's marked down in my store. So I go to this markdowns by store. These are the Walmarts in my area. I live right here. See my cursor? That's where I live. So this one's 10, 15 minutes. This one's about 40 minutes. This one's an hour. And this one's an hour. So I guess I got 4 in my area within an hour's drive around. So it's not unusual for me to go to here, to here, to here, and to here, and then back home, which that's an all-day trip for me to do those. Most of the time I would just do like these 3 and then schedule that 4th one another day. So when you hear when I go to Syracuse, you can see why I go to Syracuse because look at all of these down here in Syracuse. I will hit up, not all of them, but quite a few of these, as well as, you know, if I threw in a Lowe's or a TJ Maxx or whatever other store, Walgreens, I'll throw them in the mix too. So I'm going to come down. So it shows you the stores here and I'll click on, this is my local store. So I'm going to click on view markdowns. This will give you just the markdowns in your store. How funny that this is the very first thing that we find. So it just went down to $6.55 from $8.74. So what I normally do is I'll look and see what's on sale. I'll glance quickly at this price and then I'll look at the MSRP. If there's not that much of a difference, I usually don't even take the time to look at it. If you have the time, it's still worth the time to look at it though. So let's just look at this one. So I open it in another tab. I'll show you what I normally do because now I'm going to take my phone out. So I do this on my laptop because it's easier. I take out my phone. I'm just looking at the live stream right now just to make sure that it's showing the other tab. It looks like it is. Good. Okay, so I click on this where it says view barcode. And that's going to open another screen, which is just the barcode. I then would open up my phone. Let's see if it comes up. All right. So I open up the Amazon seller app. I don't know if you can see it. And I hit the camera that's up here on the top. I'll hit the camera and I scan the UPC code. And in this case, it came up and showed me that there is no such product, which is weird because I thought yesterday when I scanned this in the store, I guess there isn't. So there's no such product. Let me find one that there is. So then I would just close that and I would say, okay, let's go back and look at the other ones. So let's go back and look at the other ones. Dove. I'm just going to find one that would catch my fancy that I would want to look at further. You might be screaming, look at that, Tamara. I'll do this for eBay too. So if I see something like, I know I can't sell DVDs on Amazon, but if I see this Blu-ray DVD for Paddington, right, $5, it's normally $20, I would open up that one and I would do the exact same thing. Although sometimes I would take the time and type in. So I would open my eBay app. So you open your eBay app, right? And I click on the link to get the barcode. You hit the little camera in the search bar. I'll scan the barcode. Point camera at barcode. I am. Here it goes. And then it will come up with Paddington results. And I'll click on filter and say sold. There's 46 sold. And I'll look at new. Brand new. Yeah, brand new only sold for $3.50. $7.80 with free shipping, $3. So it is not worth picking up for $5 for eBay. So then I would close that. But most of the time what I'll do is I will open up a bunch of these. I'll go through like this Blistex, right? I mean, it's not that big of a discount. But for eBay, if you were to pick up these for 25 cents and lot them in a group of like 4 of them, so it costs you $1, and then sold them for 16 bucks, because this might be a flavor that somebody loves and they can't buy it anymore. So they're looking for it. So I would, if I was at Walmart and saw these right now for 25 cents, I would buy them all. Let me see what else. Well, there were some bike helmets that were popular. Let's look at these Hatchimals, right? They're $2. Chances of them probably having these are pretty slim. Hey, drummer. I do that with chapstick. Michael said, yeah, I've done it. I did it with that. Was it EOS or something like that it's called? All right. I'm hoping we can find a winner so then I can show you what I do next. So again, I'm going to scan it with the Walmart Sellers app, or I'll also use my Scoutify app, which is with Inventory Lab. Okay, so I scan this. It's selling for $12.67. I'll go back over to this screen. And I have a profit of $9.24. So I knew that this said it was selling for $2. So I'm going to come down here. And now this is going to show me, this is the store that was closest to me, $2. Profit, just so you can see. I don't have the screen in front of me, so I can't tell if you guys can see this. So hopefully, but the profit is $9.24. So I would pick this up because that's a $7 profit. So what I would do on the Amazon Sellers app is I would hit where it's going to show you the breakdown of fees and profit, and it says cost of purchase. I would put in $2. So it shows that it's $7.09. Oh, you probably can't see because I'm tiny too. Sorry about that. But it shows over here that it's $7.09. I then take a screenshot with my phone of the item. And then when I walk into Walmart, I open up my photos and I scan through and I say, oh, that's right, I need to pick up Hatchimals. I need to pick up, and I'll scan through all of the items I took a screenshot of. This is what I call my shopping list, by taking a screenshot and then going to my photos. Now you can see over here where it says shopping list. That is if you are an Extreme member paying that $30 a month, you can create a shopping list. So I can actually open the shopping list on my phone and see what I put in that on what to buy. So I don't need to do the screenshots. But if it's going to save you $20 to do a screenshot, I've been doing that for 2 years. And that's the way I've always done it until the last month. And it's worked out fine. If I'm going to be shopping and hitting up Potsdam, Malone, and Augsburg in one day, then I will take the screenshot. I will edit the picture, and I'll put MS. Oh, doesn't have Messina on here, but I put MS for Messina. And then let's say Messina or Potsdam says there's 4 to 5. So I'll put P, and then I'll put 4. I'll usually use the lower number. I'll put ML for Malone and put 6, and then O, and I'll put 6. That way I know when I walk into each of those stores, this is how many I should be able to find. So if in this case, Messina is not on the screen, so if I don't have MS on my phone when I open it on the picture, then I know not to even look for it at Messina. Now, it doesn't mean that Messina may not have it. It's just their count could be off. So even though I'm looking at it at these other stores, I will sometimes, if I see that it's in stock at these other stores, will still kind of glance at these Pixies just in case one has been counted off somehow in their system and it's still sitting there, which has happened from time to time. All right, so let me go back and see what else we might be able to find. So these Yankee candles, these, so the other thing, so I'm going to open up this. I was looking for these yesterday. I didn't find them though. So sometimes you'll view the barcode and it won't come up, which happened in this case. It did not come up on Amazon. So I just went to the Amazon Sellers app and I typed in, actually I don't type, but I'm at home, I don't type. I hit the microphone. Yankee Candle Pecan Jar. That's what I'll say. And then I'll look here and I'll see. Okay, I know it was on here. Apple cake. Pecan, where are you? Yankee Candle Pecan. Maybe I'll take away the word jar. It came up yesterday because I was looking in the morning before we left. Pecan bites. Oh, that's the medium. All right, this looks like it. No, that's bonfire. I don't know. It was there. I don't know why it's not coming up today. But I'll look it up. If I know something should be on Amazon, but it's not coming up with the UPC, then I'll type it in. And a lot of times it'll come up. It's not coming up right now, but I know it was there yesterday. Actually, I probably have a screenshot of it. Let's see what else might be good here. I do this at night while watching TV. I'll just sit here. If I know the next day I'm going to be heading out to Walmart, even if it's just to pick up my groceries, I will go and just look up a lot of this stuff just to see what comes up. And that way I can run out. Oh, I forgot to look for these yesterday. My husband said to pick them up. Just checking the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything. So you can see there's 5 pages of deals here, right? So then I'll go to the next page. I'll usually will open a whole page at a time. So I'll sit there and I'll right click. Well, I hit my little mouse roller bar and it opens up a tab. So let's say I wanted to look this up. I would hit it, and then I'd be like, oh, yep, this too, and this, and that. And I would just sit there and open them all up. That way I'm not like going back and forth. And then I pick up my phone and then I'll click all the tabs that I've opened and scan them all and do it that way. It just works better for me and saves time. All right, so let's go to the extreme level. In case you're wondering, like, why should I pay the extreme? Again, I'm not an expert on Brickseek. I'm just showing you how I use Brickseek. There may be areas that are beneficial that I don't even know about. Most likely there is. So under extreme, we'll go to local markdown, but in this case, let's go to Lowe's instead of Walmart. So again, what you'll see on the extreme is you'll see things before the premium level people see it. So it doesn't mean if I was in Walmart, or in this case, if I was in Lowe's and I saw this D-wall item, it doesn't mean that I wouldn't be able to buy it, right? Because I saw it in the store and I bought it, but I just get noticed that something's on sale before something else is. What is really nice about this, hey, Red Dirt Picker, what's really nice about using Brickseek is it kind of gives you a trend of what items are on sale, especially when it comes to Walmart and Target. If you all of a sudden start seeing a lot of markdowns in toys, and you know, how many times do you go to Walmart and you see something like this, and I'm sorry, I thought the cat was scratching. You'll see something like this and you'll see, so let's say this was normally, it was like 8 something. And let's say it's normally $8 and you see it's marked down to $7.87. How many times do you see that? And you're like, that's on sale. You only marked it down by 13 cents or something. It's some crazy number. But if you see that this gets marked down even by 13 cents and it's something that you know that you're going to want to buy as the price goes low, then it gives you that hindsight to be like, okay, I need to keep an eye on this. And in the toy section, the price, when it got marked down, the first markdown was an okay markdown, but the next markdown was a huge, like it went from like 30% off to like 80% off. Like it was huge. And it was within less than a week. It went from like, in my local store, it went from 30% off to 80% off in less than a week. It was like 3 or 4 days. So I knew that I had to check every day. And once I saw it was marked down again is when I booked my butt to the store to pick it up. Hold on a minute. I think my cat is scratching. He is. I got to let the cat in before he ruins my screen. All you big tubby. All right, so let's see what is on sale at my local Lowe's. And then I'll show you the list. So again, you know, with the extreme, you get that advance warning, and then you get that shopping list. I don't know what else you get with extreme to make it worth the extra money. Lowe's is good because sometimes you can score some really high valued items. I got some leaf blowers. I think I got them for $28, $28 or $30, something like that. And I'm selling them for $150. Sometimes you'll see like what do they call vacuum cleaners. You know, they'll go down pretty good. So a lot of these brands, I know like DeWalt, I'm gated in DeWalt, so I don't even look at them because I can't even sell them. In Craftsman, I can't sell. I think I looked the other day and I didn't really see anything. Oh, so this is the other thing. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back up. I guess I didn't need to go back up. But you see how like this says view 1 store, view 1 store, view 2 stores. So when you're under the extreme and you're not looking at markdowns by store, where I'm choosing specifically, I want to look at the Potsdam, New York store. When you're under extreme and you're looking at this section, which is the local markdown feed, when you're in extreme, 2 things. When you're a paid member, it widens your search. So when you pay the $9.99 a month, when you do like just even the inventory checker, it's not just going to show you a smaller area, it's going to widen. When you do the local, you don't have this local markdown fee, but when you do your stores, it's just going to show you a smaller area. The more you pay, the wider your area gets. So in this case, it can go wide for me, but it's not that wide because I don't have a lot of stores around me. So when you see 2 stores, I have another one an hour. I have a Lowe's that's 15 minutes to me, My next Lowe's is an hour from me in Augsburg, and the one beyond that would be 2 hours into Watertown. So I don't have a lot of hardware stores near me. I need to log into my troll account to sub. I know I'm so close to 1,000 subs. I'm hoping I get it today. I have 2 Lowe's and do not get reception in either. You know, they have free Wi-Fi at Lowe's. So as soon as I walk into Lowe's, I connect to their Wi-Fi, and then my phone works. All right, so I just wanted to find something. I don't know why I scrolled up to show you that when I could have just stayed where I was. All right, so I can't sell DeWalt, but let's just look at this one anyhow. Okay, I'm gonna open it up in another window. And I'm gonna go back and see. So this said one store. Okay. I'm gonna go down. So you can see here's my store. There's a store here, and there's one here and here. Look at these are the ones that have it in stock. A long drive for me. So Augsburg has it for $7.49. Next door would be Watertown, but it's still at $19 in Watertown. What's also is really nice with Brickseek is you can kind of see what the future is going to bring. So if you can see that it's $7 right here, and let's say I lived in Watertown and I'm at 19, there's only 2 in stock. Here there's 11. But if there was reverse and there was 11 in stock here, I might say, okay, at $19 and there's 11 in stock, but I know in Augsburg it's down to $7. I'm going to hold out. I'm not going to go buy it right now because most likely it will drop down to that $7, especially if it was 11 in stock. This Augsburg, this manager in the outdoor power section took down my name and phone number to let me know when there is any big sales going to be, where the prices are going to be dropping. Recently, they dropped lawnmowers, the leaf blowers, the big baggers that go on the back of a lawnmower to collect their clippings. They're like $400 baggers. They were 90% off. And I walked in and he said to me, he's like, oh, were you here yesterday for the madhouse? Because he saw me clearing a section. And I said, no, what happened yesterday? And he goes, oh, everything had gotten marked down yesterday. And I said, well, how did they even know about it, that it was being marked down? And he goes, oh, I have a list. And I call around and let everybody know that tomorrow's the day, everything's going to be 90% off. And he goes, if you want to be on that list, you can be on it. He goes, most of them are resellers. And I'm like, well, that's what I am. So he added me to the list. So I'm excited to get that next phone call on this. So this one will give you the stores, the same information if you went to a specific store, but this local markdown feed will pretty much tell you that, oh, there's 3 stores in your area that has this marked down. So I do the same thing with Lowe's. I'll take a screenshot and I will put it onto my phone. And then when I walk into Lowe's, I pull up the screenshot. Now I'll do all of my Walmart screenshots first, and then I'll do all my Lowe's. So when I am scanning through, I'll know right away, oh yeah, those are Lowe's products. And you could tell because, it's usually outdoor home good stuff. So that's what I do. They do have the same thing. Again, I think this is the best markdown by store. They have Target and they have the Lowe's, Home Depot, Macy's. So remember when I was saying how over here on Inventory Checker, they have all these stores like CVS, BJ's, and Staples? Well, when you come over to markdowns by store, you don't have those as an option. So you can check their inventory, but you can't get notified when they have something on sale. Heck yeah, get me on that list. I know. So for me, Target is 2 hours away. I never use Target. Office Depot, I think, is probably 3 hours because I'm assuming it's probably Syracuse would be my closest. Macy's, I don't even know where Macy's is. Again, probably Syracuse, 3 hours. I do have the Lowe's, I have Walmart, and I do have a Home Depot. But let me go here to Home Depot. Because Home Depot does not provide Brickseek with the same information that Lowe's does. Earlier I was talking about Clubhouse, the app. Well, the guy from Brickseek is on Clubhouse, and he was in one of the resellers' rooms one day, and he came on and he was answering questions. So I jumped on and said, when are you going to get Home Depot to provide you with the same information Lowe's does? And he says they cannot get it. They're hoping in the future, and they've been using Lowe's, saying, hey, Lowe's provides it to us, hint, hint, you provide it, but has not been working for them so far. The other thing is somebody had asked about, there's a lot of resellers who use this, and somebody had asked a question about, well, what can you provide? So the bestseller rank, can you provide the BSR for these products so we can see what the resale rank is for the products, so we don't have to go all the way to Amazon. We can see some of that stuff right on your page. And he said that if he was able to do that, then they would probably lose places like Target, because Target is not reseller friendly. So they don't want to put it out there that this is a tool for resellers, because then they would lose. Someone's at my front door. Because then they would lose things like Target. So that's why that has not been kind of put into this. All right, so I'm going to view markdowns in Messina. I'll just show you. See, there's only 2 things showing. And the thing is that they say in stock, but they won't show you how many are in stock. And they normally, when this says clearance, they just say clearance. It doesn't usually show you the price. It's weird that this is showing me this $9.97, because most of the time it doesn't show you the price on Home Depot, which is a bummer. I don't know if I go under local feed. Yeah, see how under local feed it's not even listed, Home Depot. All right. So that is how I use Brickseek. Let me just show you my shopping list. So like I was talking about with the Extreme member, you have the ability to have a shopping list. They have an app. If you're an Extreme member, you can send them a message and they send you this special invite. It's in like beta mode. You have to go through like this other, it's really kind of weird. You have to go through like this other website to get it or whatever. Now, before I was an Extreme member, I created a shortcut on my phone. I have a shortcut here. It says Brickseek. And what I did was I opened Safari. I went to brickseek.com on Safari. And then when you're on Safari, there's this little, at the very bottom of Safari, there's a box with an arrow coming out. If you click on that, you can then add whatever this website is to, let's see, add to home screen, it says. If you hit that, it'll add it to your, like, with all your other apps. So instead, you can do that to any website. So if there's websites you go to all the time that don't have an app, you can create an app per se. So when you click on it, it'll go right to that website. So I did that until I was able to download the app. But now I can go into the app and, the app it looks just like the website. Again, I don't think you can see it because I'm tiny and there's probably a glare. But I can pull up this list on my phone. So now I don't have to use the screen, capturing the screens. Because do you know how many? I don't delete my photos. I take them all from my phone and put them onto an external hard drive I have. I have so many screenshots of stuff that I have wanted to buy at Walmart. It's crazy. Walmart and Lowe's. So now I know next time I go into Potsdam, these are the items that I added to my watch list or my shopping list per se. So I can pull this up and it will tell me to look for this LOL surprise balls. They're down to 50 cents. Chance of me finding them are pretty slim, but I'll put them on there anyhow. This baby Yoda, 75 cents for that neon lights. These pajamas, the Grinch, are down to $1. So it just kind of gives me an idea of what things to look for. And then I'm just going to go down and see, because this says all in stock. But when it goes out of stock, so limited stock usually means there's probably one left. A lot of times you'll see that with like TVs and stuff because it's the floor model. But most time, if it says limited stock, the chances of finding it are pretty slim. In this case, these were the Happy Planner Disney. I think I mentioned it the other day on my channel that if you have this, they're not at very many Walmarts, but they have the Disney Princess planners. They are worth picking up. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find an out of stock. Limited. Maybe I don't have any because I did delete some the other day. I know y'all might be saying, go slower. I want to see what you're going to be buying. Like this right here is a good deal. This is, I don't know when I'm going to be going to Plattsburgh next because that's a couple hours away, 2.5 hours. But this Delta, I sell a lot of faucets on Amazon. And, well, I've sold a few on eBay, but they move so much slower. So you can see this is MSRP is $99 on this. And so 77% off for 22 bucks. And, you know, again, I scanned it and I saw it was profitable. So I added it here. All right, I'm going to scroll back up to the top. Sorry, it's going to, I know people don't like when people scroll fast, but they do have this option up here that says select all out of stock. So I guess there's one that was way down there and then you can delete it. So if there's things that are out of stock, I just say, yeah, go ahead and delete it. Don't keep it on my list because you only can add so many things to your list. Oh, you over here on the left, you'll see I have 102 out of 120. When the toys were on sale, I was maxing this out because a lot of times I don't want to delete, even if it's out of stock. I wanted it to stay there just in case I was able to find something. Because again, there's times when something says it's not in stock and I'm able to find it. For anybody who has used the Walmart app before, there's times when you scan something with the Walmart app to find out the price, it'll tell you not in stock at that store. And you're like, I got it right here in my hand. How can it not be in stock? I have it right here. So I will keep it on my list until I've made that trip to the store to at least look for it. Because there's times I'll add things to a list and it might not be another week until I go into Walmart. But lately I've been maxing out, so I've had to delete them. All right, so that's the list. And do you have an affiliate link for Brickseek? I don't think so. I don't think there's. I don't think there's anything like that. Nah, I don't think so. I've never heard of one. Oh, bye, Carlene. Thanks so much. You're probably already gone by the time I read your message, but won't they all be gone by the time you get there? That's what happens to me sometimes. But again, I'll sit down and go through this when I know I'm going to be heading out. So I'll look it up like the night before or sometimes like the morning of, and then I head out and go shopping. I was saying earlier that I really, like when I knew that there was toys on sale, I purposely would make sure I would look every day to know that, oh, they made that next drop in price and I'm going to book my butt to the store. I don't know notifications. I've never gone there before. So they do have this thing called local inventory alerts. So I think no matter what level you're at, I don't think you can do it on the free level though, but if you're on the lower level, you can do what's called this local inventory alert, which is these were products. All right, so this must be what I've put on my inventory alert. I'll go to, actually, let me look. Let me just look here and see. So I can show you how you add it to your alert. I think this might be. We'll go back to my infamous pink mug here. Okay, so when you're on a page and you see something, and let's say, again, we'll go to this, that it's at $7 and you know that it's going to go down to $5 at some point. You can click over here and click on local alerts and you can add that to an alert. So anytime the price or the quantity changes or just the price, it'll send you an alert. So what it does to me is it sends me once a day, it'll send me an email if it triggers an alert. And it'll be all of my items, which I'll go back over here to show you. Over here. It'll trigger all of these items in that email. If any of these have changed, it'll be all in one email. So just looking. All right. So these lawnmowers. Yeah, I really wanted to buy a lawnmower. I missed this one. And these tree stands. These were on sale. These had gotten low, but not low enough for me. Let's see what I'm going to just look and see what they're down to now. If there's any left in the area. I was hoping they would go really, really low so I could pick them up and then flip them on Facebook Marketplace next year, next September. Also, look at this. They got down to $25. I missed it. I missed them. Shoot, I would have picked them up for $25 because they normally sell for $100. So I could buy it for $25 and then sell them for $75 on Facebook. Well, that stinks. Okay. So you add these things and then it will send you a notification when the price goes down. Most of these that are on here are for my own personal use. They're not really for reselling. Some of them are for reselling, so I mix it. I use a lot of this for personal stuff too, not just for work. Again, if you spend the $9.99, you can write it off on your taxes. It's a business expense. I think that is it for me. I'm going to go back over here. I am going to stop that. There we go. All right. Hopefully that helped you guys. If you didn't really know what Brickseek was or hadn't been able to take a look at all of this stuff and what it does. I think the big thing, like I was saying at the beginning, is that a lot of people who use Brickseek, a lot of them are resellers, but it also, people will become price tankers because they'll go buy stuff and then, something that was normally selling for $25 on a regular basis, all of a sudden the price just tanks because you can see where it was like this, and next thing you know, I say like this many sellers. If you look at a Keepa chart, it'll show you there's like 2-3 sellers, and then all of a sudden there's 150 sellers. And it's not just because of Brickseek. It's just because, Walmart, when they have their sales, they're usually nationwide over a period of time. The other thing I'll do is I'm going to go on, just want to show you one more thing, actually. I'm going to share my screen again. I just wanted to show you about a Facebook group that I follow. Here we go, Walmart clearance. There's a few of them out there. This is one of the ones I follow, this Walmart clearance and Brickseek deals. I'll look at this website also and see what people are finding as great deals. And because people will post when they do a good haul, right? So like this one, these are down to $30 at this. They're still $149 in my area, but they're down to $30. Normally $149. And if you see something that you're like, oh, I bet you I could make money on that, or you want it for yourself or your kids or whatever, a lot of times in the comment section, I'm just gonna look because I know they posted it in this one because I actually scanned. See, that one was down to $35. They'll put the link right to Brickseek. So if you have the free version and you're like, I don't know the UPC, here we go. And you don't know the UPC or, any number to put in, you can join groups like this and a lot of the people who find these things will put this link and you can just click this link. It'll open up. It'll bring you right to the Brickseek page for this. You can say check inventory. Sometimes it'll bring you right to the right page. Sometimes they bring you to this entry page. And then what I'll do is I'll look and I'll say, okay, here we go. There's 7 of these available. Yeah, $149. So in my area, they're all $149. So I don't have any great deals like they have. By the way, if you see order for pickup and it's at that cheap price, you can click on that and do like curbside pickup or add it with your groceries. For the longest time, I was doing grocery pickup. I didn't realize you could order things other than groceries. So there are times when I'll do that. I will say order for pickup. Let's say there was 7 and they were down to $30 and I wanted them. I would order all 7 at $30, and then I just pull up out front, or sometimes you got to go in for these items and just pick them up really quick, easy. So these groups are really good. Like I said, there's a couple of them out there. Let's see. I think they just shared. Here's the Brickseek link for this unicorn one. They don't always provide it. Sometimes they actually will provide you with the let's see what they got here. Sometimes they'll actually provide you with the UPC, or in this case, does it show? No, it doesn't show. Sometimes you'll see the SKU number. They'll give it to you. So then you have to go and hand enter stuff in. I find it really interesting. This is how I was able to pick up some toy items that I didn't even realize were on sale, because again, if you're not an extreme member, then you're 2-3 days behind everybody else. But if you're in these groups and you see something for sale, like I've been looking for these baby items because I was going to flip these locally. Let's see how much this one is. What did she say? Does anyone have one of these willing to sell it? No. So some of those baby items were going for like $20. Yeah, so I'll sit there and go through all this stuff just to see what kind of goodies I can find and flip. So just join the group. There you go. Oh, bye, Victoria. Have a great day. Don't forget to subscribe to Victoria's channel if you haven't already. Grandbaby is doing very well. I'm sorry, I'm behind on the chat. Sent a request to join too. Yeah, there's a couple of them that are out there I belong to. I like that one because I had Brickseek in the name, so it's kind of a given that people are going to share the Brickseek. Whereas some of the other Walmart clearance items, they don't always have it. There's a group. I'm trying to think of what it's called. Hold on just one second. My husband. I'm like, he knows I'm on YouTube. He's right upstairs. I can hear him walking around, but he's taking my car. So, there's a group, there is a Walmart, there's like some clearance groups out there that all it is spam, and they make you have to click a link to go to their blog. If you get into that one, leave it and go to some of the other ones, because the other ones are so much better. That one is just clickbait stuff. It's not really worth being on there. Thanks, Holly, for stopping by. I appreciate it. Oh, she's getting the vaccine shot. I heard yesterday that the Merck vaccine, I think, was like in California, you can't get the Merck vaccine anymore. They outlawed it, whatever the word is. They outlawed it. So you can't get that one. I think there was too many adverse reactions going on with that one. My mom hasn't gotten hers yet. She's been debating. I don't know. I'm on the fence. I can't get it here yet in New York. You have to be over 65, I think, or you have to be a frontline worker or healthcare teacher, all that kind of stuff. And I'm none of those, so I'm not even capable of getting it yet, which I'm kind of glad, because I feel like the right thing to do is to get it, but I'm nervous about it. So I'm kind of glad that I'm like one of the later groups, because hopefully all the kinks will be worked out if there's ends up being kinks on it and adverse reactions that people are having. So what else is going on? Oh, no luck, nothing wired, but they did have black and white stripe. Okay. Still trying to find that ribbon for my art project this weekend. So I bought some stuff yesterday that I got to take pictures of. I have one bag full of stuff. Good morning, Kids Deals and More. It's afternoon here now, 12:02. I've been eating yogurt with granola lately for breakfast. I'll tell you, I have a hard time with breakfast food. I think we were talking about this the other day because I don't like eggs and everything else is like really high in carbs. And so I've been switching, I've been eating yogurt with the granola, which still is high in carbs actually, but it's actually keeping me pretty full to lunchtime. Because normally if I was to have breakfast, like even like oatmeal, I am starved by like 10 o'clock. I could eat anything and everything all around me. So I'm really liking that now I can actually go all the way to lunch. Sometimes I'm not even taking lunch until like 1 or 1:30, which is really good. Really good for me to push it that far. I got my first dose of Moderna, no problems. Oh, good. Is Moderna the one that's only one shot? Oh, you said first dose, so it must be a 2-shot one. So it must be the one that's only one shot that they're having issues with. I don't know. I'm eating nuts in the morning. I don't like eggs either. Yeah, the granola I have has pecans in it. Pecans or pecans? I guess it depends on where you're from and what you say. I just subbed Tammy. Thanks. He's my reason. I think I was telling you guys I was going through my inventory and I found some bags of granola that I had listed for sale and they hadn't sold, so not all of them had sold. So I pulled some of them off and decided to eat them, and they're really good. So that reminds me, I need to actually, I'm going to go look right now because I think I have more and I want it. I'm going to pull it because I'm almost done. It's maple pecan is what I've been eating. And I had pumpkin, but I ate all the pumpkin last week. I think all I have left is peanut butter, which the peanut butter is okay, but I don't really like peanut butter with my like blueberry yogurt. So let's see what flavor I got. Oh, I got pumpkin spice left. That's it. See, it expires in April, so I thought I might as well pull it and enjoy it. I only paid $2 for it. Oh, I got 4 of them left. I got 4 left in G1. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab that granola. So I don't forget. Don't get my toe. I think I'll just take one bag at a time and just lower it by 1. So this is what I've been eating right here. Bare Naked pumpkin spice. This one's really good. It doesn't even have like a really strong pumpkin. Oh, it does have white chocolate in it. I didn't even notice that. Pumpkin seeds, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Yeah, I just noticed like the cinnamon and nutmeg. It's really good. All right. Edit. Available. 3. Okay, I got one. One for myself. Excuse me. I eat Greek yogurt for the protein. Yeah, I like Greek yogurt. It took me a little bit to finally make the switch and like it a lot. It was because it's just a weird consistency because it's thicker, but I do like it. Have anybody ever had yogurt and you put chia seeds in it? And I would put almond milk and let that set overnight. Oh my gosh, that's so good. On my way to check on her now, hoping she gets out. Oh, what am I missing? Who gets out? Oh, how's Robin? Yeah. Yeah, today's day 2, right? Did she have her procedure yesterday or was it the day before? I've been praying for her. I hope she's recovering well. Hope her eyes have gotten better once they did the procedure. So my dad had an aortic aneurysm that was like right here, right below your rib cage. And they kept like doing an ultrasound every year to check on it because they wanted to wait till it got to a certain level. And I guess it will. So if you don't know what an aneurysm is, and I'm going to explain it and I'm probably going to be wrong, is your tube that your blood flows through, is it your veins or your arteries or whatever? It ends up, an aneurysm is it bursts out. So his was like the walls were thin because he was a smoker. So if you're a smoker and you have bad vascular system, his lining was thin and it was pushing out, and her eye hasn't approved. I'm sorry about that. So they were measuring how far it kept pushing and pushing. And when it got to a certain level, they were going to put pretty much like a stent, like they would put in for your heart. They put like this stent in. It's a mesh, so it keeps it so the blood can keep your vessels, so your blood can keep flowing through, and it wouldn't end up making that burst with that like mesh type thing. So they finally ended up doing that for my dad. Went in. If you ever have, so it was an option. He could have waited another year and had it looked at again, but I think it was already had been like 2 or 3 years, and I had grown a little bit. And so he's like, well, we're on that, like, yeah, we'll operate it if you want it, but we're okay waiting another year. Well, if you read about aortic aneurysms, the survival rate is almost zero. Dr. Oz used to have a TV program, not his TV show, talk show, but he had one where he was in his hospital in New York City, and he had a patient that came into the ER that was having some pain, and they were still like going through the diagnostic period, and ended up being he had an aortic aneurysm, but they hadn't even diagnosed it yet, and his burst in the hospital, and they were able to save his life. But they were saying how even if he would not have been in the hospital, 100% he would have died. But even in the hospital, having that go, your aortic one, because it's so close to your heart, that the survival rate is so low, even if you have a doctor standing right next to you as it happens. So I had heard that, and we really pushed my dad into getting it fixed. We're like, you know what? Now that you have the option, because before that, the doctor wouldn't even do it. We said, you should go get it fixed. Ended up being a bad decision in our case because my dad had Alzheimer's, and he had declined quite a bit, but not to the point where like he didn't know people. He would have to take a little bit to think of things, but he was still like, I don't know. He was still my dad. Well, forget it. After going through anesthesia, which my sister had warned us about, but I didn't fully understand. I guess it wasn't like strong enough for us to know. But once he went through anesthesia, he declined. His Alzheimer's got so bad. So hindsight 2020, I would have rather, honestly, it's sad to say, I would have rather had him died from his aneurysm bursting than having him suffer through Alzheimer's. But how quickly his Alzheimer's declined from that anesthesia. So if you have a loved one who has Alzheimer's and they have to have surgery, really, really think about it, because man, it was such a huge rapid decrease from the minute he woke up from his anesthesia. He was a completely different person and never improved, got worse. So yeah, so I hope she's doing well. I hope she gets to go home today, as long as that's what she wants. I'm thankful that you've been able to go into the hospital with her, because over here you cannot, in New York and in Vermont, you cannot go into the hospital at all to see anybody, which is disappointing. My husband's aunt just passed away. She was in a nursing home. She died on Sunday morning. And her family was able to go in and spend 2 at a time. They could go in and be with her while she passed. And that is awesome. Over here, my mother lost a really good friend who was in the nursing home, and he died all by himself. She was devastated she couldn't be with him, but they would not let anybody in at all in the nursing home. Even, of course, he died of COVID. I'm sure that had something to do with it. So, yeah, that's too bad. I'm glad they caught it, though. My father had a stroke when he was 50, and then my brother had a stroke when he was 50. My father was a smoker, but my brother was not a smoker, not at all. My brother is, I would say like complete opposite of a smoker. He's like very anti-smoking. And so it really surprised us when he had a stroke. When I went to the doctors for my yearly visit, I told them, any updates to your family history or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, my brother had a stroke this past year. And they're like, wow. So they put me on, what is that medicine for if you have a high cholesterol? which I don't have high cholesterol. My cholesterol is 150. I have pretty good cholesterol. Maybe it's 130. It's low. Not low, but it's like in the normal range, but low in the normal range. I'm trying to think of what it's called. Well, they put it on me just to help prevent me from having a stroke. So I'm on it just because of my family history. When my mother-in-law died in December, they let 3 of us there. Oh, that's good. It really, I guess it, like, my mother has shared with me many times that how much it bothers her that he died by himself. And I said, it sucks, but so many people, think about how many have died of COVID, how many were by themselves. A lot of them were by themselves. A lot of them. I just had a teacher just passed away. One of my teachers from high school just died of COVID too. Found out last night. I think she passed away 2 days ago. Sad. I hope it goes away soon. I really hope it goes away soon. And I'm so tired of wearing a mask. Beyond tired. Where was I yesterday? It was so hot. Oh, Albee Lobby. It was so warm in there. I had a sweater on. I had to take the sweater off. And the mask, oh my God, I felt like I was like suffocating. It was so warm in there. So warm. I had to keep going into the restroom. I had to keep telling my mom, I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. Just so I could like take off my mask and breathe for a little bit. And I know right when we walked out, she took off, we were in there for 2.5 hours. She took her mask off and she's like, oh my gosh, I can breathe. I'm like, I don't know how you did it for 2.5 hours, not going and taking a break. Like I had to go and take a break. The masks are all over the ground. It's so gross. Wish people would throw them away. I know when we first started wearing masks, they were everywhere because I think a lot of people were using disposables, but most people don't use them anymore. I'm wondering if it's those people who like go into Walmart and they give you a mask for free if you don't have one. And then they're just like, whatever. Honestly, the people that just throw them on the ground are probably the people who didn't show up prepared with one. And they don't really care anyhow, unfortunately. When my daughter-in-law was hospitalized after my grandson was born, she wasn't allowed to have any visitors. It's so scary for her and for my son. I know. I have a good friend who's been battling cancer, and he's had some issues where he's had to go into the hospital, and his wife and stuff couldn't even go in and see him. He had to be there by himself. Ugh. It's so sad. Because as a loved one, so my son was having some pain in his lower extremity area, and he had to go to the emergency room, and his roommate texted us and said, hey, just letting you know, AJ's in the hospital in the emergency room. Well, he went to the like walk-in clinic, and they transferred him over to the emergency room. And of course, hearing that, you're like, well, what couldn't the walk-in clinic do that they had to send him to the emergency room? So it makes you worried. And my husband and I were both like, well, he's in Vermont and we're in New York. And we're like, well, we can't, no sense of even going to Vermont because we can't see him. We can't do anything. So we pretty much just had to stay here and wait till we got an update with what was going on with him. Thankfully he's okay. He ended up having to go see a specialist and stuff. And I guess the specialist said he's fine. So I don't know. But it's tough because, as a parent, as somebody you love, you want to be there to help support them. And then the person who's in the hospital, sometimes I think it's easier for them because they know what's going on. When you're not in the hospital, you don't know what's going on. Oh, I was mentioning earlier about, I was watching YouTube for pinching pesos when she had COVID to, help with her money and stuff that she was making. It was a way that you could help somebody without having to spend money, helping them if they have YouTube. And I was watching her live. I think it was last week. She came on live and she was doing a Q&A about what it was like to have COVID. And she was saying that when she if you want to watch her whole thing, go to Pinching Pesos, her YouTube channel. And she was saying that when she got to the hospital, I don't know her enough to know. I think it sounds like maybe her and her husband were kind of on the rocks when all this happened. So they had asked her when she got to the hospital, who do you want for our contact person? And she said her father. Well, whoever you have as your contact person, if you don't say everybody, they're the only one that the hospital will talk to, which I know that, and because of HIPAA and stuff. So when her husband would call, her kids, her mom, any of them, they couldn't get any information. It was only, everything had to be through her dad. And I think that's one of the things, like when you're a loved one on the outside, you don't know what's going on. If you're not able to get into the hospital or able to talk to the person, that's tough. We snuck in to see my grandma at her assisted living at Christmas. She was so happy to see family. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm glad you did that, Laura. I think the toll on people the year of isolation and loneliness is going to be so damaging. I can tell you absolutely is going to be damaging. I think they're saying that even teen suicide rates, I think it was Arizona or New Mexico, somewhere over there, they're dealing with high suicide rates. My mother had lost my father, and then soon after that, my grandmother had passed away, and my grandmother lived with my mom and my dad. So she went from a 3-person household to just herself so fast. And she had a 5-bedroom home that she sold to downsize because it was now just her. So she had so many changes so quickly in her life. All that happened, and then COVID happened. So she's now, in her new place, but she has not had anybody but close family even go and visit, because people just aren't visiting people around here. Our cases are pretty crazy in our one county. We had like 1,200 cases in our one county. So she has been pretty much just me is all she's seen in the last year. And that's why I bring her sourcing with me. A lot of times she sits in the car. She doesn't go in. But she went to the doctor, and I said, hopefully she doesn't mind me sharing this, but I don't like her doctor at all. Been pressuring her to get a new doctor. But I said, you really need to talk to your doctor about your depression, because she's still really struggling with the loss of my father from 3 years ago. Everybody grieves in a different time frame, but I feel like at some point when it becomes hard for you to just function every day, that, maybe it's time to have somebody help you step in. Well, he's given her medication and stuff, but it's not really helping. So I said, you make sure you mention it. And I've gone to her appointments and then mentioned it to her appointment or to her doctor back when we could go, but now I can't go. And I've said, please tell him. You know what his response was? Everybody's sad. Everybody's lonely right now because of COVID. That was his answer. Pretty much, oh, suck it up because everybody's dealing with it. Such an ass. Like, no. I've been pestering her to get into some counseling, like, because they have a lot of, video counseling now. You can do Zoom and stuff like that, even if it's just through the phone. My last doctor's appointment was through the phone. I really liked it. I have to go in a couple weeks. I have an appointment. Oh, I wrote it upstairs. I think it's actually because I got to go give blood. But I got to go in a couple weeks, and I'm like, I'm hoping I don't have to do it in person again. Hopefully it's just through the phone. I know people who haven't touched another human being in a year. Oh, it's so sad. I'm not a hugger. I don't like hugging. I like everybody give me my space. I'm not that type of person. My mother is a hugger. And it's been really hard because we would go to the casino and she's hugging everybody at the casino because they all know her by name because she was such a frequent visitor with her and my dad. But now we go, oh, she doesn't go because she's high risk. She stays home. And I feel bad because if I was a hugger, I'd hug her all the time because I know she wants that. But I never even, like, the problem is not being a hugger. I don't even think about it when I go over to visit her, or when she was here, like she stayed here last night. I don't even think of it when I see her that, oh, I should hug her because I know she likes that. Even though I don't like it, I know she likes it. So sometimes I would, give or take every now and then, maybe every other time, get into my uncomfortable place and give her a hug because I know she misses that a lot. I wish I could Zoom my teeth cleaning. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? My daughter had a sore throat and they were sending her to get a COVID test. And her doctor said pretty much, no, let's Zoom. So she Zoomed her doctor, or FaceTimed, or did, some type of video chat with her doctor's office and her doctor. And he's like, let me see your throat. So she showed him her throat through the camera. And he said, oh, you probably have strep throat. You should go get a strep throat test instead. Isn't that weird? Like, where we've come today. I'm really hoping that we're able to keep using some of the stuff that our life has changed in the last week or in the last year. And some of it's been for the better. So I really hope that we're able to change or keep some of that stuff. Like the amount of people that are working from home now and have found it really beneficial for what they do. I think that I'm really hoping that employers are able to let people keep working from home. And I just saw somebody say something about chorus. What I miss most is singing with my chorus. We get together on Zoom every week, but there's nothing like being together and singing. How true is that? I mean, but think about, all right, we'll use the church as a whatever. I don't go to church. I would say I'm probably a spiritual person, but not a religious person. I'll pray for people, but I don't go to church. I don't really affiliate with any specific religion. As a child, I hated it, hated getting up every Sunday morning and going to church, like hated it so much. But think about in today's day and age and how fast paced, I'm wondering how many people have started going to, I say church in parentheses or in, quotes, because they're not really or I should say going to church, but they're doing it through Zoom, right? I'm wondering if that has brought people to church rather than I wonder if I'm sure there's people they've lost because they would rather be there in person than watching it. But I'm wondering if having that has helped bring people into the church. I say into as in, just from watching it. Because think about it, if you don't have to get up, you don't have to put your church clothes on. If you're an introvert like me, right, it's a struggle sometimes to go and have to do that whole socializing of stuff. So if you have that ability to be able to pull up and watch a church sermon in your living room or sitting at your dining room table or something, how good that might be for some people. So it would be really nice is when you can go back into church, to give some people the option to maybe still live stream it, where people can come into church and then they can still live stream it. The only thing I'm sure with live streaming and Zooming is they're not getting as much into their, is it called their till? Whatever. People aren't giving as much money because they're not passing the thing around to collect money. We wear jeans and t-shirts at my church. Oh my gosh. See, that would be my church. I want to wear jeans and t-shirt. I hate getting dressed up. We go on cruises. I do not like formal nights when people they get all dressed up. I'm on vacation. I don't want to have to wear high heels and all that. Ugh, yuck. I hate dressing up so much. Oh, see, that's true. I never go to church in person, but I've been going to the Facebook live streams of a local one. Yeah, I think that it's I've been following Reverend and Nikki. I can't remember what their channel. He has a live stream, I think. I don't know if he still has it. I followed it, but I don't think I must not have turned on notifications. Because I feel like I never get notified when he's on. And I'm pretty sure I did it all last summer is when I started following him. It'd be nice. I think it's great to belong to a community like a church. I think it's nice to belong to any type of community. One of our goals last year, Tony, my husband and I, Tony, we both said that we were going to get involved in the veteran community, like American Legion or VFW or something, because he retired from the military, disabled, he retired. And after 32 years, that's all he's really known most of his life. And it's all I've known the whole time I've been married to him. I was a military spouse. And when he left the military and then we moved over here, we left his base. We left all of his military friends. We left so much. Oh, hey, Christy. that I miss that a lot. So I've been hoping that we would be able to get involved in some type of military community over here, just so he has the ability to still talk about his experience, some good, some bad, um, his deployments, all that kind of stuff. I just think I think he misses that. I know when he went back to his base, oh, maybe it was a couple years ago, he said he was really depressed afterwards. So I think it would just be really good for him. So we were going to do that last year, but then this all happened. And they have limited hours at the American Legion. No, maybe it's not an American Legion. It's not a VFW. AMVETS, I think it is. I think it's AMVETS. They have one down here that seems to be like a pretty good one to join. So I was hoping we could network. I think it is good to be part of a community. I mean, look at right here in the reselling community. Something happens to somebody and people all jump in to help with whatever it is. You need us to watch your YouTube for income? We'll watch your YouTube. People ran an auction last night to raise money to help somebody in the hospital and help with the bills until she can recover. I mean, it's just crazy. I participated in an auction last year for somebody who needed surgery, and it's just, I'd love to be able to get back when I can. And it's just great that this community can get together so quickly and help one another. And I think I put out something at Christmas time. I wanted to sponsor somebody who needed help this Christmas, and I put it out here and I put it on my Facebook page, but nobody came forward. Maybe everybody was doing so good. Nobody came forward, but my family, we sponsored two families. One was, I think I talked about it. One was somebody who had three young kids, 3 or 4 twins, 4 young kids, because they had twins, and that were 2, like a 5-year-old and then like a 9-year-old girl who is mentally disabled. So we sponsored, my siblings and I sponsored my mom. We sponsored them. Oh my gosh, we got videos from them and the kids playing. We bought them toddler beds because they were sleeping on, like, one of them had a cot. One of them was sleeping in a box. Like, they had a box and they put stuff in the box. So we bought them toddler beds, and my mother bought them all the bedding for it. I went through my oh my gosh, I pulled so many toys out for them. Got rid of a lot of stuff though. But yeah, we sponsored them, and then we sponsored an older lady who I think was 85, who is on hospice but has no family, no nothing. So we sponsored her, got her like gift certificates for groceries, blankets, pajamas, slippers, just, what do you get an old person? It's so hard, especially an old person you don't know. Kids are easy. Just buy them toys. They love it. But it wasn't just toys. We got them pajamas and socks. I bought socks and underwear for them because I had socks and underwear here. Yeah. I even gave the father some socks and underwear. I don't even know if that's the kind he likes, but it's what I had in my stock. I was able just to go shopping right here in my supply. Out of 1,700 items, I should have something to give to somebody. So yeah. Well, I've been blabbling. Anybody have any questions? I put that in the title here. Q&A, in case anybody had any questions about anything. Let me know. Actually, let me pull up my YouTube over here. Yeah, we've decided, because we were going to exchange gifts amongst each other. And because I don't get gifts at Christmas, really. My husband and I don't exchange. I mean, we lived paycheck to paycheck growing up. When the kids were young, we put every penny into the kids. And so we've always just done that. And now that the kids are growing and out of the house, we just have never really, if we want something now, we just go buy it. So to find something for each other is tough. Hey, good morning, SRG. So So at Christmas, so when my sister-in-law said, "Hey, you guys want to exchange gifts?" I was like, "Hey, sure, yeah, it'd be great." Like I don't get any gifts. My mother ended up buying me some gifts this year. She usually just gives money. Hopefully, my sisters don't watch this because they didn't get gifts. But my mother heard me say that on one of my lives. So she bought me some. She put a little gift bag of little odds and ends in it, which I really appreciated. So yeah, so I said that, and then one of my other sister who works at the Veterans Administration Hospital, she said, "Hey, why don't we look at sponsoring a family?" And then my other sister who works for a hospice organization is one who picked up one family for us. So yeah, we all really enjoyed it. That we said we're definitely going to do it again next year. It's just a good feeling when you can give back to other people, especially people you know that are in need. I like when it's so I used to get to like Toys for Tots, and I know some people who have taken advantage of Toys for Tots who go and get things that really are not in need, and that really annoys me. Annoys the heck out of me. Really bad. There's one person my mom and I both know. She goes to the food banks and everything. Maybe there's stores we don't know, but when you get a brand new Jeep in your driveway, but you're going to the food bank, come on. Maybe your priorities aren't correct. When you're going to stand in line and get all your free toys, free stuff for your kids, but you're going and getting a manicure and a pedicure every week, and you get your hair cut at a very expensive high place. So, hey, Mom, I was watching. So I like when you can get like a referral. That's why I put out to, hey, if anybody knows anybody. I like when you get a referral to help somebody out. That way, you're directly helping somebody versus an organization that some people possibly take advantage of. All right, I was looking. Let's see. Oh, I'm 11 away from 1,000 now. If you have any reselling friends, let them know to come and join my channel. Yeah. So how's everybody doing? How are your eBay sales going? I was thinking today I'm going to make a chart. I want to make a chart that shows how many listings I've done. I'm going to do in my planner. I think I'm going to add a paper, and then say week ending, and then listings and how many I sold. Listings and how many I sold. I want to find out if I feel like I'm still listing on a regular basis. Does that make a difference to my sales? I'm wondering though if me losing top rated seller is making a difference on my sales. Well, my sales weren't that bad today though. I don't remember how many I packaged. 7 or 9. I mean, that's probably not bad for this time of year. It's hard when you go from Q4 where you're shipping 200 items out a day to Q1, February, and you're shipping out 10 items a day. But I also am not doing FBM because I shipped everything to FBA. I guess I could look at what I'm selling FBA, but even then, I'm not sourcing like I used to. I'm not, just checking my messages here. I'm going to check my sales on Amazon. But Amazon sales, I really got to pick up my game. I've just not have done good at all. Let's see this month. I've only done 2,000 this month. That's so bad for me. It's really bad. I like to have at least a $300 day. That makes it so I do at least 10,000 a month. And I've only had one $300 day. It's bad. It's really bad. But I'm just not sending in much stuff. I don't know. I just don't even know what to source, what to get. I did pick up hold on a minute. Let's see. I picked up some canning lids. So rumor has it canning lids are popular again. I'll show you guys what I sourced yesterday. You need to give Facebook Marketplace a try. Yeah, I had gone all in on Facebook Marketplace. Michelle, I don't know if you're still on or not, but it was, I think it was the week before Christmas. We both were like, hey, let's jump in. Let's just list. We were doing a work and hangout, not live on YouTube, but just here on StreamYard together. And had listed quite a few items. And then my account got hacked. And then once I had my account hacked and I've learned that there's no customer service on Facebook, I thought, what happens if a transaction goes poorly? On eBay, I could pick up the phone or I can send them a message on Facebook and they can help me out. There's nothing on Facebook. If you get scammed, if something happens, there's nothing. If you sell something and somebody does a chargeback, there's no fighting it. There's no showing a tracking number. There's nothing. So just be aware of what you're getting into. I know some people are making a lot of money on Facebook. I won't go all in again. Will I sell again on Facebook? Maybe locally in the local groups. I know my mom is selling some gnomes. I'd like to put them on the local group. I might put them on Facebook Marketplace and sell them with shipping, but I will be low price items only. So when you get scammed, when somebody does a chargeback, you're not losing out a lot of money. Lightweight items that don't cost a lot of money to ship, so you're not out all that shipping money when you get scammed. I'm very, very weary of Facebook now after what happened with me. Really, really weary. And how in the heck did they hack into my Facebook? I don't share my password with anybody. How did they get the information? Because I got a 3-digit code on my phone and I got a 3-digit or 4-digit code on my phone. How did they access that? I don't understand how my account got hacked and then how you can't even get it back. I don't trust Facebook. I so don't trust them. Should pick up when third stimulus is done and people file taxes. Well, it's funny. I was thinking about my numbers. Another reason why yesterday I was like, I got to do a chart. Because I don't want to make this political, but I feel like my sales completely changed when our government changed. I don't know if people are just hanging on to their money, but I heard somebody the other day was saying they sell outdoor power sports stuff. So people must be using snowmobiles and all that. They said their sales have picked up quite a bit. And I don't know, maybe it's just the stuff I'm selling. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to tell if it's the stuff I'm selling, if it's the economy, if it's people afraid because of the government changes. We're losing tax cuts, all this type of stuff. So people are hanging on to money. Is it because I lost my top rated seller? Is it because I took away free returns? Is it because I went from 1 day to 2 day handling? I don't know. I don't know what's causing my, in my opinion, slower sales. Now I'm still selling stuff, but it's not what it was. If I look at of course, Amazon, I'm just not sourcing. I feel like stores aren't having as good as deals. I need to find replenishables. So my sales are up 10% from last month, 40% down from last year. That's how big of a change it is for me right now. So Maggie Doodle just started selling on Facebook and she's really pleased with it. I've seen a lot of people through Q4 talking about how great Facebook Marketplace has been for them. So that's why I said, Michelle and I were like, let's go in, let's do it. And so she listed and I listed and yeah. I think once you get burned, maybe, how many people sell something on eBay and something happens to them and they are like, I'm never going to sell again. At least eBay has somebody to call. So Zen says, I will say this, sell on Facebook is risky if you find a specialized group that's better. I agree. I think selling on the marketplace is risky. Selling on a specialized group, a lot of times they pay with PayPal and then you have that PayPal protection. From what I've seen and read, and there's a Facebook selling group and people have talked about it. how they've had chargebacks and they've had all these issues. Somebody wants to open a return, they send you an empty envelope or whatever. There's no protection at all from what I keep seeing. I'm not selling high dollar items. Yeah, I think you're okay. I think you're okay if you're not selling high dollar items. And I think if you're just aware that if something goes wrong, that, oh well, you just chalk it up. I mean, if I could sell on Facebook, I guess, and if I could sell $4,000 worth of stuff a month and I have even 2 chargebacks that cost me $40, oh well, $40, but I just made 4,000. Then it's not so bad. I think Facebook is kind of like in beta mode. It will improve and evolve in time. Yeah, there's a lot of people who have started selling on Instagram also. That's a topic that I hear about a lot on Clubhouse. And of course, Instagram is owned by Facebook. So I'm wondering how that will be. I've gone to some live sales on Instagram. I've watched Katie and Vicky. I've watched Katie from the Katie and Vicky show here on YouTube. She has sold on Facebook Lives or on Instagram Lives I've gone to. I'm still trying to decide if I want to get into the selling on YouTube. I've seen where, there's still people that do it. I don't know. I just feel like it, in some channels it seems to really have taken off, and other channels just seem like they really still just struggle. So I just don't know. I don't think I source enough stuff to even keep going with having a YouTube auctions. I don't do local pickups. Yeah. That's what's been selling best for me. There are vintage books and video games. Yeah. Zen, you said something. I wanted to go back up because I saw your post about so your auction is at $41. Besides that, it's slow. Yeah, Zen is he's a member of my Discord group, which it's not on this one because I haven't put it in yet, but down in my description of my videos I have a link to my Discord group. My old videos have a link to my Facebook group, which is no longer. So if you click on that and you've asked to join that group, nobody will ever approve you because I don't have access to that group. And unfortunately, I had no admin. I had an admin. I'd removed them because they weren't that active in the group, and I'd asked my sister to become my new admin. It was a few days before I got hacked, and she saw it and thought it was the hacker that asked her, so she actually deleted the request. So I don't have anybody in there. So if you're in that group and you want to spam, go ahead and spam because nobody's going to monitor you. It's so sad. But I have the Discord group, and Zen is in that group, and I had asked because he's doing some auctions, and I said, I wonder how many are doing auctions, because I don't do auctions at all. I don't really have items that people would be a lot of people looking for and would compete against it. And I think that's the way it is with a lot of auctions. I think the stuff I sell, people want to buy it today and get it, right? I'm selling to a lot of people who live in the Amazon world of thinking of, I want my two-day Prime. I want to buy it. I don't want to wait 7 days for the auction to end, see if I want it, and then wait for you to ship it and then get it. They want it now. I think if you have something that's rare, you don't know the value of it, but you think it might be of higher value, right? Like I don't know the value of this deck of cards that my mother gave me that she got free from Skechers. Right? I don't know the value of this. Be lucky if it's worth $1. I wouldn't put that on auction. But if I had a rare deck of cards from what's the name of that? What is the name? I'm trying to think of the name of that gangster that went to jail for tax evasion, not for his mafia. I can't think of his name. But let's say this deck of cards was certified that this was a deck that he played in the bar while he was gambling, and this is like the only deck of cards out there ever that's floating around, that's certified, that whoever that guy is, not Jimmy Hoffa. What the heck is his name? Al Capone. That's his name. So let's say this is a deck of cards that Al Capone had played with, right? Then, like, to me, I would put this on auction because who knows what this price would go for. But I don't really have any of that type of stuff that I would put on auction. I don't know. Any of you guys use auction? We got really quiet on me. I'm looking back and forth. StreamYard, YouTube. StreamYard, YouTube. So today I'm going to take pictures. Oh, so I was going to show you what I bought. So earlier I showed you the Charmander. I also bought Squirtle and Bulbasaur. So these I'm going to polybag and send to Amazon. And then they had, these were $5 too. So, I got the pink one, but I also got these were for coffee. I'm actually going to keep these because we have a couple, we only have 2 coffee ones for travel. And my husband, one of them is really hard. My husband has a hard time drinking out of it. So I thought I would have this one for me and this one for him. And we'll have 2 new ones. So when we hit the road in the morning for something, we'll have new ones. And I'll tell you, like, I have this as a Tervis one. And I have, like, if you have Yeti, right? These that are the metal and stuff. If you don't own any of those, I got this one now. I got 6 of these. These are so good. Like, you put ice in here with water or whatever you put into it. It stays cold for so long. Like, this has got ice in it. I'll have to refill it because I'll drink it. But this will have ice. Like, I'll go to bed at night and I have this next to my bed. And because I got to take medication before I go to bed. And in the morning, this will still have all the ice in it. And sometimes I just refill it with the ice from the day before. And then this, if I put coffee in it, this will still be like pretty hot in like 6 hours. It'll still be hot. So I got these. And then I picked up. So they had a bunch of muzzle loading stuff on sale. I was telling you earlier about the bullets I bought. Man, I bought them all, and I'm glad I bought all of those. But I didn't grab all of the other stuff. And when I got home, I looked up the bullets on eBay because I had only looked them up on Amazon, and they weren't selling at all on Amazon. But when I looked them up on eBay, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I bought them all. But I wish I would have bought everything because I saw some of the other stuff. They had like these little measuring things for the gunpowder that you put in for your muzzle loader. And then they had this brass flask. They had a cleaning kit. I wish I would have picked it all up because they were down to like $1.50 some of the stuff, and they're selling on eBay. I kicked myself, but it's a 2.5 hour drive for me to go back. I did pick up these though. He's like, nah, I don't need them, but they ended up being like, I think these were $1. This is just I don't know. I guess you screw it into the tree next to your tree stand, and you can hang stuff like your backpack, a lantern, your jacket, your bow, whatever. So I did grab these. He didn't need them because he doesn't use a tree stand. Those will go on eBay. And then I picked up, I was at Hobby Lobby. I am a notebook freak. Like, I love paper and notebooks. I mean, like, you guys have no idea. You really have no idea how many I have for myself. So I've been listing some, but then, I'll list it on eBay. And then when I'm like, hey, I need a new notebook, I'll go and grab the pile. I like to sell. I don't sell a lot on eBay though. But I did pick up this. It says pretty fab. Oh, no, it says pretty smart, humble, kind, and then it says fabulous. So this was pink. It was $5.99. It was on clearance for $1.49. And I picked this up. Can't really see it, but it's not very big, but it's nice. And just normal pages, line pages. But it's cute. It's a long tail item, but I'll grab these items and just throw them in my store. I mean, this was I'll do something to take away that $5.99, and of course take $1.49 off. But I'll probably put this in my store for like $12. You'd be surprised. People pay $12 for a notebook. So I was talking about canning lids. I stopped at my honey hole from last summer to pick up some canning lids. And when I walked in, I said, "Do you have any canning lids? I know it's a kind of a weird time of year." And they brought me to the far back of the store, where in the summer they were like right in the front, way in the back. And he says, "Well, this is what we got." And he showed me the few items he had. And he had quite a few of these. But I was like, I've never heard of the brand Pure. I don't know what this is. Does it say what country they're from? Made in China. I've never heard of this brand. So I actually only bought 2 of them. And then I figured on the way home, I was going to get to the car and scan it because I didn't want to scan it with him right there. And on the way home, if they were really good, I was just going to stop and buy more because I figured at that point there was probably a personnel change in the store from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It'd be somebody else. So I only grabbed 2 of these, and I did scan them, and they're not on Amazon. But I think I'm just going to throw them on eBay and Etsy. Cross-post it to Etsy because I was hearing about somebody who was selling canning lids on Etsy, and she was doing really well with it. So these will go on Etsy because I don't need any. I still got Walmart brand that I have for my own personal use. And then I went to Joann's, I think, is where I got this. This is a happy planner. So I went in to look at the happy planner stuff. I did get this on clearance. It's a sticker storage book. I had bought, I think 4 or 5 of these earlier in January and sent them to Amazon, and they already sold out. Although I got one return on one. But they already sold out, and I am going to send this to Amazon. And then they had a bunch of this paper, this week's goals. So these are inserts that you can put into the happy planner, like the planner I use. These are just half. Trying to show you the stupid glare. It just says this week's goals on the top, and then it has just lines with boxes that you can check off. So these were normally $5.99, and they were $1. So I think I bought about 12 of them, maybe. I don't know. Let me see how much they're going for on Amazon. I was just going to throw these. Oh, thank you, Dee, for subscribing to my channel. I am just going to throw these up on eBay. So this sells for $9.35. So these will probably go to Amazon. Yeah, so the gross proceeds is $4 or $5.32. So I'll make $4.32. So I will be sending those to Amazon. And then I got one of these notebooks from the Happy Planner. This will go to Amazon too because I scanned this and I saw that it was profitable. I can't remember how much I paid. But this is the one I have in my planner. I had purchased a couple of these before, and I kept this one out. And don't sleep on planners, you guys. I'm telling you, there are people who are so dedicated to their planners. There's so many different lines of planners. There's Erin Condren is huge. There's this Happy Planner Recollections. There's one, Christy. There's not you, Christy. There's another Christy who used to be on my channel or came in the chat all the time when I first started. She has her own channel. Man, I was thinking of her the other day. I have not seen her in so long. I really hope she's okay because I swear every time that happens, I find out something bad. But she has a channel. She has 3 channels. And one of her channels, she had posted, she had just gotten in her planner. I think it was in like October. She had ordered it from Japan. And she ended up I had never heard of the brand. So I looked it up on eBay. Holy smokes, those things go for so much money. Like people are spending over $100 for a planner. And they were spending like $80 to $90 for a 2020. They were buying old planners. Because if you love a planner and you can't afford the current year, you'll buy the old year and then just redate them. And there are a lot of people who do that with Happy Planner, that right now you can buy 2020 Happy Planners on clearance and sell them because people will buy them. They'll buy it because they want this cover. Right? They'll buy it because they want this rainbow this. And then they'll take this, and you could take these off and use them on your actual planner. So people will buy stuff even if it's out of date. It's really crazy. People are like, I'm telling you, it's cultish. There was a brand of planner I was selling. I got so many orders from overseas, so many orders. And so many people were asking me, do you have more? Because I sold out of them. And they're like, do you have more? Do you have more? And I'm like, I don't. And I was traveling to try and find some more. And I couldn't find any more. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to tell you the brand because I'd like to keep that niche right now, that one. But the person's like, I can't find them anywhere. Well, I've reached out to try to get a wholesale account. I even tried to find them a place to find it online. The brand's website sells planners, but they didn't have that specific type of planner. I think they may have been the brand, because I reached out to a few brands because I thought, okay, if I can get a wholesale and not have to run out and find these retail to resell, that would be great. But guys, my turkeys are all in the line again. I shared this on Monday. They're all walking, like 50 turkeys right now, walking across. I'm sorry, I'm going to scroll for a minute. So we have about 100 turkeys in our backyard all the time. It's crazy. I'm telling you, it's a crazy amount of turkeys. Well, the toms have been like walking in circles, chasing each other. Not really chasing. They're like, I don't know, some type of tom dance or whatever. The males are walking in a circle because they're in their like mating season. Because now the males are all puffing out and stuff. Their heads are getting blue. So they're walking in a circle. And this has been going on for, gosh, probably like at least a month. Well, this week I've noticed that we don't have as many turkeys. And we only have one male. So whatever he's done, he's chased off all the other males, and now he has his own little clique of hens. So the other turkeys must be somewhere else with their tom. So it's weird seeing them. All right, a couple messages. So I always buy those notepads that have a magnet on the back that I can hang on my refrigerator or whiteboard. Yes, I love them. I love those. I have those too. I have one that's a menu too, so I can write down my menu. It's on the thing. I love your channel. I subscribed. I've learned more from you watching a couple of your videos than I have over a year watching everyone else. Oh, thank you so much, Shay. I appreciate that. Laura, do they sell all year long? So they do sell all year long, but they don't sell as good, which I think that could be part of the reason why my sales have slowed down, because I was selling quite a bit of planners. But my like things like this. So what I'm sourcing now are things like this, right? So they're notebooks. They're going to sell all the time. People will buy these. People will buy these just to write in. Like I said, I buy them and then I use the pages and slip them in my planner. My planner is upstairs, or I'll show you. Let me see what else. So I got some more Happy Planner stuff. Oh, so again, if you see sticker books, right? So sticker books, they're not dated. So sticker books will go out of, and again, any brand, not just this brand. Hobby Lobby right now has a ton of stickers on clearance. These will be they'll be like discontinued. They won't be making this book anymore. Happy Illustrations. And they won't be making this one anymore. Happy Memory Keeping. This is for people who used to like scrapbook, but now you can use a Happy Planner and like scrapbook in it. It's weird. Just heard a loud noise. I don't know what that is. So this book, I'll show you. Let me tell you how much this one's going for. So these I'm going to send to Amazon, I think. So these are normally $19.99, and it's selling for $14.69 right now on Amazon. Let me see how much I spent on it. Well, what's that other one called? Happy Memory? Can't figure out which one is which. Okay, that might not have been at Michael's. Those were Joanne's. So it's on another receipt somewhere in the bag. So I bought everything they had of this memory keeping. I bought. And let's see, what else did I get? Oh, this one. I picked up this one. So this was $20, but it normally is $50. I paid $20 for it. So I will sell this for $50. I'll put it on eBay. It'll sell for $50. Most likely, it'll be somebody from another country that will buy it. So you got to do international shipping. They will pay $50 for it plus shipping, and it cost me $20, and I'll sell it for $50. Every time I put something into Amazon, I'm gated other than books. I asked to be ungated, but I'm always denied. Yeah, it's frustrating. The more you sell, the more you'll get ungated. That's what I found with, that's why I did a lot of books. I sold a lot of stuff from the Dollar Tree. I didn't make a lot. May have only made like $2 or $3, but the more you sell, the more the algorithm will kick in, that all of a sudden it'll start ungating you and stuff, and in categories. So I think there was one time I was gated in pets and baby, topicals, health and beauty, automotive. I'm trying to think of what else. And all of a sudden one day, the only thing I ever paid for was toys, to get ungated in toys. And I scanned something and I got ungated. Actually, I was at home, so I must have been scanning, like I was talking about Brickseek earlier. I was doing that, and it showed I was ungated in something. And I remember telling my friends, like, oh my gosh, I just got ungated in whatever brand. And somebody said, well, you should try this brand. You may have gotten that. They have what they call the mega ungate, where all of a sudden all this stuff is ungated. And I sat there one night and I was on for so long trying all these brands and asking for approval and getting approval. It was crazy. Like Under Armour. It was just a lot of really, really big brands. So it's fun when you get there. But I had other friends that had been selling as long or longer than I had who hadn't gotten there, but their sales were really low. And it's not sales as in dollar amounts, I think. It's just in how many items you've sold. So I think it really paid in the long run that I was selling things, just sending them in, even if I was only going to make $1 or $2. Okay, so, but now I'm pickier. Now I won't just make $1 or $2. I send in things that are going to make more than that. So I did find this planner. It's a fitness planner. This is what they call the mini. This is, again, the happy planner. This stuff is on sale at Michael's right now. And it was $5, normally $20, and this was $5. It's undated. So I will grab anything that's undated. Now they have a ton of planners that end on June 21 that were for the school year. It depends on the planner whether I would pick it up, because there are some that even if they end, I know that like the covers are popular and people will still buy them. But in this case, especially if it's really a good price, in this case, $5 and it's undated. I mean, that's a no-brainer, right? I mean, somebody will buy it next January if it doesn't sell now, which I'm guaranteed it'll sell now. And then another one, this one was undated. It's called, I think it says Oh Happy Day on it. But again, it's this rainbow. Like, these are really popular right now, this rainbow. And I don't think this one is. No, this is plastic. If you find any that have metal, people are buying just to get the metal discs. They really like the metal discs. Yeah, just join a Happy Planner group on Facebook. You'll learn so much of what people like. the other thing is in those Happy Planner groups, they have a thing called a D-stash. So I can take this, and it's especially being undated, and it was $5, and I could put this on the Happy Planner group and sell it for, well, it was 20. So if I give them a discount of even 15, I have no fees except for PayPal fees, and I can sell it directly to somebody. And people will put on there what they're looking for. So somebody will say, oh, I've been looking for that greatest hits. Does anybody have that greatest hits mega? This is called a mega sticker book because look how thick it is versus this one. This is the normal size, and this is a mega. So, yeah, so they'll say, does anybody have it? And again, a lot of people from out of the country will post on those groups. All right, so let's see. I also got, my bag was really heavy. I don't know if my mom's still in the chat or not, but she tried to lift my bag. She was going to put it in the car, I think, yesterday. While I was putting her wheelchair away, and she's like, oh my gosh, this is heavy. She goes, how much did you spend? And I'm like, it's not about how much I spent. It's how much I bought. I don't remember how much I spent, though. I wanted just to see. Okay, everything else in there is stuff I already showed you guys. All right, so I got these, which are recipe stickers. So anytime you can get sticker books that have a specific theme, did we get to 1,000 yet? I don't know. Did we? Are you saying that because you already know the answer? No, 993. Oh my gosh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Oh, I'm gonna be so excited. Look, I think my face is getting red. So anytime they have a theme to them, they do really well. So if you can find a book that's recipe or budget fitness, people love that stuff. So these are recipe stickers. So I sit there and I put stickers all in my books because that's just what I love to do. These stickers are like all recipe related, so these are really cool. So yeah, so I picked up these for $5.97, normally $19.99. But again, I'm pretty sure this was I'll be right back to share. Thanks, Jennifer. You have so many YouTubers that follow you on Facebook. All right, let me see. This one is selling. Oh no, this one's only selling for $8 on Amazon. Wow. I'm tempted to buy from Amazon and hold them and flip them because these, again, these are themed ones, and once they're discontinuing them right now, so they're not going to be around. So you'll see people in those groups that'll say, does anybody have that sticker book from 2000 and whatever? I'm looking for this one. Like, people know the names of them. I don't know the names of them. I'm not as good as some people are. I did pick up this one. This is a 2021 one. Again, this is the mini. It was $6.60, normally $22. So yeah, mini. So if anybody needs a planner, got you covered. This girl right here got you covered. And now again, this one's different because they have the clear. Like, there are people who will want every color of disc. Like, seriously, people are crazy, and I'll take advantage of that crazy. I love my Happy Planner though, but okay. So, they always say when you start reselling, start with what you know. And if you're into something, even as crazy as planners, like you use a planner and you love your planner, then look at your planner. Sell stuff related to that. So think about what you like. So my mother and I have been doing a lot of crafts, and we're finding some things are hard to find. And I told her, I'm like, I think I'm going to start looking for Chinese suppliers for some of these items, buy them in bulk, buy 5,000 of them, and then break them down and sell them on Etsy as a supply. Because I've been very impressed with Etsy. When you go on Etsy, you are automatically enrolled into not what they call Etsy ads, because Etsy ads is when somebody searches on Etsy, you show up as a promoted listing, like promoted listings on eBay. Well, Etsy has other ads, which I don't know what they're called. Let me see what they're called. I think it's just called offsite ads. Let me see. Well, all of a sudden I got this notification because I just started really pushing Etsy in like October. And I got this thing that said marketing. Why do I not see it there? Hold on. Let me go back to my dashboard. So I've sold $8,692 on Etsy. And that's only really was mostly through the fourth quarter. So I got this thing that said, wowza, you made 10 sales from offsite ads. And I was like, what offsite ads? I'm not doing offsite ads. I had heard about offsite ads, but hadn't been like, I thought it was just for when you hit a certain level of sales, which I think it's 10,000, they automatically put you into a program where you don't have a choice. They promote you. It's mostly Google ads, and they promote you. Well, I read about it and found it out that you're automatically opted into it when you create an Etsy account. You have to opt out of it to get out of it. So I thought, well, maybe I should opt out of it. I'm going to see how much I've spent last year. So I said, well, maybe I should opt out of it because I don't want to spend extra on ads. But then I thought, well, but I sold those items. I wouldn't have sold them had they not seen that ad. And I had noticed that so many people were brand new to Etsy, that nobody had a shop or whatever. And of course, again, a lot of them were international. But so right now when I look at this, for all of last year, again, I just barely started in like October. I sold $1,600 in $1,625 in offsite ads, brought me that much in sales, but I paid $243. Well, once I hit that, no, I'll tell you, I'm almost positive Etsy only charges like 5% final value fee. It's like really low. And then when you add in this 15%, I ended up, when I cross post now on cross list it, I automatically have it change my price to 15% higher on Etsy than eBay. So my stuff is cross posted, but it's more expensive on Etsy. So when I sell something that's on a promoted ad, I'm still making the same amount of money that I did if it would have sold on eBay. So, so I'm really happy with that. I sold a lot. I think it told me, well, it doesn't say how many items. On the main page, it says 250. Oh, I think that's overall. I've had over 250 sales on Etsy, 277 sales. But yeah, so it was really worth it. In the long run, it was worth it to pay that 15%. And I kind of look at it as if you pay the 5% final value fee and then the 15%, right now you're paying 20%, which is really kind of high. But if I'm charging more, making more. Where on eBay, they're charged 13% final value fee on most categories with managed payments. And then if you were to do promoted listings, then you're already right there at close to that. So, right. It's not like paying extra just to be boosted in eBay search, for instance. It opens the whole Google shopping. Right. Exactly. I mean, I could tell that it was really making a difference, and it was bringing in people from Google that weren't on Etsy doing a search to find me. So they clicked on Google and came into me. The other thing is I noticed that, so I did Etsy ads. I think it was last week. Somebody on an Etsy group was saying that they started ads and noticed a pickup in their sales. So I said, okay, I want to clear out all of my 2021 planners. I don't want to hang on to any 2021 anymore. I want to just pick up the accessories and undated ones. So I did an Etsy ad for all of my 2020 or 2021. Yeah, 2021. And I set my ad rate to $2 a day. It was like within a half hour, I'd spent my $2. And I didn't get any sales from it. Because on Etsy, where Etsy ads, you pay per click. You don't pay for a sale. But like with Amazon, or not Amazon, but on eBay, at least you don't pay unless they buy it. And with that other offsite ad, you don't pay unless they buy it. So I stopped my Amazon ads after 4 days. I'd spent $8 and didn't get any sales from it. I'm like, well, that was stupid. But all right, so then I also picked up this. This is a 2021 though, but make healthy a habit. So there are a lot of people who I have noticed in my world of planners and non-planners or whatever, that think about how many times. I know personally when I started using a planner, I didn't buy it until I think it was like May or something. But there are people who are always looking for a planner all throughout the year, not just at the beginning of the year. Like you might not have a planner, or you might be watching me talking about planners, and then you're thinking to yourself, you're watching this YouTube channel in April, and you're saying, you know what? I've been watching that girl. She's been doing this YouTube on her planner, and I think I want to get a planner, right? So you go online and you look for a planner. Well, there you go. Make it healthy a habit. So I'll sell these year round because people just start at different times of the year. It's not always just January. This is a really nice one, actually. I really like this planner. The layout is different. It's made for tracking like what you eat and what you drink and exercise. I don't know, I like it. It's got a food log, focus, today, exercise. So you can use it for, general overall, what you're going to do for the day. And then it has a whole nother section on the pages for healthy stuff. So this is a good one. So I picked up this. I paid $8 for this one, and it normally sells for $28. So that's a good deal. So again, I mean, $8, and it normally sells for $28, but you're not going to be able to find these in the store anymore. And again, there's certain covers. People are going to see a certain cover and they're going to be like, I want that cover. Really, there are people like that. So this one is a faith journal or a faith planner, and this is a 2021 one also. But it's all about, like, it has, let me see. Again, any of the specialty ones I find are helpful. All right, so in here it has praises, prayers and praises, and then daily verse. So if you're doing like a Bible study and stuff, like this is the type of thing you would use for this. I've thought about even taking these because I have sticker books that are for faith, and maybe putting them together and selling them as a set. This one I paid $8.40 for also, and it was $28 normal. I did that with the Disney princess ones at Walmart. They had a bag, then they had the planner, they had sticker books, and I made a set with the planner, the sticker book, and the bag, and sold it all. Now they were $24.88 a piece, so I had like $75. Somebody's scanning something. Let's see what Maggie's selling. Looks like a UPC there. I've done that before. I've done that before when I was on Bearded Picker's channel or watching his channel, and I'm working at the same time and I'll chat in it, and then I'll go back to prepping Amazon and I'll scan something and it'll pop up in his chat. I'm like, oops. So I got another one of those healthy habits. So what was I was starting to say something when I got sidetracked. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, that Disney. So I had taken the Disney and put it together. So my cost was $75 because they were going for $24.88 a piece. So $75, but I sold it for like 200 and something. That's what's in Luxembourg right now, on its way. The poor lady. I feel bad for her. She's been waiting. She bought that plus 2 other things that were $50. So she's at like $300 order. I think that's maybe $400. And yeah, Exodex. Yeah, I figured you did that, Maggie. I've done that before. And so she messaged me because it's been stuck in the UK and at Heathrow Airport, sitting there for the longest time. I felt really bad because when you get a planner, you want to start using it right off. Hey, Holly, you're back, and I'm still here. So then I got this one, another one that was 2021. But again, when you see a planner and it's $8, normally $28, like you can't pass it up. This is a really pretty cover too. Adventure awaits. And the pages inside usually correspond to what the outside is a little bit, like the theme. So this, for anybody who likes my planner, it's a dashboard layout. That's what this is. A dashboard layout. This is my favorite. The dashboard layout is new to me this year. By far my favorite. They have different layouts. Okay, so I think that's it. I think that's all that I bought for reselling or even for my personal besides the stuff. Oh, I bought some like muzzle loading lube and something else for my husband. He wanted. All right, let me move that over there. So yeah, I went for just to get some craft supplies for this weekend. That was my really main reason for the 2-hour drive to Watertown. And we decided while we were there, anything that was on clearance, I took a scan and took a look of and saw if I could sell it. I was just checking because I saw Jennifer post, so I'm at $9.94. 6 people away. 6 people. You know how many people? If you are currently watching me, double check that you're subscribed, because you might not be. But then again, you found me to watch, so maybe you are. That's pretty exciting. I'm so excited to get to 1,000. I use something called Full Focus Planner. It really keeps me on track. Oh, I've never heard of that. Is that like the brand name, or is that just like the type? Like they call like bullet journals. Like I know that Beth does bullet journals. I like bullet journals. So one of the notebooks that I got have the dots, which people like when they do bullet journals. So I'll make sure I put that, it's like a dot grid notebook. So people know if they're into bullet journals, they can buy that to use their bullet journals. Some people will take the planners like I use, and they'll take those empty pages and put them in, and then they'll do their bullet journal as well as use the printed planner pages. Like there's so many people who do such hybrids. They call it Franken planning. They'll combine different types of stuff. Yes, the name brand. Oh, I'll have to check that out. And I want to check out. I really need to look up Christy from Oklahoma. See what the name of that planner was that she did. I just saw it the other day. I was looking at. Well, maybe I could just do a search on planners on eBay. Full Focus Planner. Okay. I just put it in on Etsy to see what they had. Personalized Full Focus Planner. Oh, those look nice. Do you have a nice leather cover for it? Like some of these have really nice covers. They're beautiful. There's Nicole State has a reseller's planner that she was selling. I think it's kind of pricey and it's only for 3 months. But it's got some great titles, especially if you're a Poshmark seller. It's got some great things, kind of gives you daily reflection about your business. Excuse me. And stuff to kind of think about in your business. I don't need to write that stuff down for me. I don't need that. I know I probably wouldn't take the time to do it. But for me, I wanted the important things for me are, tracking my listings, my sales, how many FBA. And starting last week, I wanted to keep track of stores I'm sourcing at and what am I finding. So like right now I can say that, okay, I found, planners were on sale already. So next year I'll know to start looking for planners on sale, whenever. They've been on sale for a couple weeks now. So, I know 2 weeks ago I should start looking next year for planners. They go on sale pretty quickly, quicker than you would think, in my opinion. I'm surprised that it wasn't even the end of January when they were already on sale at the store. The roads were not too bad, but we didn't go far. No sun today to melt the mini ice storm from last night. Sun tomorrow. We got sun today. You can borrow my sun. Hey Siri, what's the temperature outdoors?
It's 19 degrees outside.
19 now. It was 12 earlier. Brr. It's cold. It was cold yesterday, but it was sunny like today. It's nice. I hope it's going to be sunny tomorrow because I'm going to go to my mom's and help her move her. Get down. Hold on. I got to yell at my cat. See him? See him right there? That's why that green mat is there. Yeah, you stay down. I'm so tired of using my lint thing to get all of his fur off of my table. Gosh, stay away. Crazy cat. Uh-oh. YouTube alerted me of analytical talk and I'm all ears. Yes. I've dropped your name twice, Tommy. At least twice. One was, I said, I got to reach out to Tommy because he probably knows. How do I take a 5-hour live stream and chunk out 30 minutes of it? I got to figure out how to do that, if I can do it. I'm assuming I can somehow, because I want to take part of my stream out and make it into a separate video so I don't have to repeat myself. And then I can't remember why else I was talking about you. I don't know. You and Tracy. So we have been talking analytics. I've been trying to figure out my analytics. So I'm going to start keeping a track because I'm trying to figure out on eBay what is making my sales decrease, because there's a lot of different reasons it could be going down, and I'm just trying to figure out. Some of it could be out of my control. Other ones could possibly be in my control. So I got to figure that out. But yeah, I definitely want to. I like looking at numbers. I've been having, as much as I dread doing my accounting, when I get into it, I just want to keep doing it. And I just want to sit there and pull numbers out and make graphs and just having a really good time. I was mentioning earlier, I found a major error on my eBay accounting. I completely missed a whole section of expenses. So I'm kind of excited in some way because I won't have to pay as much in taxes, but disappointed in another because I was telling my husband how much money I made last year. And now I'm like, it's going to go down. It's going to go down because I messed up something. But I'm also noticing, like, on my 1099 for eBay, my numbers per month don't match what I'm pulling out of eBay. So I don't know. But that's the month they paid you. So I think as long as your total for the year is in the ballpark, maybe I'll be okay. I don't know. No idea. I guess SRR didn't like the taste of soap in her mouth and she gave up swearing. Who's SRI? Did I miss something? I do follow a girl that does Christie's coupons. Is that her name? I can't remember what her name is. She does a YouTube on Dollar General. She put a poll on her YouTube channel asking if we liked her swearing or not, or we're okay with it. And I don't mind some swearing, but man, it comes like every sentence has it in her mouth. So I actually voted I don't like it. I don't mind swearing, and man, I sure drop my amount of F-bombs, that I do every week. Not daily, but weekly. I think it comes to a point when if you swear too much, then you lose the effectiveness of when you need to use it, because you're trying to get a point across most of the time, right? Like you're mad or you just want to like let people know something, like it's like an exclamation point. But if you use it all the time, and yeah. So, and and a lot of stuff she does, it's like moms trying to save money. So you got kids around and all that. You fail miserably at YouTube like me. I do. I want to get to 1,000 today, Tommy. I'm working hard. I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours. Where am I at now? I was 13 away this morning when I started. Oh, I'm 5 away. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Okay. In YouTube Studio under videos live, there is 3 dots next to video. You can download and edit. Oh, thank you. Okay. I figured there was a way. I've just never really had a reason to do it. But I talked about Brickseek today on my video, and I want to, I've been doing a whole series on like resources, things I use for my reselling to help my business. And I don't want people to have to watch a 5-hour video or longer. Who knows, whenever I stop this, just to get that one little snippet. When you use the app and it said the F word, you had to apologize before I did that. Oh, were you talking about Siri? I didn't swear. I do have that app, that weather app that does swear though. I used it the other day on Monday, and then I thought, maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't really want this channel to be known as one where you have to beep out or be careful with your kids. Her name is Krista, and boy, does she ever drop. I know she does. Krista, that was her name. Yeah. She is. Whew. And she does it with her son in the back seat. I don't think that's right. Now the truth comes out why Tamara doesn't watch anymore. Tracy's potty mouth. What do you mean I don't watch anymore? First of all, you're at 10 p.m. I was talking about earlier. I cannot stay up to 10 p.m. I fell asleep at 7:30 last night. I cannot wait for summer in the sunlight to stay up longer, because as soon as the sun goes down, I am like tired and just want to go to sleep. I do not mind pouty mouth. I'll tell you, in the right situation, I can stand with the best of them. I'll tell you that. Well, you can ask my husband. And I like it. I'll joke around. Sometimes I think I can become offensive with people. I try not to. You have to know your audience first. But anybody who's stopping into like your show, Tommy, you put the warnings out there. So if they hear it and they don't like it, well, you warned them. Although I will say I haven't been spending as much time watching some YouTube videos lately, because I've been kind of hanging out with oh, thank you for sharing my video, Tom. It says right here, you shared my video. As you know, I've been hanging out on Clubhouse, and I've been watching a lot of, or listening to a lot of them, because man, there's people who pitch their businesses like Shark Tank, and you can really get some great ideas. For me, I get great ideas for sourcing and stuff like that just by the stuff they share, because some of them will share their market research and why they're going in this direction and why they want this, and I'm just like, hey, thanks for dropping that tidbits here and there. And I've been listening to, Amazon has I think it's called the Titans of Amazon, and so there are people who sell on Amazon that are like multi-million-dollar sellers, and a lot of them have private label, and they have even given some like tidbits here and there about PPC, which I found so confusing. Just a lot of different things that just has really sparked my interest. I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want to be a multi-million-dollar business, because that's just too much work. I don't want that. I don't want a lot of work. I don't want to have employees. I don't want any of that. Nor do I need it. If I was probably 20 years old, I would look differently at that, because I'd probably have the energy and not be going to sleep at 7:30 at night. But for me, I don't want that. But if it can give me enough to keep up my level of selling, I'm okay making what I'm making. I wasn't saying you failed, Tamara. I was saying if you don't chop up live streams for good pieces, I'm what happens, just stalemate. Oh, I know you weren't saying it. If I felt like you were really saying that I'm a failure, I would know you would be saying that in a jokingly way. So I didn't take any offense if you thought I did. Yes, lots of great conversations on Clubhouse. I've been really enjoying Clubhouse. Like I said, I don't listen to just reselling. I've started to finally figure out how to venture outside of it, but it's really hard. It's really hard to find topics you really want to listen to, because if there's not something going on at that moment that you're looking for it, like you just got to land on it just at the right time to catch it. And that's probably the most negative part about it, is I wish it was more somewhat like podcasts where I could listen to it later. But I do like the ability to be able to raise your hand and jump on stage and ask a question. I've been able to jump on stage and answer questions and ask questions, which has been really beneficial. And sometimes I just listen because I don't know anything. I don't even, like, if I'm with the Amazon Titans, I don't even have a question that would sound brilliant enough to ask. And I definitely can't answer anything because I don't have the experience like somebody who sells multi-millions of dollars of product. Man, there was a lot of fraud on Clubhouse. You can definitely find nuggets on there for sure. There is fraud. You got to watch it. I was joking. I jumped into this reselling room one day, and man, I have a bright red cardinal out my window right now. It's so beautiful against the white snow. So I dropped into this room there was like 4 or 5 people in there, and the title said Amazon. So I popped in, and it was one of the rooms like at the very bottom of your list after you explored and kept going. And the person said, they're like, hey, how'd you find us? Because they were all like chatting with each other. And then they invited me to come onto their stage. So I was like, no crap, might as well jump on and introduce myself. So I got on, and they're like, how'd you find us? I'm like, well, you came up in my search. I'm an Amazon seller. They're big Amazon sellers. They're not little tiny things. They're big. They got distributors they deal with. Like, they send pallets. Like, it's pretty big. So I was talking to them. I can't remember what the point of what I was going to say. Why do I do that? I take too long to tell stories that I forget what the point of my story was, but I always have to set it up to get there. Oh, I knew what it was. So when I was lurking, they were talking about a company called Voyeurs, I think it's Voyeurs, something like that. They go after anybody selling video games and stuff. So they're lawyers that do IP claims. So I came in and I introduced myself. Before I said I was an Amazon seller, I told them that I work for a company called Voyeurs. Well, I can't remember the name of the company, whatever it was. And they all just started laughing. And so we were kind of joking around, and they were sharing stuff. And they're like, I'm telling, they're like way beyond me, way beyond. They don't do RA. They do very, very much higher. And so I went and actually changed my picture of my icon from what I use on Clubhouse to, I went and grabbed the logo for that lawyer company and put it on there. And we were joking about how people sell, there's so many people sell courses and stuff like that. And I've been in so many Clubhouse rooms where they say, oh, just DM me on Instagram, or I'll send you this, or I'll do this for you. But you can make pretend you're anybody, and you can have people sending you money for courses or stuff, and you don't ever give them anything. I mean, it's so easy to be somebody else on there, and people will never know. Never know. You just change your picture, and you can get on the stage and talk, and they wouldn't know. So yeah, you have to definitely be careful. But there are people who are investing money into companies and stuff. I would hope, I mean, they always put a disclaimer out that, yeah, if you're looking to invest into that company, what people are pitching, like in that Shark Tank rooms, that make sure you do your due diligence and verify everything before you actually invest money. So I think that's good for people to remember when you're on there. Hey, everyone, here to support you getting closer to 1,000. Coming from Tommy Channel. Thank you so much. Flips for Profit. I appreciate you stopping in. She must be only 4 away then. Yeah, if you came in, if you subscribed, I am now at, 996. Yeah, it's like any social media platform, Tommy. You have to wade through a bunch of crap sometimes to get to the good stuff. It is so true. I followed a lot of people when I first started. And now you on Clubhouse, you have to follow people to be able to even get different like topics. Like if I wanted a topic on Alzheimer's, then I had to follow somebody in the medical field where it would populate my thing, or follow a club or something like that. So I found time to do that, but now I got to go and just like take away some of those people I follow, because I get like pinged all the time, and I don't care about whatever topic you're talking about. So yeah, I do Amazon and eBay. Very different skill set than most. I thoroughly enjoy her. I hope you enjoy. Um, yeah, I do. And I do it differently than other people. I'm a 52-year-old woman. I have a husband who has a disability check that comes in. I don't need it to live on. I can live on his. I used to do it to feed my casino habit, which doesn't really work much anymore because I don't go to the casino as much as I used to. Due to not really, I shouldn't say really due to COVID. I think my big break because of COVID made me realize how much money I was spending there, and it was nice to have some in our pocket. Now, pretty much most of my income goes towards my husband's Jeep and his lifts and all of the improvements he's done to it. Can't even imagine how much money he has into that Jeep right now, but we take a lot of trips and stuff like that, so I really enjoy it. But yeah, I still feel like even though I do it full time and I don't do it for full time income, I make full time income. I can tell you that I make full time income. Maybe not if you lived in New York City. Definitely enough for here in New York City, here in upstate New York. I make probably 3 times the amount of a normal job around here I make doing reselling. I love the flexible schedule. I get to travel with my mom. I get to do I don't know, I love it. I love this way of life. I love what I do. And I will tell you that if somebody was to get into this, which I talked with somebody this week, I say diversify. Don't put all your eggs into one basket like eBay or Amazon or Macari or Poshmark, Facebook Marketplace. I think it's so important to diversify. Since I stepped out into the Amazon world, that's really helped my business tremendously. And I've learned so much from it that I've been able to take what I've learned from Amazon and put it into eBay. I mean, I primarily used to just do thrifted goods. Now I do thrifted and RA. And I think that's just really opened up a whole world of different sales that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. And when I get tired of RA, I stick to, like right now, I can't do as much thrifting because I have no thrift stores around here. Like crap. We have no Goodwill, no Savers, no Value Village or whatever they call them. I have a little tiny, what do you call it? Salvation Army. I don't really care for clothes, and that's pretty much all they have there. And it's snow on the ground, so there's no garage sales, and there's no estate sales here. We have auctions, which I was showing earlier. I did a lot. Shared my screen of an auction from last night. So yeah, so I enjoy what I do. I like the mixture of what I do. But yeah, if I was younger, I probably would take a completely different step. I would probably do something completely different. I'm still in reselling, but different. I'd probably look more into the private label. But I think right now I don't want to work that hard. I'm a lazy reseller. I've never seen so many billionaires that could stay on an app for 12 hours. Oh my gosh, isn't that true? Sometimes I see them and I'm like, who's running your business? I'm behind on. I've been chatting, so I'm behind. I'm only eBay for now. Just trying to get real good at one. Yeah, it is good to kind of get to know one platform before you step out. I was doing eBay. Well, I've been on eBay since 98, but I didn't become a full-time eBayer. I mean, I'd go years without even logging into eBay until I would say, well, it's been 4 years. Well, 4 years this week because was it Valentine's Day? It was somewhere around there when I found out I didn't have a job. And I had just started selling back on eBay to sell stuff because we were moving here to New York. And I lost my job. And I said to my husband, as I collected unemployment and looked for another job and decided we weren't going to move because it wasn't going to work out with me losing my job, because I worked from home for my job. And I decided I'm going to keep selling stuff on eBay because I was selling stuff around the house making big money. What do you want? Why are you being so vocal? I just let you in, so that can't be what you want. What do you want? Yeah, and then 2 years ago I jumped into Amazon, but I love it. I love this lifestyle, especially with a retired husband, because we can take off and go do things. We're planning on taking a trip this summer for a month to Colorado and Utah. I like that I can listen to Clubhouse and not have to watch or type. Yes, I like it. But man, I've been getting pinged. Like I'll be listening and people ask me to come on stage and I have to keep denying them. And you don't have the ability to like deny it and say, I'm sorry, I'm just getting out of the shower, or, like, because I'll listen while I'm getting ready in the morning and all that kind of stuff. But there's times when it's like, yeah, I can't talk. All right, I'm going to see if my cat wants to go out. I don't know why he keeps crying. Do you want to go out? Come on. What do you want? Well, that's what he wanted. I didn't think he'd want to go out since I feel like I just let him in. Right now I'm doing it part-time to become debt-free and keep growing from there. Yeah, it's good to have a plan. Oops, I just jumped out of my chat. Yeah, I listen to podcasts. I like them. I like in the car, I listen to podcasts. I used to listen to talk radio, but I'm just there's times when I just need to take a break from political stuff. You know who I like? I love listening to Handle on the Law. He's so funny. If you guys have never listened to him, he has a podcast. He's on our local station on Saturday mornings. He's out of California, but he's funny. And you get to hear people. There are people who call in. He's like a lawyer and he gives advice. But he pretty much craps on people because legally he has to do that. And he explained one time that he has to make fun of people. He has to sometimes maybe not he gives you good advice, but he can't say it's good advice, because one time he gave somebody advice and then they ended up suing him because they didn't get whatever it was that he said or whatever. And so he pretty much comes on. He says, yeah, he calls it marginal legal advice. He goes, call in, but I'm pretty much going to tell you don't have a case. And, but sometimes you can tell. I mean, it's just like watching Judge Judy. The morons that go on there. I know. Yeah. No garage sales, estate sales, and thrift stores. I know. Isn't that crazy? So I live in northern New York, right near Canada, right near the Canadian border. I was sharing Brickseek earlier. I don't know if anybody caught, but some of the stores that come up are all Canadian stores. Like it'll have my store and then Canadian stores before you see another U.S. store. Because across the border, there's more stores in Canada than there are here in the U.S. for me. But yeah, no garage sales right now. And this is weird. When I lived in Vermont, they had estate sales and I could go to them. There are no estate sales here. It's really weird. They hire these auction companies to come in and then they do online auctions right now. Everything's online. I wish I had known how important diversity is when I had my eBay accounts yanked. Yes. I've heard that so many people have been saying that about diversify. So I have been slowly diversifying, slowly learning other platforms, what sells on them. So if I was ever to lose my eBay account, I know I could go to Poshmark and what sells well on Poshmark. I know I could go to Mercari and do Mercari. Although I still feel like if you're on eBay, you're going to make more money than you are on Mercari. But at least it's something that would be coming in. But if I could take, Mercari and Etsy and do them both, if I lost eBay, and that's why I'm doing Amazon, even though I'm not like dived into Amazon. I mean, I did 130,000 last year, I think, on Amazon in sales. Let me check. Let me see what I did last year. Well, last 12 months. Yeah, 129,800, which is a drop in the bucket for some people. Like people who do wholesale can do some like big numbers, but I don't do wholesale. I dabbled in it a little bit, but man, your profits are so low. And it's not fun. It's not fun just sitting at a desk here placing wholesale orders and having it shipped to a prep center or whatever. I love the hunt. I love the thrill of the hunt. Like when you go out and you're hunting for something like a 1984 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurine that you've been looking for, and you get excited when you find it. I feel that's the way I am with RA. I mean, I can get just as excited when I walk in and I see 100 of something I've been searching for, and it's just like, oh my gosh, I can make $10 on each of these, and I found 100 of them. And I know if I send them to Amazon and they sell within 2 days and they're all gone. I love that. I love that thrill. So yeah, I love it. I like to mix it up. I started eBay on July 2019. I've been ramping it up this year. Well, I wish you lots of luck. Are you in the United States? Just listening and packing orders. Thank you for stopping in. How many orders going out today? I don't know how many I did today. I packed them earlier on the show. I think I did about 10 of them. I just had one shirt going out. Max Sold. What is Max Sold? Never heard of it, so I would say no. There is like, it's crappy sourcing here. That's why I travel, and that's why I love doing what I do, because I can travel. This COVID has definitely put a into it. But I want to, I've been planning on going to Syracuse. My problem is I don't know what to source right now. I'm kind of in this like lull of what to source. Like what's the next thing? So I love when there's a hot item that I can go and source and shop and come home with a whole car full, or sometimes I've gone, spent the night at the hotel, brought everything into the hotel, boxed it up, send it off to Amazon the next morning, and then fill up my car again. I like when I can do that, but right now I don't know. I just haven't identified what that item is that I really want to go grab right now. So I'm having a hard time, and I haven't seen where there's any really big sales anywhere. Like I feel like Walmart and Lowe's and Walgreens, like all the places I like to go to, have really gotten rid of most stuff, and they're bringing in all the new stuff. And we're kind of in that, even in between like the seasons. So a lot of people aren't really buying winter stuff as much now because it's getting towards the end of winter, but it's not really warm enough yet in most parts of the country for everybody to be thinking summer. I don't know. But pools are back out. I've been seeing pools. I don't know if they're going to be as hot as they were last year, but I'm definitely keeping an eye on them and scouting who has them right now to figure out if I want to buy them and flip them or not. Do you send any clothing to Amazon? Hey, right here. I got some clothing I got at TJ Maxx that I will be sending in. I got this one. I got this Nike sweat jacket. I think I showed this last week. I got to get it packaged up and sent in. I got a couple of those. So yeah, I send in clothing. I used to do a lot of bras from Kohl's. Lately the Kohl's, I only got one Kohl's near me, well, 2 hours away, and the sales haven't been that great. Like the deals, the clearance. Last time I went, the prices were still really high, but boy, the returns on bras are crazy. But when you finally take a look at what your returns are, but how much money you made from them, then it's, overall it's not so bad. But returns are really high on clothing. But stuff sells pretty quickly. What I love about RA is that it's new stuff. Easy to list, no cleaning. That is so true. The only negative on RA is sometimes the damn stickers. Price tags. All these stickers sometimes are so hard to get off. I bought a bunch of toys that were so profitable, and even with warming it up, it just peels. There's certain cardboard that I'll now, if I see that, I don't even buy it because it just peels the cardboard right up. They were like Batman and Robin. They were Robin figurines. I still have them. I threw them up on eBay. They haven't sold at all on eBay. But if I would have sent them into Amazon, they would have sold right away. It's just crazy how things on one platform can sell so fast versus other platforms. Okay, so yeah, there is a ton of returns for clothing. A lot of returns. One thing I find though is a lot of my returns are due to like fit, and if they keep the tags on, which most of them keep the tags on, Amazon will just put it back into your stock and resell it. So I kind of like that. Sometimes I'll get something back because it'll say it's unfillable, and it'll still have the tags. And for some reason, that warehouse didn't just put it back on your shelf. So I'll just take it and put it back into a poly bag and put it in my next shipment and send it right back in. Yeah, multiple quantity is awesome with RA. But I've been finding multiple quantity is awesome with eBay. I've been doing really, really well with multiple quantity on eBay. I'd be interested to know what the numbers are. Jordan Sweetman had shared them at what time, what percentage of stuff that sells on eBay is new versus used. And I think it was like 80% was new versus 20% was used. And a lot of people focus on the used part. There's a lot of money to be made on the new part. A lot of money. I've been looking at some products from a couple wholesale companies I have. One of them I was selling on Amazon was not a huge mover. And I was looking at some of their other product. And didn't they jump on eBay recently? So they're selling their products on eBay now. So they're out of the question. But there was a couple of wholesalers, another ones I'm looking at, that their products seem to do really well on eBay. There's other sellers. And when you have multiple quantity, you ever click on a listing and you're like, they've sold 1,328 of these. Now, the problem is you don't know how is that over the last 10 years, the last year, the last month? Like, you don't know how long. Where with Amazon, it'll tell you approximately how much they sell a month. It's a little harder with eBay, but I've seen some of those products and they have those really high numbers. So I'm thinking about maybe jumping in and competing with some of those sellers. They maybe not like me, but. Oh, thanks, Maggie. I'm sorry you said goodbye 3 minutes ago, but I'm 4 minutes ago now, but I'm behind. Oh, lunch is over. Oh, I'm seeing people saying goodbye. Is Max sold on West Coast? I know they're getting big. Yeah, I've never heard of them as an auction company. All the ones around here are like privately owned auction houses. Like there's a woman who owns like an indoor antique mall, and her husband and her run one of the auction places that I've been kind of paying attention to. Then there's another one in a town next to us called in Potsdam, and they seem to get a lot from not just this area. Where the one I go to watch most often is like local auction with like they must buy out of states and stuff. Where this other one, like they'll get stuff from the Adirondacks and they'll be down in like from New York City, and they have like really, really expensive. So their collectors are going to their auctions and like the money's really, really big. So I don't really go to that one, which really only leaves one auction place around here. And then there's a grocery auction that's like an hour away from us in Governor. And I've never been to that one. I would like to go at some point because it'd be interesting to see what they're auctioning off. If it's like, I'm wondering if it's like food that's going to be expiring, or is it like, I don't know what it is. I just don't know. So I'd like to go to that sometime. Yeah, sales history is huge on eBay. Yeah, that's why I like multi-quantity. I've been trying to figure out on multi-quantity, if I have 50 of something, Do I list 50 right off? Do I list 10 and then as those sell, add more? Or because there's something about knowing like, oh, that person they sold 25, but they only got one left. I better buy it. But once they buy it, you can just relist and keep adding to it. So I do use the out of stock option because most of my stuff isn't replenishable. But I think if I had mostly replenishable, I would use that out of stock option. So your like thing stays right there. So what I've been doing is if I run out of stock of something I have multiple of, I'm pretty sure when you relist, it's like it's the same listing, but not the same listing. Because there's times I'll do a what sold video and I'll show that I've sold. I'll be like, oh yeah, I sold this, but I had 10 of them, but it will show that only like 2 have sold because when I relisted it, I only put 2 more at that time or something like that. So it doesn't keep that listing. But if I was to put out of stock option, I think you can just replenish your stock. Yeah, but I did that one time and it messed up all my listings. It was a mess. I think I was relisting stuff I didn't have in stock. And too many drop shippers have multiple listings of one item. Yeah. Drop shipping is big, but they must be putting the hammer down because I don't know if anybody gets those commercials from that Paul. Is it Limsky? Is that his name? He always has ads on YouTube about drop shipping and how easy it is to make money on eBay. Buy from Walmart and ship it and stuff. I was watching his live the other day and he was talking more about Facebook Marketplace now. I don't know if something's happening to him with eBay, but he seems to be changing his tune, although I still get the ad for him all the time to buy his course to sell on eBay. One may show one sold, and then you go to listen, they've sold 1,200. I know, but I like when I see somebody has sold 1,200 of something, it makes my like Amazon brain go of saying, okay, I got to find out who do I get this from? Where can I find this? Yeah, I think anytime your store has any type of action on it. So you hear the stories all the time of somebody who got a best offer and they didn't accept it because they didn't see it right away or whatever. And then all of a sudden they sold their item at full price. I mean, and you could have had that item could have been sitting in your store for 3 months. Nobody has any interest. All of a sudden you get an offer and somebody buys it full price, somebody different. I heard somebody the other day, they sent a counter offer and then the item sold at full price and the person who wanted to accept the counter offer was ticked because they couldn't accept it. It's like, well, too bad. You missed out. I was saying this morning, I was packaging those Lennox Christmas camels, right? Crazy item to be buying right now. And I sold both of them yesterday in one day. And they've been in my store for over a year. And 2 different buyers came in and bought them. It's so odd. I don't know why that happens. I don't even know how many were selling on. I'm going to put it in. I'm going to see how many are selling on eBay. Because it's not again, it's not like you got the buy box like you do on Amazon. Lennox Camel. See, oh, there's one. Ooh, that person is selling theirs for $129. Maybe I should have raised my price. Oh, look at that. That one's pre-owned, went for $75. I guess it shows I probably should have revisited my pricing. Because I sold mine. Oh, here it is right here. This one's going for $99. They've sold 11 of them for $99 plus shipping. I sold mine for $50 and $60 yesterday. But they've been sitting out there for $64 for a year. Nobody's bought them. That is so weird. Huh. I don't know. They're gone. I paid $9 for them, so I'm okay with that. I paid $9 for them over a year ago. So I'm okay with $50 and $60. You have to use out of stock. Yes, you have to use out of stock option on everything though. Correct. Yes. That's the problem. That's exactly what the problem is, Cornhusker. You have to use it on everything. So you have to, I guess if I was to seriously get into buying wholesale to sell on eBay, I may look at getting a separate store so I can just do it different. I can promote differently. I can just do everything different with that store versus doing, doing what I would do for a one-off item, right? Hey, hello, Far North Life. Good morning to you. How's Alaska? Is it as cold as it is here in New York? Hey, Siri, what's the temperature out? Let's see what it is now. It was just 19.
It's 19 degrees outside.
Still 19 out. $19 degrees. Somebody's at my front door. I'm 3 away from 1,000, folks. Let's see who's at my front door. We're having trouble connecting to your doorbell. By the time it connects, I don't get to see who's there anymore. Activating device. Let's see if it's UPS. Right now it's probably the post office. Earlier today was FedEx, I'm guessing, because they come in the morning. It comes FedEx, UPS, or USPS, and then UPS. Made it to your live. Hey, Kaylin. It's 20 here. It's warmer in Alaska. What the heck? I'm gonna move north. I can get heat waves. Well, this Ring doorbell is not cooperating with me. I wanted to see what's sitting on my front porch. Oh, I just sold something. Guess what I just sold? You want to know what I just sold? Hold on. I'm going to show you because I just bought another one. Oh, it's in this bag. I just sold this that I was showing y'all earlier. How much did I pay for this one last time? Let me look at my... So, I paid $12 for this. Yesterday I paid $8. So I bought it when it was at 12, and now I just bought it at 8. And I sold it for, which I'll tell you, it originally was selling for $27.99. I sold it on eBay for $31.88. So somebody had asked, do I still buy planners? Yep, they are. Just sold one. Let's see where it's going. That's the Faith Planner, by the way. It's going to Palm Coast, Florida. Sweet. Yes. That is good. I love that cha-ching sound. My husband was in the military, in the Air Force. Every time I would go to a base, I mentioned earlier, I worked for the government. I had to travel to Andrews Air Force Base all the time. And I would be there and I would see, because we had F-16s at the base he was at, but I would see, all the other type of aircraft. And man, I would get excited. I could see an F-16 every single day, 20 times a day, taking off and landing. The 21st time, I still get goosebumps. I love it. It's the same way I get when the cha-ching goes off on eBay. I love that sound. I love when I go into a store and I list on Amazon right in the store for fulfillment by me. And before I even check out, it's chinging and telling me I sold whatever. I haven't even bought it yet and I've sold it. I love that feeling. It's so awesome. So what do you guys like most about reselling? For you that are resellers, I'm assuming everyone's a reseller here. But what do you like most about it? $45 in Louisiana. Yikes. Oh my gosh. It's going to be cold in Nebraska. Wind chill of 30 to 50 below. Man, you guys are getting cold. That must be the cold weather that's coming to us, because we're getting, this weekend is going to be really cold. Let's see. Tomorrow it's going to be -9 at night. High of 9 during the day. Yeah, this weekend it's like 1 degree. I can't believe it calls for snow. How can it snow when it's that cold? Oh, we've gotten so much snow. I'm so tired of winter already. This is what happens when February hits. I'm like done. Cabin fever, right? We got cabin and COVID fever. It's like double whammy. So you like the sales, obviously. That's nice. Freedom. I think that's the number one thing. Freedom. I love, like, the working for yourself gives you that freedom, right? And I like that the harder you work and the smarter you work, of course, the more money you can make. But if you're gonna just lay around and be lazy and watch TV and do whatever, not do what you need to do to make the money, then you're not going to make the money. But if you put the work in, you get the benefit. And that's what I like. I like that a lot. Hey, just got a text message from Erin Condren, by the way. She's having a 30% off sale. She is a big planner brand that there are a cult following for Erin Condren. I could pick her up at like Marshall's and stuff. They had some in the planner section, Erin Condren, this summer, and I picked up some of her stuff and sold very well. Picked up some of her planners this year on clearance, or not at clearance, but on Marshall's, and they sold fast for good money, because her planners go for like $60-$80. I love when I refresh on Amazon and see my sales go up. Oh my gosh, I haven't done that. I refresh and my sales are not going anywhere. I need to send more in. I'm so slacking. So slacking. So I'm a hobby seller since I am retired. I like rehoming items instead of tossing them. The money is fun. I also learn about stuff I never knew about. Yeah, I've been trying to look into other areas to kind of learn about other areas, especially the thrifting side of stuff. I was telling my friend I had a empty medicine bottle, and we had some friends over for Super Bowl, and I had said something about, I'm like, told my husband, oh, when you go down, grab that and put it, near my desk. And I told him, I'm like, yeah, I save all of our empty medicine bottles, and then when I get enough of them, I sell them. And he's like, people buy them? I'm like, you'd be surprised what people buy on eBay. Like, people buy toilet paper rolls and paper towel rolls. And like, I can go out and pick up acorns and pine cones and sell them. Like, people will buy so much stuff. It is crazy what people will buy. But it's better than the landfill. I'm trying to do more on eBay, but not sure where to start. I used to sell cards on eBay, so my account has aged, but I'm trying to branch out more. Selling cards on eBay right now is nice because you can pay like 91 cents in shipping and have tracking with it. If it's sports cards or trading cards. If it's like homemade cards you stamped, I used to do that. They didn't sell though. 38. I'm at 998. He's done. Thanks for counting down for me. I need to have like a blowhorn or something that makes like celebratory sounds. I don't really have anything. I'm looking around. I don't think so. Except my volume of my voice might go up when I hit 1,000. I told my ma, though, I said, because she was here this morning, as I mentioned earlier, and I said, yeah, I think I'm gonna go live today and try and hit 1,000 subs. I said, but tomorrow I'll wake up and I'll have back down to like 980 because 20 will come in to hit me to 1,000 and then they'll unsub and leave. It's right. Isn't that you get to 1,000, but then you got to keep doing the work to stay there. I don't know. It's just exciting. I know when I hit 500, I feel like the algorithm really liked me on YouTube. And I found that once I hit the 500, I started getting more subs. And I don't feel like I changed much, but they must have like been putting me into an algorithm. So I'm hoping once I hit 1,000 that I hopefully will start getting more of that algorithm. I don't know. We'll see. Look on Google for a horn sound. I know I should. There's probably something that makes noises, right? Some app. You know what I could do? No, I don't know. Oh, yeah. You can download ringtones. They probably got a ringtone that makes like some type of, well, no, I'm not going to do that. There's probably some, did you hear that noise? All right, so the person who bought that item, I just barely got notified that they paid. I have immediate pay on all my stuff. Must be a delay in things. I notice that sometimes on Etsy, I'll get like I'll get the one every time I sell on Etsy, I get like 2 notifications, just like eBay. I get the sale and the payment. Same thing on Etsy. And I notice sometimes there's like this long delay. So it must take a while for their system sometimes to process the payment. Who knows? So what you guys, anybody, you guys pick the next topic. What are we going to talk about? Trying to think of what I could talk about with you guys so I can stay on a little bit longer. Although I am starting to get hungry. Probably should go eat some lunch. But I really wanted to hit 1,000. I wanted to be live when I hit 1,000. Go beg your 2 friends to join. But tell them to wait a couple days before they unsub so I can keep that 1,000. 998. I will probably I got to do another video. What was I going to talk about this week besides? Oh, so I need to do a video, but I need to like record my phone because I want to do a video on En-route, which I've talked about a number of times. So I can show how I use, not En-route. I already did a video on En-route on Mile IQ. I need to do a video on Mile IQ because that is one that by far is one of my favorite apps for reselling, for accounting, for all of that. Love it. I tried sharing in Larry's chat, but there were only a few people in there. All sub to you already. Yeah. I've noticed that on and that like crew of people, a lot of them are sub to me, but they don't come into my chat. I'm not sure how many of them are real resellers. I think a lot of them just like to chit chat. I think Victoria was going live today too. What do you source for mainly for eBay? Well, I would say the majority of my sourcing for eBay are rejects for Amazon. So stuff I'm not able to sell on Amazon, or maybe like I got like the product is damaged a little bit. Like there was something I sent in the other day. I bought a bunch of them, and when I got home, I noticed one of them, the edge was like damaged a little bit. So I said, oh crap, I can't send that to Amazon because Amazon's very picky. So I ended up throwing it up on eBay, which stinks because it just doesn't sell as quick on eBay. I would say the majority of my stuff on eBay though is definitely new items. Like if you were to look at what I sold today, what I was packaging, I would say RA rejects are probably the highest number one. I say rejects just because of the whole Amazon. But like I was showing these earlier. I bought these canning lids. These are on eBay, or these are not on Amazon, but I know that canning lids are starting to become popular again. So I will be putting these on eBay. I do like selling new stuff. I find I have extremely low returns on new items. Very, very low returns versus when it's a used item. I think my return rate is, let me tell you, I'll tell you what my return rate is. It's really low. And I was doing free returns up until January 21st when I lost my top rated. Although I'll tell you right now, my sales are down 37% on eBay versus 31 days ago. My sales are definitely have taken a turn. I got to figure out what the reasoning is. Yeah, see, my defective rate is 0.61%, and you can't be anything above 0.5. Isn't that crazy? 4 out of 653 transactions. I had to cancel 4 out of 653. And it's really only 2 products. That one product, oh, that stung me that day. I had to cancel 3 sales in one day because of that one product I had run out of but forgot to take the listing down. It's just, I can't believe it. All right, so my return rate is 0.77% on eBay. And that was with free returns. I've had 5 out of 649 transactions have been returned. Let's see. Looks like 2, 3, 4, 5. So one was in the computer, tablets, and networking. What was that one? Oh, that was a return that never even came back. So, oh, that was, I had, actually it's over here on my phone. I know what that is. That's a router. They said that the router didn't get to the speed they wanted, so they returned it. And then the cell phone and accessories. I had a cell phone somebody opened a return on, but they never sent it back. It got closed. It's just like the one I sent off today. And then 2 clothing, shoes, and accessories. Oh, I actually have one in my mailbox right now. I got notified that the return was delivered yesterday. I got to go get my mailbox. And then other categories 1. I don't know what that one was. I feel like I don't get very many. How long ago? I wonder what the return period is. Oh, here it is. See all returns. Well, that would have been smart, Tamara. I could just click on that. There's the shirt. And where do I find all the closed ones? Sometimes eBay is so difficult to navigate. I don't see where I can see open returns, open replacements, returns started. I guess I got to click this. It goes over. Returns closed and replacements. That goes all the way back to March. I know nobody asked about returns, but so doesn't match descriptions. Okay, so all right, I sold a planner. Where is it? Okay. I sold this planner. It was from the dollar store, from the Dollar Tree. And so I sold this, and the person returned it because for some reason I put it was a 4x6 planner. Well, it's not. It's bigger than that. So they said the size was wrong, and they returned it. I need to relist that. That was only $8. Actually, I refunded them and told them they did not need to return it, but they still returned it, which kind of stinks because now I'm out the cost of the shipping. Because I mean, I only had $1 into it, and it only cost $3 to ship it. So I had that returned. I had some slippers that got returned because they didn't fit their kids' feet. I was actually able to keep half of it. They had taken them apart because they were slippers that were attached. And obviously they took them apart to try them on their kid. It didn't fit, and they returned them. And with eBay, you can hold up to 50% if they've used your product. So since they no longer had the tag, now if she would have returned it with the tag, I probably wouldn't have kept it. But now there's no tag or anything, so I can't say new with tags or any of that. So I ended up keeping some of it back from her, but she complained, and I said, just complain to eBay, because I've heard, I didn't tell her, but I've heard that if you keep that 50% and the buyer complains to eBay, eBay reimburses that 50%. I've heard that. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that from a number of sources. Yeah, and then that router, and then a book. I sold a book. It was a homeschooling book, and they said that there was more writing in it than I had disclosed, because I said it had some writing in it. And I said, well, send it back, because I was like, I'll just resell it. Well, I got it back, and I was looking through it, and it definitely had more writing in it than I had described, but I don't know if they used it and then just sent it back, or if I really missed it. I mean, I don't know, because I don't know if I know I took the time to look through them, because I was listing quite a few of them, but I don't know. I actually just threw it away because it had way more writing than I would resell it on. So those were my returns. I mean, so really, when you think about it, what was new? The phone, but it didn't come back. This was new. The slippers were new. The router was new. That book was not new. So I guess they are new. And that shirt that I sold was new. I bought it at, I think it was Marshall's, like 4 years ago. It's been listed on eBay for like a really long time. It finally sold. I was so excited. I think I even talked about it here on one of my what sold. I was so excited it sold. And she returned it, paid to return it, because she said it didn't fit. Oh well. So it'll sit back on eBay. Are you saying I hit 1,000? What? What? Yes! 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 I'm so excited! It only took a year, but I did it. I did it. I hit 1,000 subscribers. That's a big milestone. Next is 100,000. Let's go. Let's go 100,000. That's good. I'm excited to hit 1,000. Thank you all for anybody who shared it and got your friends to come in and all that. I really appreciate it. Even if you didn't share it, I thank you for being here and being a subscriber of my channel. I really, really appreciate you guys. I don't think you realize how much I really appreciate it. It's a great outlet for me to be able to come on here and just chat. And I feel like I talk to myself sometimes, right? 5.5 hours just talking to a screen and reading what people are saying. It helps with the boredom, as you can get so bored with reselling when you're all by yourself. I don't have any family members that do it with me. My husband doesn't do it with me. He runs to the post office. That's it. So, like my mother, she sources with me, but she doesn't want to hear me talk about reselling. I can tell, because when I say something, she doesn't reply when it was a question, or I'll just say something. You can just tell when somebody's not really listening to you. So I try not to talk too much reselling with her, although just habit I kind of do. But so it's nice to come on here and actually have other people to talk reselling and share ideas and bounce stuff off from them and all that. I really appreciate it. So thanks so much for coming. I can't believe I hit 1,000. Oh, that's exciting. What? Craig, I just read your message. You weren't following me? I think there's times when I'm in a chat and somebody will post a link to somebody's channel, like Jennifer. She's so awesome. And I'll go and I'll click on it every now and then. And it's a name I've seen like 1,000 times. And I'll click on it and I'll be like, I'm not subscribed to their channel. Like, I thought for sure I was subscribed. So I'll end up subscribing. And I wonder, how many times do we go into other people's channels and chats and stuff and not even realize that we're not even subscribed to people that we see and hear from all the time, but we just don't even realize it. CW are still ungated in a lot of stuff. And did you ever get ungated in Legos? And where did you get your shelves for your bins at? Lowe's? So I am ungated in Legos. That was one of the brands I first got ungated with when I ordered from EE Distribution. That's who I got ungated in toys with. I spent, no kidding, like 6 hours looking at every product, seeing if it was profitable or not a huge loss, right? I was okay if I broke even, but I didn't want to like lose big amounts of money. And I made a list of brands I wanted to get ungated in. So I knew I wanted to get like Disney and Legos and Marvel. Like there was all these brands that I knew I wanted to get ungated in. So I ordered items that would get me ungated in more than one brand. So I would order Disney Frozen Legos because believe it or not, you have to get ungated in Disney and in Frozen. I didn't order them, but it's just an example because I was already ungated in Disney when all of a sudden Frozen 2 came out and it made everybody gated back in Frozen again. It was crazy. So I was able to get ungated in a lot of things, but I sat there figuring out, like I would find maybe like because Disney princesses is a different category too. You had to get ungated in Disney Princess and then Disney and then Frozen. Like it's weird. So I would find a product. So maybe it was a Disney Princess Barbie, right? I would see that. And then as I'm looking, I would have that on my list. And then I would say, oh, wait a minute, I can buy this that's Disney Princess. And it was just weird. So I spent so much time figuring out what to get ungated in. So I did get ungated in Legos. I will tell you though that I never got the product. It was back ordered and it took so long that by the time they sent me, EED sent me something and said, hey, do you want, I had to sign something saying I wasn't going to sell it on Amazon or something like that. I can't remember what the terminology is. Well, I don't check my email that often. And EED was pretty much like, we're giving you 12 hours to reply. And if you don't, they didn't say it, but that's pretty much what they did. And then they came out and they said, oh, we've canceled your order since you didn't fill out that form. And I was like, oh, that's okay. Cause I was going to lose money on that product. It was just to get ungated. So I was okay. And I'd already used that invoice to get ungated. So I didn't actually have to pay for the product, which is nice. That's what's nice about EED. Sometimes you hang out there and they will, if they're not going to get the product from their like wherever they buy it from, I don't know if they get it right from the manufacturer or not, but they will cancel your order, but you've already gotten your invoice as long as you've already gotten ungated in toys. So to get ungated in toys, you need to take a picture of the actual product and stuff. But but once you get beyond that point, you don't need the product. You don't need a picture of it to show them and all that kind of stuff. And heck, if you needed a picture, go to Walmart, buy it, take a picture, and pretend you just got it from EED. They don't know. And where did I get my shelves for your bins? I got them from Walmart. They are Hyper Tough brand. I like them. They're great. They fit those bins perfectly. They're adjustable shelves. So I would put the bottom shelf on. I would put the bin on it, slide the shelf down, lock it in, put the bin on it, slide the shelf down. I did that all the way till I would hit the roof until I hit the top. They work great. I love them. They're really durable. I've had no issues and I've been using them for 4 years. And they still sell them at Walmart because every time I need one, I go buy another one. I got black and silver. I never even realized when I started buying them that they were even different. So yes, Tommy, you left and I got 1,000. You missed my celebratory V. I'm excited. I saw that ungated video, but I thought they wanted you, excuse me, to sign a waiver not to sell on eBay and Amazon, and you didn't sign it. So get correct. I did not sign it. So I never got the product. I do know there are people who have ordered from lego.com. I am not endorsing this. I'm just telling you what people have done. And when you get your invoice, I think they've cut off part of it or something that said something at the top. And then they've submitted that and they've gotten approval. I know of quite a few people that have gotten approval that way. I don't know why Amazon's not smart enough to say, oh, geez, Lego.com isn't a wholesaler. Like, they don't sell direct to the consumer. They go through distributors, but they accept it. So I know they've done that. I don't know any other like toy company that sells Legos that is okay with you selling on Amazon. I did do this with Star Wars Legos. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess you could try it. I think the thing is the people that are approving them, they're not even most likely US based. So for them to even probably even know, they probably don't even realize what they're doing, would be my guess. I had a friend who was in the chat a little while ago, got an IP claim. It's just, even those IP claims, not on Lego, but on a different brand, I swear, I mean, I really wish that they had people that you could like talk to when you're putting in an appeal for your claim. Everything is just so automated. I've heard that they automatically will just like reject it without even reading what you've wrote. Sometimes they'll reply to me and they'll say something that you can tell is a canned response because it makes no sense, but it sounds like something they would say. But they didn't obviously read your letter because it's not even addressing what you just sent to them. It's really frustrating, actually. It's very frustrating. I found that way with even like the Vero program with eBay. And I think, Tommy, you had the same issue, right? You had issues with eBay, but nobody could really like give you a direct answer, or it's just, there's, I don't know. Like, I had an IP claim on something, the company who didn't want me selling their product on eBay. Catan Games, right? Do not sell Catan branded games. So they put a counterfeit claim on me. Like, my items are not counterfeit. I got them. In this case, it was from TJ Maxx. Not counterfeit. I bought a whole bunch of them. It wasn't. I've heard people say you got to be careful with TJ Maxx because somebody could buy counterfeit Nikes and they will bring them to TJ Maxx and return them. And TJ Maxx will just put them back on their shelf. And, so there's a chance you could get something like that. Well, the chance that you're going to find 20 Catan games and they're all counterfeit, like TJ Maxx isn't going out and buying from shady places like that. So, I mean, they're real. And who is counterfeiting a game like that? But I didn't even fight it. I probably should have. I probably should have contacted the company. It was in the middle Q4. I was just too busy selling and making money. But I probably should have, and maybe I still should, because, one more strike like that, and who knows how long I'll lose my account for. I've already had my 3-day suspension. I don't know what the next length is. In over 10, 15, 20 years, it could be all of a sudden, well, hopefully in 20 years, I'm not still selling because I'll be 72. But, if you're young and you have a young account and you have these strikes that are not even like warranted, and you're planning on selling for the next 25 years, you could lose your account after the like 4th strike or something. And that's just it's not really fair if it's over 25 years. I like with Amazon because after so much time, it comes off and then you start fresh. Well, it doesn't do that with eBay. They remember. If they warned you about something like a counterfeit, and I could all of a sudden be selling this Cobalt knife, and Cobalt could come in and say, oh, we don't want you selling it. We're going to say that's counterfeit. That's a second strike against me, even though they're legitimate items. I don't know. Ooh, frustrating. So yeah, I say to people, and I was talking to a girl the other day, a woman who wants to sell on Amazon, and I said to her, if you go to get ungated, make sure, I said, don't spend a lot of money getting ungated right away. Because the thing that I did is I got ungated in brands that, because I thought I was going to like want to sell them. I hardly ever find profitable items doing RA, but like Melissa and Doug. Very, very rarely do I find any Melissa and Doug items that are worth picking up to resell. I'll see them on clearance, but when you scan them, they're not profitable. And I pay, I bought some ink pads to get ungated, and I'm slowly selling them on eBay. And that was a stupid choice. So I told her, don't get ungated in something unless you're finding that you're scanning a lot of stuff and you're like, oh, this is profitable. I'm missing out. I'm missing out on this. I'm missing out on that. It is very rare for me to find Legos that I can make money on. When they get marked down just a little bit, and they sell so fast around here. And there isn't a lot. I do have a friend who has found some replenishable Legos. I haven't really found them, but I also haven't spent a lot of time scanning every single Lego in every store I go into to see if it's profitable. But there are some every now and then. There was one I found, a frozen Lego last Christmas that was profitable, but for some reason I was gated in that one product. Even though I'm ungated in Lego, I couldn't sell that one Lego frozen, even though I'm ungated in Lego and frozen. I don't know. It's weird. And I do that same thing with, like, I'm ungated in Under Armour, and I'll scan something and I can sell most of it, but every now and then I can't sell them. So I have found, for the longest time, I was not ungated in Sesame Street, and I kept saying, well, that's okay because I'm not finding much. Well, then last Christmas, Tickle Me Elmo seemed to be really popular again, and I couldn't sell it. And then after Christmas, maybe it was around Easter time, my sister had found some Elmo toys at CVS, and they were a good deal, and they were profitable. And but I still couldn't sell Sesame Street. So I finally just said, all right, I'm just going to spend I think it was like $60. I bought these like ABC 123 flashcards, and I bought those and got ungated in Sesame Street. So now I can sell Sesame Street when I come across Elmo and stuff like that. So I think you really kind of have to keep an eye, unless you got a lot of money to spend and possibly waste, keep an eye on what brand you're running across. I didn't get ungated in Adidas and Nike for the longest time because I just really wasn't finding that much stuff. I wasn't scanning a lot of it, but I just felt like I wasn't getting that much to spend the money, because at the time it was like $500 to get ungated because you had to pay somebody to get the information. Well, as you build your network, include me in your network. As you build your network, you'll find people who are willing to share information on sources, so you don't have to pay $500 to find out where to buy Nike to get ungated in Nike. So that was when I finally jumped in and got ungated. In Nike, I bought some socks from a place that was approval for Amazon, and then I got ungated in Adidas. And when did I order from Adidas? When was it? Winter hat? Yeah, winter hats, beanies, and they were on clearance from the place I was able to get them from. They were so cheap, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got away so good with getting ungated in those two brands, because I found inexpensive products, got approval, and didn't have to pay the $500. I say, if you want to get ungated in something, don't pay somebody. Build your network, and you'll find out where to buy the stuff. Now there are some brands I don't know where to go for. I have never sold Funko after getting I think you mean ungated. Really? So I have done very well with Funko. I mean, like, not great, but Walgreens. So this is the thing with Funko. I was told if you go into Target, Walgreens, Walmart, I don't know who else carries them. If you see it's Walmart exclusive, scan it. Walgreens exclusive, scan it. And Target exclusive, scan them. They have stickers on them, because those are ones that, I mean, look at me. I live in an area where there's no Target. I got to drive 2.5 hours to hit Target. So if I was collecting something, I would have to try and get it online and compete with everybody else trying to get it online, or I would have to drive 2.5 hours to get to Target. So I think it's really, yeah, GameStop is good too. Yep, I bought some from GameStop when last year. No, was it last year? Year before. They had a really good clearance deal. Everything was like $5. And I did really well at that sale. I didn't hear about it until the end of the sale. So I was only able to hit my one GameStop. Had I heard about it sooner and realized how profitable it was, I would have done a road trip and probably like a 3-day road trip and hit up. Because like I would say my next GameStop is probably 2.5 hours away from me. So I would have driven that and hit up more though. Hit Syracuse and stuff. Yeah, I lost my eBay one time and had to spend over $1,000 to get back 2 words set above standard for shipping. Oh, wow. $1,000 to get your account back? That seems like a lot of money. Where did you get Nike wholesale? I don't know where I got it. Hold on. Let me move this. Let me see. I don't know if it was on this computer. How many are listening? 16 of you? There are people who will not like me for giving out information like this. I have to see if my invoice is on this computer or another one. Because I got my documents. I got to find my... Come on, open. Did you open somewhere else? You are now browsing in... Okay. That's weird. So I ordered from a company called BSN Sports. I want to see if I can get the link. There you go. For those watching me for 5, almost 6 hours, I ordered from that company and they were approval. So they have other brands too. So I would highly recommend taking a look at what else they sell if you're looking at getting ungated and other stuff. I think they didn't have... I'm trying to think of who they didn't have because I need to get still Carhartt. I really want to get ungated in Carhartt. I got it. Somebody told me someplace, but I don't share it unless I've gone through and gotten approval because I don't want to lead somebody down to be spending money and then having that not work with Amazon. This one worked. I mean, it worked for me, and it was recently. Well, hold on. Let me tell you when I ordered that. September. So that worked in September. Although I don't think I got approved until October because I submitted it. It took like a month. And then I canceled my submission and resubmitted it, and like within 2 days it got approved. So it cost me $210 for the items that I purchased, the black socks. Which, if I remember right, I think they're on eBay. I don't think they ended up being profitable on Amazon, if I remember correct. But I wasn't looking at really being profitable. I was looking at how much do I have to spend to get ungated in that brand. And that's how I look at most of my ungatings is even if I have to donate the item, which I haven't had to, or break even, I just look at it as how much is it costing me to get ungated. So, well, let's see. It's almost 3 and I'm hungry. I am hungry. I got to go get something to eat. And I've hit my 1,000. So I am so excited. Now I got to text my family and tell them. I've been giving them my countdown since like 800. I have to tell my kids. Think they'll care? Probably not. I'm sure they don't even follow me. I did tell them that when I die, they can come back to my YouTube channel and when they want to hear my voice. Because, man, I would love to sit and listen to my father talk about something that I don't care about, but just to watch him on TV And hear his voice would be amazing right now. I would love it. I'd probably need a whole box of tissues though, but I would love it. Let me just check. I see a message here from Michelle. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I don't know if you're still listening, but she sent me a message on Facebook. Yeah, I'm excited. Okay, I'm going to go eat. Plus, I hear my husband is back, so I'm going to go share the great news with him. And then I'm going to actually, I need to take pictures. And then I don't really have enough to send to Amazon yet, so I probably am not going to even prep that yet. But I do want to get some pictures, so I have some pictures to some listings to do tonight, and I need to finish my 2020 accounting. So if you guys have not done your accounting, don't wait until April 12th to get your accounting done. Get working on it now in case you need something. I actually might even do a video on all of the reports I have to pull on eBay. I don't know if that would be helpful for anybody, but like I said, I learned that I needed to pull 3 reports to find all the numbers I really needed for eBay. So maybe that would help somebody if I did a quick video and showed you that. But thanks so much for coming in, and I will see you guys later. Bye.